And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Blazor Conf Bhubaneswar. Thank you for tuning in and joining for the session. So let's get started. So what is Blazor Conf? So Blazor Conf Bhubaneswar is a local developer community event organized in collaboration with two developer communities based out of Bhubaneswar, which are Utkal Techies Forum and ServerlessDays Bhubaneswar. The primary objective for this conference was to spread awareness among the developer community in the region on Blazor and its use cases and what all application can we make using that. So the agenda for today's talk is we'll kickstart of the session with the keynote that I'm giving right now. Post that we are going to have a session on Trailblazor building dynamic applications with Blazor that is going to be given by Shaun. Post that we are gonna move on to the next session for the day, that is mobile and desktop apps with Blazor, which is going to be given by Basu. So after that, we'll look into creating Blazor modules using Oqtane. So Oqtane is more like a Blazor component library. So that will be given by Michael Washington, who is a community contributor and has contributed a lot of content on Blazor of late. After that, we are going to have another session on building multi-platform apps using Blazor UI that is going to be given by Ravi Kumar. So after that, we are going to have a quiz. So this quiz would be, it'd be like a Google form in which you have to, answer some of the questions which are related to all the prior session, the 4 sessions that we had prior to the quiz. So all the questions will be based out of them. So if you attend all of them, you stand a good chance of winning the quiz. So if you win the quiz, there are some goodies that we have for you. So after that, we are going to take a small break and we'll get back and discuss about static web apps. So we have a session on debugging static web apps that is going to be given by Stacy Cashmore. So this session is more about exploring how you can deploy a Blazor WASM app in an Azure Static Web Apps and how you can debug it locally and work around with it. So after that, we have a session on components, forms, and validations in Blazor. So this is going to be an introductory session for beginners to get started with Blazor. After that, we are going to have a session on best practices for unit testing Blazor components with BUnit. So BUnit is a testing library of Blazor that was created by Eagle Hansen. So Eagle will be discussing more about this. So after that, we have another quiz that is based out of all these 3 events. So you again stand a chance to get the goodies, and then we have the vote of thanks and the closer. So that's all for the agenda of today's conference. So a bit of the community introduction. Let's get started with Utkal Techies Forum. So Utkal Techies Forum, or formerly known as Microsoft Dev Community Odisha, is a technical community based out of Bhubaneswar, which brings students, developers, and professionals into a single roof to enable sharing of ideas and experiences to mutually benefit each other. It is one of the oldest developer community based out of Odisha. So we have been doing a lot of events, and this is one of them. So after that, there's another community that is helping us organize this particular conference, that is ServerlessDays Bhubaneswar. So ServerlessDays Bhubaneswar is yet again a local developer community based out of Bhubaneswar, which is focused on spreading awareness on serverless technologies. So they too organize multiple events on serverless from different cloud vendors. So thank you to our community organizers who have helped us in organizing this particular conference. So these are some of the past events that has been organized by our communities that has helped us to organize this conference. So these are a glimpse of some of the events that we have organized throughout the years. So after the lockdown, we have on virtual, we have also multiple virtual events also. So these are a few of them. So these are the few conferences that we did throughout this year. So I would like to thank our sponsors for this conference, .NET Foundation for providing the streaming support and helping us promoting the event, and JetBrains for sponsoring us with some of the goodies. So now JetBrains is sponsoring us some of their product licenses. So I told you that we have 2 quizzes. So in one of the quiz, the winners of this quiz will be given some of the JetBrains licenses. So these licenses will be valid for throughout the year, and you can select any of the IDs offered by JetBrains and just play with them and build products. So we are also supported by Microsoft Azure. So I also like to thank them. So they are providing us with some of the free exam vouchers. So in the second quiz, whoever wins it, they are gonna get these exam vouchers. So these exam vouchers are valid till next year January. So you have ample lot of time if you want to give any of the role-based certification examination. But there's a catch here. So these exam vouchers are only valid for people who are giving the exam through testing centers based out of India. So that's the constraint we have. And these are not for the fundamental series like the AZ900, AI900, and DP900. So that's all for the goodies. So we discussed about the community, we discussed about the agenda, and we discussed about all the goodies that are there on offer. Let's have a look at the code of conduct. So Blazor Conf is dedicated to providing harassment-free conference experience for everyone, regardless of gender, sexual orientation, disability, physical appearance, body size, race, or religion. We do not tolerate harassment of conference participants in any form. So please make a note of that and be kind to others. Do not insult or put down other attendees. Behave professionally. Remember that harassment and sexist practices are exclusionary. Jokes are not appropriate for BlazorCom. Any attendees who is found to be violating any of these rules will not be eligible to take part in any of the quiz or raffles organized during the event. So that's all for the code of conduct and agenda. So let's get started. So in just a minute, I'm going to show, you may wonder that where we are going to declare the results of the quizzes. So we have a website that we have launched for our event. So we are going to update it after this particular conference and share the updates with you over there. So I'm going to share the link in the chat window and share the website screen. Just give me a minute. Okay, I hope you people are able to see it. So this is the website. So the link of the website is in the chat window. You can go there, and here you will be finding the announcement of the winners for all the quizzes. So these are all the speaker lineups that we have for the session. So we have Eagle Hansen, who is the co-creator of P-Unit, which is a testing framework, which is one of the testing frameworks for Blazor components. And then we have Shaun Walker, who is the creator of .NET Newts, as well as he has created a new framework for Blazor. There's Oqtane. So he's going to talk about that, how you can build dynamic applications using Oqtane. Then we have Stacy Cashmore. So Stacy is going to talk about Azure Static Web Apps, as I have previously discussed in the agenda. So then we have Michael Washington. So he's going to talk about building modules using Blazor. Then we have Sam Basu, who's going to talk about building hybrid apps with Blazor. Then there's Ravi Kumar, so who's going to talk about building multi-platform apps. And then there's Ashirwad, your host, who's going to talk about building components, forms, and validations, Blazor. So that's all from our side. So here, possibly you are going to see one more menu item where the winners will be announced of the all the quizzes. So let's wait a bit and let's wait a minute for our speaker to join in, and we'll get started. Okay, guys, I'm sorry for the delay. There has been an issue, and we don't have a speaker yet due to a technical lag from his side. So let's be a bit patient and let's wait for 5 more minutes to get started. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Uh, Please be patient with us. Thank you. Okay, folks, there has been an issue from a speaker side, and he's unable to connect because of a network outage at his area. So instead of wasting more time, what we'll do is that I'm going to share the quiz link for the first quiz, and we are going to have our first quiz right now. So I'm going to share the quiz link. So you have 3 hours to complete this quiz. So I'm going to share the quiz link in the comment section, and you guys can get started, play around it, and submit your response, explore more about it in the meanwhile. And Hopefully you do love this quiz, and the link is shared over here. So please go over here and attend the quiz. So along with you folks, what I'll do is that I'll also join in to the quiz. So this is a very simple Google form. So here you will have to enter your email address, your full name, and there are a few questions that you need to send. So after the whole event is done, we are gonna use the email address that you have shared over here to share the goodies and share the vouchers with you. So please do fill in the quiz, and I hope you people like it. So let me know if you face any trouble accessing the form, or else you have any concerns. You just drop your questions in the comment section, and we'll get started with our first event that will be by Sam Basu instead of Shaun Walker for the time being. So please do give the feedback. Sorry, please do give the quiz competition for the time being, and it will be start. It has already started. Actually, some of the folks have already answered it. So do give it, and this will help you stand a chance to win and JetBrains license, product license. Okay, guys, there's this one thing that I wanted to say, which I missed out. So I've seen a few people have been submitting multiple responses. So if you do submit multiple responses, your submission will be discarded, and you won't be eligible for this particular raffle. So don't submit multiple times, multiple responses. So this is a humble request from our side, and there are lots up for the taking, and everybody, hopefully everyone will get one, or else we do organize events very frequently. You can get one. So please submit only once. Please be kind with us. Okay, so we have quite some submissions already for the quiz, and a lot of people have surprisingly done really good. It's gonna be a tough competition. Uh, so okay, this particular quiz is for all, everyone who is in India or staying outside India are able to renew this license that we are going to offer for this particular quiz. So don't feel shy. It's only for the Microsoft vouchers we have these restrictions. You can redeem these licenses of JetBrains ID from anywhere, wherever you stay. There's no constraint here, so do submit in even if you're not from India. So that's all I wanted to add. Okay, folks. So the wait is over. This quiz will be valid till we'll be taking responses till 12:30. So we have our first speaker, the Sam. So let's welcome Sam. Hi, Sam.
Hello. Can you
How are
hear me
you
okay?
doing? Yep, all good.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm glad I saw your message. I was just turning my computer on. It is close to midnight actually for me, so I probably get to go to sleep a little early. So this works out.
True that. So Sam, today you are going to discuss about building mobile and desktop apps using Blazor, right?
Yeah,
So would you like to share something about it before getting into your session?
sure. Share more about the session itself, or about me, or what did you want, or just like
Both.
set the
Both.
stage? Both. Okay. Um, I actually have a couple of slides where I can talk about like where I live, and yeah, I mean I can provide a little bit of backdrop of where things are with Blazor, and then we can talk about what the future holds, maybe.
Perfect. So let's get started.
Okay, give me 1 second here. Let me share my screen. Move
Sure.
move this window off. Let's see. And if I can share this other screen.
In the meanwhile, let me introduce Sam. So Sam is a technologist and an author. He speaks regularly at multiple conferences. He also runs his own stream every week, I guess. Right, Sam?
Yes.
And he's working as a developer advocate at Progress Software. So you can know this company more by his products, the Stellaric, right?
Yes, Progress Stellaric.
Perfect. So I'm adding a screen.
Yeah, there you go.
Perfect. So
okay,
all over to you, Sam.
Okay, and how long do I have?
You have an hour.
I have an hour. Perfect. No, I like to talk. So anytime you're done with me, or if I've talked too much, please let me know and I will stop. Okay.
It's never too long to talk about Blazor.
yeah, it's exciting. Okay, so yes, let's talk about mobile and desktop apps, which is weird, right? Blazor is meant to be web technology, but turns out we can actually build modern web, or web for sure, but mobile and desktop apps as well with Blazor. So thank you, Ashirwad, and everybody else for having me here. I am Sam, and I work as a developer advocate at Progress Software. You might know us or hear about us for some of the things we make to get developers a little bit more productive. Things like Stellaric and Kendo UI. These are front-end UI components for both .NET and JavaScript. We make Fiddler, which a lot of developers use. We make testing solutions, reporting solutions, anyways, a lot of things. That right there is also my social handle. So if you need to get hold of me after the session, that's me on Twitter, GitHub, Skype, you name it. That's my handle. So I thought since we are kind of talking to you across, this is like all of the speakers are from all over the globe, which is very exciting. So very good morning to all of you in Bhubaneswar or other parts of India. It is actually close to midnight here for me. So I'm good. I've had some coffee, so I should be awake for the next hour. But first up, we are all living through a global pandemic. So I really hope you are safe and you're taking care and you're being healthy and productive as best as you can. I'll show you where I am at, but I actually grew up not very far away in Kolkata in India. So I know things are a little scary at this moment, but things are also improving. So please be patient. It's everywhere. So as long as we are following science and doing the right things, we shall get better together. So speaking of where I am at, I am in the US, actually East Coast time. So it is midnight for me. I don't know if there are folks tuned in from other parts of Europe, maybe, or other parts of Asia Pacific. That might be early morning for you. But for most of you in India, it's kind of mid-morning. So very glad to be here. Yeah, just share a little bit of excitement. Okay, so Ashirwad said we should probably set the stage. I have a few slides here which are not important. I can give you a link to the slides later on. You all hopefully are developers who are trying to stay on top of what's happening, the latest and greatest. So you may know some of these things already, but since I have an hour, I might go a little slower, and I will try to show you as many demos as I can, right? Because slides are easy, and you know all of this stuff, but maybe I will try to get you a little excited with some things that you can do with Blazor. So let's talk a little bit about .NET, because that's where all of this is happening. I'm old. I'm an old man. I started with .NET long time back, back in 2001, 2002. And .NET Framework, the thing we knew, that's been around for 20 plus years now, and it's fine. But .NET is also very new and modern. It's not that one gigantic monolithic framework anymore. It is also .NET Core, which is about 5 years old now, which is cross-platform. It is it's much more performant, and the latest iteration of that is .NET 5, which is kind of the .NET moving forward. It presents you with that unified .NET that you want for all types of applications: web, desktop, mobile, cloud, IoT, you name it. So things are looking good. Although it says it's all one uniform platform, there's still work to be done under the covers, which is exactly what they're trying to do with .NET 6. The runtime, you still have a few runtimes. You have the ASP.NET runtime, you have the Mono runtime. So they're trying to combine all of these things into .NET 6. And the tools that we use to build our apps, that has come a long way as well. It's not just Visual Studio on Windows. I'm actually on a Mac, but you will see me use Windows as well. So it's nice to have Visual Studio on Windows and Mac, and there's VS Code that works everywhere. Command line works everywhere, so things are good. We have lowered the barrier to entry, so anybody can come into .NET and get some free tools, get started, right? So a lot of excitement in the .NET space. So let's talk about a little bit of mobile and desktop, which is what I promised I will talk about. Again, we will talk about things from Blazor, but it's good to know like where things stood without Blazor in the first place. So if you wanted to do mobile, build mobile apps, maybe not even apps, maybe it could be mobile websites, anything for the mobile form factor, what can you do? It's a lot of things you can do. You can write native apps for iOS and Android and Windows devices. You can build progressive web apps. You can build JavaScript native apps, which is where you're using JavaScript and HTML and CSS and building native cross-platform apps. So you can do all of that. But if you want to do .NET, then Xamarin has been kind of the solution because Xamarin lets you write .NET and C# and XAML, and you're writing truly native cross-platform apps that are also written with .NET and native on iOS or Android. So it's a good story. So Xamarin started about 6-7 years back now. And this is kind of where this started. We used to call this Xamarin iOS or Xamarin Android. And then for those of you who are excited about Blazor, so just hold on for a bit. We will get to the good stuff with Blazor. I'm just trying to set the stage here. If you have not done any Xamarin, like this is what it is. So we first started writing a little bit of shared C#, which was our business logic. But then we wrote the UI part, the head, with iOS and Android and Windows. And this was a good step in the right direction, but you had to know those platforms before you wrote the UI for it. But this is now evolved. This is now .NET for iOS and .NET for Android. So it's built into .NET anyways. The thing that came probably about 5 years back, 6 years back now maybe, is Xamarin Forms. And this is more exciting. This is kind of easier as well, because as a .NET developer, I don't need to know a whole lot about iOS or Android. I can just build my UI with a shared abstracted layer. And they do the magic to turn around and render native UI for iOS and Android and Windows, obviously. So this was something that the community got excited about, and things came a long way. The tooling improved a lot, but it was starting to be a point of contention on a few fronts, and we wanted to target Windows better. So overall, the Xamarin team, they joined Microsoft, and they're trying to redo what Xamarin Forms is, kind of the evolution of Xamarin Forms. That is what is called .NET MAUI, which is coming in .NET 6. So .NET MAUI is essentially multi-platform app UI. You may have seen some of these slides from Microsoft or other conferences. Microsoft had a big conference called Build. That was last week or the week before. So a lot of exciting things happening with .NET 6 for for both Maui and Blazor. But essentially, .NET 6 brings in .NET Maui, which is the next generation of what Xamarin Forms used to be. You will be able to still support iOS or Android apps, but you will have much more confidence going back to the desktop, which is Windows, through WinUI, which is the latest Windows UI stack, and also Mac desktop applications with Mac Catalyst running on Apple software or Apple hardware. So a lot of improvements with the tooling as well, single project to target multiple devices, and it's a good story. And it's all native, all cross-platform UI. Now, let's also talk about desktop. I actually I was talking about desktop just earlier today. I came back from my first in-person conference after almost a year and a half with COVID around. We are just getting started to have in-person things. So hopefully we shall start seeing things get better in other parts of the world as well. I would actually love to come down to Bhubaneswar sometime and be with you folks, but someday. But I was just talking about desktop, and folks comment how old I am, because I have been doing this for a while. For those of you doing desktop stuff, you might recognize some of these technologies, and they have been around for a while. So for .NET developers, I'm not talking about the other type of developers. Purely for .NET developers, if you are to build Windows desktop apps, you have quite a few choices right now, and this is a good thing that you have so much choice. But I also understand people get a little confused, like, why is there so much choice? Is there no prescriptive guideline on how I can build my apps? No, I mean, there is no one thing that suits everybody, so you just have a lot of choice. So WinForms is what Windows desktop started out as. This was, I want to say, back in 2001 is when this started with WinForms. So it's been good 20 years. Then Windows Presentation Foundation, WPF is what we call it. That came along in 2006, I believe. And both of these frameworks enjoy like a rich ecosystem, lots of tools, and it's a solid foundation to build Windows apps. But those were .NET Framework apps. But along the way, when we see .NET evolving, you also have things like Universal Windows Platform, which is all of the modern Windows apps that stay in the Windows Store. And the good thing is UWP apps run not just on Windows desktop, but also on every Windows device. So, think about HoloLens, think about like a big Surface Hub, kiosk devices, anything. It runs everywhere, which is nice. But they're also still very much tied to Windows in terms of OS updates. So they wanted to fix that. And the latest iteration of that is called Windows UI, or WinUI 3, you might hear it being called. Essentially, it's just one stack up. WinUI sits on top of Win32 and UWP. So you'll be able to run apps that are for the store, like through UWP, as well as like .NET Native, which is all of the latest .NET. So I will talk about some of the other things as well. But this is a question we get a lot, that if I am building desktop applications today, I hear about Blazor, I hear about Maui, do I need to update stuff right now? And the answer is no, you don't. You're fine, because if you're building WinForms and WPF apps, those apps will run fine on .NET Framework. Now, if you wanted to use some of the newer APIs or SDKs, or you want to use a little bit of XAML, you want to bring in some web stuff, you can do all of that. And the good news is both WinForms and WPF will run on .NET Core 3.1. They will run on .NET 5, and they will run on .NET 6 tomorrow. So you're running on absolutely the latest .NET framework stack. Okay, now, while I'm speaking, Ashirwad, I don't know if you're still listening. I am not looking at YouTube. So if there are any questions, if you don't mind relaying them to me, because I am not looking at the Q&A, I just realized. So please feel free to put something in private chat so I can respond to anything if there are questions.
Sam, we have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of your talk, so we can discuss about all questions during the time.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we talked about how the WinUI stack is evolving, which is it's all Fluent design system. It's the latest Windows. So if you are starting a Windows desktop application, you have quite a bit of choice. You can start with the latest WinUI, but again, if you have apps that are like legacy apps that you're maintaining, don't feel rushed. You're going to be fine. So now let's talk about some of the other things, because like if you did Xamarin Forms, which is a different version of the UI markup language, you can still reach WPF. But there are some other things that have come up in the last few years, which are really cross-platform solutions. And this is to kind of bring some of the shiny things that we do for the web over to the desktop, right? So the first thing is progressive web app. These are essentially web applications written for the browser, but they work just fine on the desktop. You can render those things without the browser Chrome. It is still just a web app, but it has some extra things like a manifest file. It can have a JavaScript service worker, so it can run just fine on the desktop. Electron has been very popular, Electron.js, and this is a way for running a web application inside of a shell on desktop. And today, a lot of heavy apps that we run pretty much all day are Electron apps, right? So things like Microsoft Teams. Like with the pandemic, we are all online and doing everything virtual. So like Zoom and Microsoft Teams and Slack and Figma, just like VS Code, like so many apps are just essentially web apps running just fine on desktop, right? Using Electron. So that's battle tested. That's a well-proven strategy for running web apps on desktop. If you wanted to go cross-platform with some of the Windows UI, which is a little different from Xamarin UI, then two other choices are Uno Platform, which will take you to iOS or Android, because Universal Windows kind of means universal within Windows, while Uno Platform and Avalonia these are open source frameworks. They will take you to iOS or Android as well, and Linux and WebAssembly. But the last two are the ones that I am most excited about, because I think Microsoft is doing things right and listening to the community, getting the tool set ready. Blazor is obviously exciting for .NET developers. I think I have a slide on Blazor, but we can bring some of that Blazor goodness to build both native and hybrid mobile and desktop apps. And then .NET MAUI is evolving, which is going to reach the desktop. Like this is Windows we're talking about through WinUI, right? So the last two choices are very exciting. And Blazor actually will run on the desktop or mobile, essentially on the shoulder of .NET MAUI. So Blazor does depend on .NET MAUI to kind of give it that bootstrapping so we can run web code on the desktop. If you're running things on Mac OS, then you also have some choice. You can do Electron, you can do Xamarin Mac, you can do Xamarin Forms, but then the Blazor stuff, same story. .NET MAUI, same story. Now instead of WinUI, we reach the Mac desktop using something called Mac OS Catalyst, which is an Apple-approved way. So Apple has a similar problem. Everybody wants to build for iOS, but not many people build for the Mac desktop, right? So they're wanting to get iPad apps to run on the Mac, and their approved way is using something called Catalyst. So .NET MAUI actually uses that. For those of you who are brave enough to run Linux as your desktop, kudos to you. There are ways to reach Linux as well with Xamarin Forms and with Uno and with Avalonia. So lots of choices, right? So where does Blazor fit in exactly? So Blazor is obviously about all things web, right? So if you are just starting out, Blazor is a great place, a great thing to be excited about, which is why you're having a Blazor conference here. I'm the odd one out. I'm like the only old man who still keeps talking about desktop, because it's important, right? Because your enterprises use a lot of desktop applications, or your users are on mobile, so you want to meet them on mobile. So Blazor is very cool, but we can bring some of that coolness into other things. So if you have not played with Blazor at all, it is very exciting. It is straight up C# and .NET. right? And you get to build modern web applications that can work in one of two ways. One is server-side Blazor, which is not a whole lot different from the way we render other things on the ASP.NET stack, but you have a SignalR, which is a real-time bridge between what is being rendered on the server side and the client-side DOM, which is the document model. And it's very fast, and it's great for line of business applications. And then you have Blazor WebAssembly, which is WASM. And this is taking all of .NET and shipping it client-side. So your whole application runs on the client side. You can do validations. You can only come back to the server to get your data or whatever business validations you need. So all of this is C# and it's exciting. So where does Blazor help with mobile and desktop? Well, a few things. First up is you can absolutely build a PWA, a progressive web app with Blazor, because it is a web app, right? So we can do a few things to our apps to make things a little bit more progressive. And then Blazor works very nicely with what's Xamarin today, but what will be .NET MAUI tomorrow, to build those native and kind of hybrid desktop and mobile apps, right? So all of this drama and all of this story I'm telling you is to kind of tell you that, yes, they all work together, which is why I'm talking about this, right? So it's a happy story. Before I go into some of the details, though, just a quick shout out, like if you are looking for UI, we make all of the Telerik UI for all things .NET. And in particular for Blazor, we have been very excited about Blazor. I remember like the very first time Microsoft talked about Blazor was 3.5 years back. I was in Seattle, and so Steve Sanderson is an engineer, an esteemed engineer at Microsoft, and he essentially made the first draft of Blazor just like as a sample proof of concept for a conference that he was speaking on. And then he got Daniel Roth, who's the PM now, and a lot of other engineers very excited. And this is good stuff. So we have been excited. If you're looking for some of the difficult things to do with Blazor, like grids and charts and schedulers and calendars, you have all of that from our suite. So take a look if you want. Some of the samples are out there along with their source code on GitHub. So, and if you want to do JavaScript as well, like we are talking all things Blazor, but just keep in mind, like there are lots of you doing JavaScript, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? If you're building SPA applications with Angular or React or Vue, right? They're about the same as what Blazor does. So Blazor essentially runs on the same stack, except for the JavaScript engine. Now you're using the WASM engine to kind of compile and run your .NET code instead of JavaScript code. But if you're doing JavaScript, more power to you. And a lot of these things that I'm going to show you today, the JavaScript stuff works on desktop as well. So we are essentially talking about bringing in the web into desktop and mobile. So that's all I had. We had what? We did like 10, 15 minutes, okay? So no more demos or no more slides. Slides are boring. Let's look at some stuff, okay? All right, so let's see. Let's open up Visual Studio here first on a Windows machine, or on the Mac, and then I'll show you Windows. All right, there you go. So let's start with this one here. But before I open up this code base, Visual Studio wants to install an update. No, thank you, not right now. Thank you. Okay, go away. There you go. Before I go into this, let me show you one quick thing here. And let me open up another window here. Make that bigger. Okay, you can see my desktop. Okay, but first thing is, let's start with the easiest thing, progressive web apps, right? I'm going to show you an example, which again, don't look into the UI. I'm not trying to show you the UI, just trying to show you an example of an app. So if I go into our Blazor solutions, if I go into the demos, you will see that we have lots of these sample apps that you can kind of go through, but this one here in particular, this one here, it's just a sample stocks application. It is done with Blazor, and it looks nice, has some nice UI, but right up here, you see that install thing. And you also get that little install thing up here that says, hey, I am a progressive web app. You can install me on your desktop, and then I can run this without the Chromium shell. I can just run it as a window, right? And if you do a good job, we have been building web apps for a long time. Things can be nice. Like this is completely, responsive. So you can pull this up on your mobile phone or your desktop, and it'll work just fine. So this is nothing spectacular. You can do this with Blazor anytime. In fact, one of the things I like pointing to is this thing called the PWA Builder. This was something Microsoft started, and now it's a community effort. So if you have a website today that you have built with, Blazor or Angular or React or whatever, you can consider making it a good citizen on mobile or desktop. And this is the tool that really helps. So for example, I'll show you my blog, which doesn't get much love from me, which I should get back. But I can paste a URL here, right? And I can hit start. So essentially what it's going to say is, hey, you are not a PWA. You need a manifest file. You need some icons so people can pin your website to their home screen. You can specify all of these background colors and splash screens and other things. And then you can also start with the service worker. So our service worker is a little bit of a piece of JavaScript code that runs, and you can use that to, fetch some data offline or do something else on a background thread. So this is, excuse me, this is a good starting point because it kind of shows you how you can start building any website into a PWA, and then you can have the user install it on their desktop or mobile device, right? So just a quick shout out to PWAs because they're nice. Now, the other thing that I started out showing you on my browser or on Visual Studio is this thing called Electron.js, right? And this is open source. Like I said, it's been around for a long time. It is very well battle tested. So let me show you this. And I'm guessing most of you, since you're at a Blazor Conf, you are excited about Blazor. Maybe you have seen the Blazor look and feel of how it looks like. This is actually a Blazor server-side app, right? So there is nothing new I have done to this. In fact, I have not changed any code at all. This is simply file new project, and it's a Blazor server-side app. The only thing I have done to this is I have gotten myself, let me see if the fonts are big enough. I think so, but please let me know if you need to make if I can make the fonts any bigger so you can read better. But I have this Electron.NET API, just one NuGet package. That's all I need. So with that one NuGet package, what I can do is a few extra things. So as my app starts up, my iHost builder, one extra line of code, I say use Electron. Then in my startup.cs, this is how any ASP.NET app starts up. You got your I configuration and your configuration of the services, and then all of the things that you use like routing and HTTPS. Beyond that, we just say, hey, I want you to new up a new window, and here's my width and my height, and I want you to show the window when it's ready, right? That's all. And then with that Electron.NET, it's actually a CLI to its command line interface. And when you run it, when you say electronize init, it's going to drop this manifest file. So it knows how to run that web application inside of that window, right? So, and it does depend on node modules, so it'll bring down some dependencies. And then it also changes your launch settings. So it knows that I still need to run this app on localhost, 5001, but I need to run this inside of a little window. So let me find this project, and I will show you how this runs. So here is the project in my file system. That's it, the Blazor in shell, right? So I can go in and start a terminal right here. And I can make this a little bigger so you can all see. So I can do .NET electronize. Start. Okay. So what I'm asking it to do is, hey, Electron, start yourself up and look at that launch setting, look at that manifest file, and start the application. It is doing npm install, which I have the dependencies, so it should be fine. Now you see it's doing the port, and now you have it. So this is essentially a Blazor app, right? Nothing like, if you have done any Blazor, this looks immediately familiar because it is Blazor. This is the typical Blazor kind of hello world type template that you get, except now this is running inside of a desktop application. This is a native Mac desktop application. You have it right here. Down here is your, like, it is part of your you can minimize this. And what Electron does is, and this behaves just like any other Blazor application, like on the web. It is exactly the code, nothing changed. Your sample data works. So here's what Electron does. It ships two things with your app. It is shipping the Node.js runtime, and it is shipping a version of Chromium, which is the Edge browser, essentially, to give you that web view so it can render itself more consistently. Now, since I'm on a Mac, it actually is rendering this on what's called the WK web view, which is a Safari component, but a web view. And if you're doing this on Windows, then it'll use WebView 2, which is the latest one. So where Electron gets, a little bit of, people get a little worked up that Electron takes up a lot of resources, because it's shipping those two things that gives you that consistency of runtime. You know exactly what you're rendering. So this works, okay? This absolutely works for Blazor applications to bring things to desktop. But if you trust that your users have a latest OS and they have the latest browser, then perhaps you don't need to do this thing, and you can get away with a little bit more lightweight solution, right? So let me show you that. Let's go ahead and close this one off. And let's look at a similar app, but not done with Electron then. This is kind of our first stab at what we have been doing. All right, so now let's look at another app. Yeah, Visual Studio, I don't want to take a survey right now. We'll give it a second. It's midnight for my Visual Studio as well. There you go. Not down. Okay. So here, what I have done is, again, started with the Blazor server-side project. Okay, file new, Blazor server-side. But this app is actually started up with something called the Blazor mobile bindings, right? So if I do a search on Blazor mobile bindings, maybe here I have it. So do a search on Blazor mobile bindings. You're going to likely end up on this page, and they're going to walk you through what this is. You can build native apps for mobile, and you can build hybrid apps for both mobile and desktop using Blazor mobile bindings. So this is kind of where it all started. This is still an experimental. I don't think they want to call it Blazor mobile bindings anymore, but this is the foundation of what Blazor hybrid or Blazor desktop is. And this has been worked on right now. So it's probably not safe to go build production apps with this right now, but it will be ready by November of this year. They are going to do .NET Conf, and they can release .NET 6 and all of this goodness. So that's what I'm using. This is right now a .NET CLI tool, but you also have kind of the Visual Studio file new template experience coming in as well. So in this mode, what I have here is kind of a Xamarin Forms application right now. But again, this will be .NET MAUI. So I have a .NET standard library, and then I have platform-specific things for iOS and Mac, right? And it can actually also do Windows and Android. I just don't have it here, but I will show you the Windows side in just a second. So here, what we're doing here is main.razor. This is kind of a traditional way in which the app is bootstrapping itself, right? So actually, let me take you to app.cs, which is the common place. This is actually the starting point of how the app boots up. If you have done any Xamarin, like these look familiar, like on start, on sleep, on resume, these are like life cycle events, right? But then you have the actual app that's been bootstrapped, and we are using kind of the ASP.NET way or the Blazor way of bootstrapping it. We are bringing in Blazor Hybrid as a service. And then we are setting up one main page and just adding one component, like the Blazor component now, called main, right? And we are adding that in here. So once that main component is loaded up, this is what the UI looks like, right? So we have a content view and a stack layout, right? So these are essentially Xamarin elements. These are essentially .NET MAUI elements, which are native, right? So if you have not done XAML, this might look a little different, but it's essentially XML, right? So we are defining the visual tree. We are declaring that we have a stack layout with a label and a button. And then we have this thing called the Blazor web view, which is essentially just that web view component that we really need, because that's what gets us the web view 2 on Windows and WK web view. And all we are saying is, why don't you take this whole Blazor application and render the whole thing inside of the web view? So you see that www root folder here? That is essentially your entire Blazor application. So maybe you have already started your Blazor app, right? Bring that whole thing in from that other project into a Blazor desktop project, and then it will just light up, right? So let me go ahead and run this. I am running this on a Mac, right? So let me go ahead and run this. And I think I have another 22 minutes, right? So I should be okay. And please let me know anytime you need me to stop, Ashirwad. Okay, so here we have it. So now we also have another Mac desktop app, right? But this time it's a little different. Kind of the similar look and feel of what we saw with Electron, but here we have that hello world and we have that button. Now keep in mind that label is what's rendering that hello world, that button. I can increment that button. This is kind of classic like desktop or mobile, just to kind of show you. But here's the nice thing. Everything under that purple line is just Blazor, right? Because we just rendered the whole thing in a Blazor web view. And what's nice is here I can go to the counter. The counter thing is not like, this is all native and this is all web. So the top part of it is native and then everything underneath is web, but they can actually share some stuff. So that counter is actually a component, right? So I can update that from here as well, right? So it updates not just here in Blazor, but also in the native stuff, right? So that's nice, that's exciting. So let me show you one more kind of a fun thing. I'm going to show you a quick chat room here. So this is kind of a very boilerplate hello world chat application, just to kind of show you that it's the same code running everywhere. So I'm going to go to a little Azure hosted service that I have. This is essentially a SignalR backend. SignalR is something that Blazor actually uses internally, but it's a nice real-time application. So what I can do here is I can say web says hi, send. So just the classic chat application, it's almost instantaneous and I get notified here, but it also got down here in our Mac desktop. So now you have web talking to a Mac desktop application. So we could say Blazor on Mac says hello and send, shows up right away here, and it shows up on the web as well. So purely a native play, and it works. So hold on to this one for a second. I'm just going to keep this on, and while I talk you through, I'm going to actually pull up my Parallels machine, which is my Windows 10 desktop. We'll give it a second to come on up. I do also have a Windows machine that I use for just pure dev, but when I travel, like the Mac just travels with me, and it's just nice to have Windows in there as well. All right, Windows, come back. We'll give it a minute for Windows to boot up. Let's see. Okay. Let's see if Windows takes another minute to come back. All right, let's talk through this and then we'll wait for Windows and hopefully it comes back in time. So here's what I did. So inside of my Blazor app, I have a little chat room.razor. So I have a little bit of div and some UI elements, so I can show you the list of things that are in the chat room. And then I have the button that's on click. So this is the hub connection. I'm essentially connecting up to my service and my backend, so I can post messages to that backend, and I can receive messages from that backend, and that's it. So once I do the little handshake to say I am done, then I can send messages, whatever the user is typing, to that backend from Blazor, and it just works. So let me actually do this. I'm going to change this up to make that the starter project. Okay. And we're going to run this one more time. No, hang on. I don't want to run this on the iPod Touch. Let's run it on iPhone 11. All right. Let's start. I haven't run this on the iOS in some time now. Let's see if it works. So hopefully what you're seeing is you can absolutely bring in Blazor into native desktop and into native mobile as well. So it's pulling up my iOS simulator at this point. And let's see. Okay, there you have it. So same exact app, right? So no changes in code. We just flipped the startup project. And that's the beauty of it, because again, here on iOS, now this one here, like, just the rendering is different, because on a Mac, you're using UIKit, while on iOS, you're using AppleKit. Two different UI frameworks, one for mobile, one for desktop. But this top thing continues to be a native button and a label, and everything under this is all Blazor, right? And it looks familiar because it is the same. So I can go to the chat room again, and I could say, you know, iOS says down here, namaste. And okay, iOS shows up here. Now we joined the chat room late, so it doesn't get chat messages before that. But if I go back to the web, you now see iOS also says something, right? So we have web now connected to Mac and iOS, which is nice, right? Same exact code base. Okay, so let's close this, and let's see if my Windows machine got done booting. No, my Windows machine is stuck. All right, let's give this another reboot, okay? So we're going to kill my Windows machine and see if it comes back up. Oh, it's suspended. It's trying. This is weird. My Windows machine is not booting up. All right. We'll give this a little break. Why don't we talk about more of the native stuff first, and then we'll see if Windows comes back for me. All right, so quit that entirely. Okay, let's keep talking about more things here. I can do demos all day. This is what I'm excited about. So I have lots of things to show you. So let's talk about a few more things here. Let's do this one here. So let me show you one other variation of this. Okay, here let me change that thing to run on iPhone 11, maybe. Okay, so now this one here is also a Blazor app that's running on mobile, except there's a difference here. This is not a hybrid app. This is purely a native app, right? And the only thing that we are bringing in is the Blazor syntax. The Blazor, like the Razor component model, is what we are bringing in. So we start out with some imports. It is still a Xamarin Forms application, but we are using Blazor to kind of render the UI. So what this app does is just using, it's kind of a hello world thing. It just goes out to the cloud, brings a little bit of data back down into our mobile app, just to kind of show you a hello world. So I have kind of a POCO object. This is a list of posts. And essentially what I'm doing here is I'm going off to a sample RESTful service here. So I think I had it bookmarked here. Yeah, this one is where I'm going. So, and this is very nice, actually. If you want to just have a kind of a sample trial JSON RESTful endpoint to kind of play around with. Take a look at this. It's called JSON placeholder. And essentially what we're doing is, and they do all types of CRUD operations and RESTful operations. So if I go to this posts, that's what I am after. So they give you actually things back in Latin, which is fun, but essentially every JSON is like ID, title, and body. So that's what I want to pull down in my app. So I have that post, which kind of has that title body, which I'm looking for. Then that's my URL. See, I'm going to that RESTful endpoint. And then I have a little manager class, which is essentially .NET. It uses an HTTP client, and it brings back a collection of observable collection of the type post. So I'm doing a little bit of like XAML here, because this is kind of what Xamarin Forms or .NET MAUI does. So we make a request, and once we have it, we're going to bind it to our UI. So the UI is different here. So if I go to this Hello World Razor, so this is my one component in the app. So if I look at the app startup, you'll see that the one component I'm adding is called Hello World. And that Hello World actually has a couple of different things. So it still has that stack layout, the content layout, look and feel, the label, the button. But here, I don't have the web view, because this is not a hybrid app. This is purely a native app at this point. But what I'm doing here is, for every post that I brought back, I want to render this component called the post list. So think about this as a Blazor component. You have navigation built in. Now you're just repeating that component for every item that you have. And essentially, the code behind file does a bunch of things, like it brings back the posts, and somewhere down here, so I bring back the posts, and I do a binding somewhere. Posts to bind. Hang on, where am I binding? Oh no, I'm not binding, because I am doing it right here. So the post list razor is what does the binding, because all it displays is just like one title. And this is essentially Blazor. It has the add code thing, right? But the UI part of it kind of looks a little bit like XAML and Xamarin Forms, but everything here is Blazor, right? So when we do things here, like this for each, you would not be able to do that in a regular Xamarin Forms app. So if I go ahead and run this now, what you should hopefully see is a native mobile application, but the fundamentals are all done with Blazor. So all we are borrowing here is the Blazor syntax. We'll give this a second to fire up the simulator one more time. Okay, so nothing special about this. It's just a long list, and it's very performant, right? But this is all done with Blazor. Every one of these things is a Blazor component, the post list component. And this Hello World, I think I had a button here to just do a little flip, maybe. Yeah, see that the button here flips a little bit. Just to kind of show you that that is actually a native button, so we can tap into some of the native properties. And if you have done any Xamarin development, we have NuGet packages called Xamarin Essentials, which gives us access to all of the native things on our devices, like camera, like accelerometer, geolocation, you name it. So you can have access to all of that just from Blazor, which is nice. Okay, so this is what you can do right now. You can play around, but let me show you some of the stuff that is kind of upcoming. So let's close this, and let's close this. We will. My Windows machine still hasn't come up yet, but we'll give it one more try towards the end. But let me show you some of the latest stuff, okay? So if you're looking at where .NET MAUI is going, and Blazor is kind of riding on top of it, as of last week, Preview 4 is the latest version. This is David Ortno, my good friend at Microsoft. And essentially, they released Preview 4 of .NET MAUI, and Blazor works with it. So you may want to look at, ASP.NET. Also, .NET 6 hit Preview 4, and also ASP.NET Core hit the Preview 4 as well. So everything is on Preview 4. And this is Daniel Roth talking about the Blazor Web View, which is nice. And let's see, and they have .NET Hot Reload in Blazor as well. And if I keep scrolling somewhere down here, they talk about the .NET MAUI Blazor apps, right? So the nice thing is now this is completely done in .NET MAUI, and it's just a Blazor app. So if you start here, in fact, if you go to if you do a search in .NET MAUI, you'll end up on that repo. And here, and I can go down to the sample app, which they have, which is this one here. So start here. Some of the tooling is not there yet on Windows. This actually works on Visual Studio 16.11 preview. On a Mac, still it doesn't work. It's CLI everywhere. That's the thing that works everywhere. So you have some kind of things you need to install if you don't have it, because .NET MAUI depends on a few things. It needs the Android SDK or the iOS SDK. It needs like the Mac Catalyst SDK to run those things, because that's what it's running it on. So let me show you kind of the latest app that they wrote. I can actually pull down that weather app that they just did. So you can go to that GitHub repo and you can pull down the weather app, which is actually called this Weather 21. So I'm going to go in here into source and bring up a new terminal. Make that a little bigger for you all. And then we are going to copy this one line of code. Let's just run a .NET MAUI app on a Mac desktop using Mac Catalyst. Right, so I can do this. But I think it's actually called Weather 21 and not Hello MAUI. So we'll change the name. Right. Is that what it's called? Let me check. It's called Weather 21. It's looking for that solution file or a CSproj file, right? Okay. So with that, I can run this on .NET 6. And it's doing the build. This is all CLI. And once it's done, it should come back with the Mac desktop application. There you go. So this is, again, it's just a Mac desktop app. But it's a native app, and some of these native elements are actually done with .NET MAUI and Catalyst. But you see this this whole UI, this is all also done with Blazor, right? So they are mixing and matching native stuff with Blazor, right? And this entire source code is open. You can start with this post that I showed you. Do a search on .NET MAUI Preview 4, and David here has a link to where they have the weather app. Right here. So it's open source on GitHub. You can take a look. But what's nice here, this is actually a pure native app. If I go into the maps here, it's actually using a native maps component here for Mac. And if you do it on Windows, they use the Windows component. And if I right click here, so it actually has some deep integrations here. You see that check current weather. So these are like custom things, custom context menus that we are popping up on a desktop application that's actually written with Blazor, right? So Blazor is very welcome on desktop. Okay, so let's see, what else can I show you? Let's see if my Windows machine will come back up. Because I would love to show you some of this working on WPF or WinForms, Let's try one more time. Maybe I did a Windows update that hosed up my Windows machine. How about I try killing it forcibly? Yeah, stop it. Okay. Now I think I have another 5 to 7 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll give this one last try. If it works, great. If not, we can still see the promise, hopefully. Looks like it's trying to come out now. It's trying really hard. And it looks like your next speaker might already be here. So I will not take any more than maybe 5 more minutes, okay? But now we are on Windows. Okay, what can we do on Windows? Same exact thing that we did on a Mac, same exact Blazor code that we can just bring in. So let me pull up this app here, which is exactly the same app that we saw on Mac, no changes in code, except now we are running on Windows. And it's actually using the WPF renderers as compared to the Mac Catalyst renderers, just to kind of run things on Windows. Okay, so here, I'm going to just go ahead and run this. Again, no changes in code. This is the same chatroom.razor app that we just saw on Mac. Again, same exact code with the same UI. We're connecting up to the same service. So let's go ahead and run this now. Okay, so this should look familiar, okay? Same exact app, because this hello world is now a native label on Windows, and that's native button on Windows. If I go to the chat room here, let's see if we kept that app open. Yeah, this one's still up. The web says hi. Let's see web says hi if it says it again. No, I think that app is no longer running. So we'll give this another reboot. Let's say web says hello. Send. Okay, now this one's up, and it's actually picked up the web says hello right there. So now we could say Blazor on Windows. So clearly I have done this once before. We could say what, and it's right there. We go back to the web. Now, like this was on my Windows machine. Now I go back to the Mac host. It's right there, right? So again, a true real-time app that is powering web and Mac and Windows. But here's on Windows, it can actually do something a little bit more funny because it is a native app, right? So I can show you this few lines of code here on my index.razor. So keep in mind this web UI, this is my entire Blazor project. I just brought it over and I made it work. Oh, it's actually Michael Washington. He's actually a good friend of mine. Your next speaker is up. So I will take another 3 minutes, Michael and Ashirwad, so to wrap things up. But I want to show you a little bit of fun stuff here. So I have a few lines of code. This is pure Blazor. So what I'm doing here is bringing in at system.io and writing a few lines of code here. File, we're creating a new file, giving it a temporary path, and we are writing something to the file. And then I'm actually borrowing this code from a developer at Microsoft that I really enjoyed this code. So we are using system diagnostics process, and we're starting up Notepad, right? And we want the user to write something on Notepad, and then we will bring it back. So we are now going out of process, out of the Blazor sandbox over to something new. So I can do something native. You see, Notepad comes up, and it's too big. Let's make it a little smaller. There you go. It says enter something. Notice how it's blank in our Blazor app right now. So we could say hello conf, okay? And we save it and we close it. And it says, hey, hello Blazor Conf. So we went outside of the Blazor sandbox. Since we are on desktop, now it's a native app. So I can do all of the .NET native stuff on desktop, but with Blazor. So we were able to go get something from an outside process and just make it work. So that's one. But one last demo before I stop here, okay? What is really cool is if you are already doing, WPF or WinForms applications today, you don't have to drop everything and just kind of migrate and do everything in Blazor. It can actually mix and match really nicely. So here's an example of a pure WPF app that actually started with .NET Framework. We used the .NET Upgrade Assistant to migrate it over to run on .NET 6, actually. So I can right-click here, and I think I can show you the project file here. You see that runtime? That's the target framework, .NET 6. So it is running on .NET 6. Some of the tooling is not there yet. You can actually just manually type in .NET 6. If you have .NET 6 runtime, then it'll be just fine, which in fact I can show you really quick. I can do .NET --list -SDKs, and it'll show you that .NET 6 Preview 4 is what I have. So it knows how to run that. Beyond that, here's what I can do. In my main Windows XAML, which is a very classic WPF thing, I can use one NuGet package, which is that web view NuGet package, and I can render that Blazor web view right inside my WPF application, right? So you can now start mixing and matching Blazor stuff with your existing WPF code, and you can actually write Blazor code right inside your WPF app. So if I show you the counter component, like this looks familiar, right? This is exactly what Blazor does. Except when I run this, it's not going to look like anything Blazor because it's now embedded inside of a WPF app, right? So here's a native WPF app showing you the Blazor counter component, right? So this is fun because now I can write a native iOS app, a native Android app, a native Mac, a native Windows app, all with Blazor, right? So Blazor does not, if you're excited about Blazor, it does not need to stick to just the web. You can actually do some fun stuff with mobile and desktop as well. You can share a lot more code between web and these other platforms. So I don't want to keep you waiting anymore. Let me get back to, I think this one last thing I had. Think about all the ammunition we have. We have great tools, and that's all for me. So choose the right tools for building your next mobile and desktop app, and hopefully it's Blazor. If you need to get hold of me, that's me, so we can keep chatting. All right, Ashirwad, sorry to go long, man.
That's okay. That's okay, Sam. So we have a couple of questions, so we'll quickly go through them. Okay, so the first question is from James. Like, is Telerik the only way to do data visualization UI in .NET?
Well, James, I would like you to believe that it is so. No, in honesty, like there are other frameworks and utilities out there, but we would like to think that we do some of the best UI in terms of charts and graphs and visualizations. In fact, since you asked, James, I'm going to show you something that I actually have not showed anybody. Ashirwad, do I have 1 more minute?
Yes, you have 5 more minutes, to be honest.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. So since you asked, James, here's an obvious question. You are all excited about Blazor, right? We make a full Blazor component suite, and the obvious question is, this is all Blazor UI, right? Does this work on desktop? Does this work on mobile? And it's not supposed to work, but we can actually make it work with .NET MAUI. So since I actually did not close down my Windows machine, I can still show you one more thing. Now, keep in mind, don't quote me on this. We have not put out this announcement yet. No, it's not remembering, so I'm going to actually open up this folder. Open a project. What I'm showing you is actually coming straight from one of our engineers. So this is very beta, very hot bits. If I can go in here, Blazor Hybrid Apps. That solution is what I want. Sure. No, you don't need to ask me every time. Go. So all of this UI that we have for Blazor, the obvious question is, it's great for web. Can I do it for desktop? And the answer is yes. The answer is yes, because I can, this will look a little awkward because there's, oh no, builders. Oh, it's still running. Yeah, maybe it doesn't render. Okay, it does show you. So very, very beta, very alpha bits here. But what you're seeing here is purely web components, okay? Telerik UI for Blazor web components that are never meant to be on the desktop running inside of a WPF application, right? So we are excited about this, and we haven't announced this yet, but hey, you showed up here and you asked a great question, so I'm happy to show you. Wait for this to be fully baked. We want to kind of iron out some of the errors that we are seeing, and then it'll start working. So we would love, James, if you give our stuff a try, but please look around and choose the right UI for your app.
I hope it does, and that was a quite exciting announcement that you shared with us.
Yeah,
so there's one more question from James. So it's like, if you're building a new platform today, what would be your best bet?
So when you say new platform, like for web or desktop, I'm guessing maybe desktop, because for the web, do Blazor. It's easy. It's great. For desktop, it's a little complicated because there's just too many solutions out there, like I shared. So if you are doing new, then you have a choice that you can choose to be on the latest stack. So I would almost say choose WinUI, because it is the latest thing. But also, since it is so new, some of the tooling is not ready yet. So I'm a big fan of things kind of running for a long time and not having to migrate, because you have to show value to your business, right? So WPF is one of the richest ecosystems out there, or WinForms if you're productive. Choose either one of those two, you'll be fine. It runs on .NET 5, runs on .NET 6, and you can bring in Blazor. You can do all of this fun, cool things, so why not?
Okay, so James has one more question. So it's on, what is the best approach for Blazor with microservices? Maybe he's asking about micro frontends.
Yeah, I'm not the expert on microservices, but I mean, if you are traditionally talking about what microservices are, like it doesn't care about what the UI part of it is, right? It's just all about services talking to each other, and you have things very decoupled in smaller segments. So I don't think like Blazor minds as long as it has a service to reach out to. Or maybe I'm not understanding. Are you talking about like micro front ends or more like services maybe? But I mean, either way, like Blazor doesn't stop you from doing any of that.
I hope that answers, James. And if you don't, you can always reach out to Sam regarding the same.
Please, absolutely.
So we have a query from one of the attendee. Like, will you please share the code? Like, do we have a GitHub repository which you can share with us?
Yeah, I think most of what I showed was sample code, but give me a little bit of time. So over here, like at that's my social handle. So that's also my GitHub. So some of the demos that I did for the Blazor chat application, I think it's already up on GitHub. If not, I can push it out. But I think the Blazor chat demo is already up, and I can throw out the WPF app that also had the Blazor component in it. So something might already be up, but if you give me a little time, I will push the rest up as well.
Perfect. Okay. So there's one more question. So can we have a quick catch up on Blazor plus threading plus timers and how to separate the compute with that of UI thread?
Oh, okay, Aniket. This is not me. This is a hardcore Blazor question, and I think you might actually be better off asking this to Michael, who's coming up next. I don't want to give you a wrong answer. I just do not know this. Yeah.
So we do have Michael coming up next. I can pick him on the screen. So welcome, Michael. So
we're going to start you off with something difficult, Michael. Welcome. Let's see if I can stop my screen share so then you can see Michael better. There you go.
Oh, hi. Actually, honestly, on that threading one, I actually, no, I'm not the person to answer that because honestly, I haven't had a need for that, to deal with any of the threading at all with Blazor. So, and I've done quite a bit of stuff with it, but seriously, I haven't, you can spawn threads the same way you would with, say, an MVC app. So the behavior is the same, in my experience. So that helps.
Yeah, Anika, that is actually a great question. So why don't we point you to, Daniel Roth, okay?
Yeah,
he's the senior PM for all things Blazor. And then he also has Steve Sanderson and all of the other engineers. So go ahead and ask. I mean, they're very responsive on the social media. So look up Daniel Roth on Twitter and just go ahead and ask.
Yeah.
Perfect. So we will wrap up Sam's session with the last question that the share in the chat for him. So does Blazor app run or supported in WinPE, Windows pre-installed environment?
I don't know, Manik. WinPE as like Michael, do you know what like pre-installed environments are like? Like, is this like embedded Windows?
Yeah, it's interesting. If they're talking about embedded Windows, it runs anywhere where .core runs. That much I do know. So I know that people have run Blazor on some embedded type of situations where they were able to get .NET Core to run. So
Manik, sorry, not a direct answer, but maybe I just don't know what Windows PE is. But like to Michael's point, like anywhere we run .NET Core. .NET 5, you should be able to run Blazor on that.
Yeah, Blazor really is .NET Core, and it's .NET Core with, you have your flavors of, say, MVC or even web forms. Web forms still works. So I really tell people that Blazor is like MVC without the postbacks,
That's a good way.
So there you go.
All right. So Yeah, Ashirwad, I know I took a little bit more time than allotted, but hopefully I was able to
just
start
30
from early.
seconds. You're good.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Sam,
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you, Sam, for joining in, coming in a bit early for after a request. It was
Sure,
really
sure.
helpful, and we'd love to have you on board some other time, maybe in the future.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So,
All right. Enjoy the rest of
let's
your
get-
day, folks. I'll bail out, but thank you. Bye.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Sam.
Have a good day. So, welcome, Michael.
Hi.
So, so let me introduce a bit about Michael. So Michael is a Microsoft MVP, and he has been working around with ASP.NET since a very long time, and he has been blogging a lot about Blazor, and that's how I came to know about Michael, to be honest, and that's how I reached him out. So Michael has also written multiple books, probably 3 books on Blazor.
Yeah.
So one is Blazor Succinctly, if I'm right, and I just gave it in, and it was really good.
Thank you.
So Michael, over to you. We are glad to have you on board for the conference.
Okay. Thank you for having me. So let's see. Oh, okay, there. My slides are there. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Michael Washington, and I'm going to present on creating Blazor modules using Oqtane. So yeah, I guess I kind of really got to jump into this to really explain what this is and why you should care. So again, I'm Michael Washington. I'm a Microsoft MVP. And I have written 3 books on Blazor. I've actually written 4 books. I have another book coming out written for Syncfusion on Oqtane. So what I'm about to present on, I've actually written a book. It's currently in the editing phase. And when it's released, you'll be able to download it for free from Syncfusion. I also have 2 books that you can also download now from Syncfusion, Blazor Succinctly and Blazor WebAssembly Succinctly. I also have a book on Amazon, which is an introduction to building applications with Blazor. However, that book is like 3 years old now, so it's good for, the basics of Blazor, but if you want something more current, then you probably want to get some of the more current books. But the Syncfusion books are for free. Okay, so what I want to talk to you about today was what is and why would you want to use Oqtane? Okay, and I'll first go over some of the features of Oqtane, and then I'll dive into creating Oqtane custom modules. And I'll explain why you would want to do that if you're creating Blazor applications. You're probably thinking, I'll just open up Visual Studio and create a Blazor application. Why would I care about Oqtane or custom modules? I'm going to cover that, and hopefully I'll convince you as to why this is something that you would want to do, because it's something that I've been doing, and I feel it's very beneficial for ease of development and also speed of creating applications. The way you create Oqtane modules, they've got this incredible module creator wizard. So I'll cover it, and then I'll actually do a live demo, and I'll just show you how it works, and you'll see how it allows you to easily, get a module created in Visual Studio so you can start coding. I'll also cover how you can debug. It's very easy, so you can just step through your code, and it's very fast and easy to code custom Oqtane modules. And then with the time remaining, I'll cover a couple of the interfaces that Oqtane provides that you'll definitely want to use when creating your custom modules. And it allows you to handle advanced situations such as your custom JavaScript, your custom cascading style sheets, as well as being able to do things such as if your module needs to call components or register components in the startup .cs file in a normal Blazor application, you're still able to perform that functionality with an Oqtane module. And I'll show you how you do that and the scenarios on why you would want to do that. Okay, so let me dive into the really important part, which is what is and why use Oqtane. So Oqtane is an open source project. It's actually part of the .NET Foundation, and it was created by Shaun Walker, who also created .NET Nuke for the ASP.NET framework. And it was a very popular framework for a number of years. So you can kind of think of Oqtane as a .NET Nuke, but running on Blazor. So it's a web application framework that basically allows you to create web applications by bringing in pieces, whether they're pieces that you've written custom or that you've just downloaded off the web. For example, there's a survey module that I've created. Again, it's available for free, and you can download it and install it into your Oqtane installation. So you can have, for example, surveys in your web application. You don't have to write it. You just install this module that I created. There's a blogging module, and there's more modules that are created by the community. So it's really a platform for hosting. It also allows you to host multiple Blazor applications, where if a person comes to the site with a different URL, there's a completely different website. To install Oqtane, just go to octane.org, you download the code, you run it, this application wizard comes in, you fill it in, and then boom, you have an Oqtane site. So a normal person, a visitor, would see the site like this, but if you log in as the host, you kind of see, you can kind of edit things. And for example, the host, and this is all in the web browser, can open up the HTML editor and edit the page, and all this is in the web browser, and you can upload files and change content. So it's kind of like a CMS, but so it has CMS capabilities, but it really is an application framework that has content management, also capabilities. And if you go to the admin dashboard, there's a lot of other features that it provides. So let me go ahead here and share another one of my screens. Hold on one second. Let me just switch to the web browser window, which is actually, it should be this one. Okay. Presentation Oqtane. Oh, Microsoft Edge. There it goes. Okay. There. So hopefully you're seeing my web browser screen here. So yes, so I'm logged in as host. And what I can do here is I can go into edit mode here, and I can, edit content, like, move this image around, edit text. I click save, it kind of updates that. I was kind of showing you the admin dashboard where you have site settings. You can, SMTP settings for, doing emails and that sort of thing. Page management, so there's all the various pages. You can change the theme on a page. There's permissions, so who can see the page, who can edit the page. There's user management is a big one. So basically, you don't have to, people can log in and register and create accounts. And it even, of course, has even role management, and you can, of course, create custom roles. So it comes with a lot of features built in, including, for example, module management. So I go here, here's a bunch of the modules that are already installed, for example, the HTML text module. But if I want to install new modules, it's actually looking in NuGet to see what modules were tagged as Oqtane modules. So for example, the survey module, you just go ahead and click this download button and then click install, and the survey module is installed. Or you can, of course, upload a custom module that either you created or that you obtained from some other source, and just click, choose files, and it would upload. And just a couple of other features that it has. Of course, an event log, recycle bin, so something's deleted. For example, you have other people managing the site, they make a mistake. There's a little recycle bin in case they accidentally delete things. Theme management, of course, file management, and just all sorts of things, including this system update. So when Oqtane needs to be updated, you can just go to the system update. It'll download the new version of Oqtane from NuGet and then automatically, perform the install. So let me go ahead and switch back to the slides real quick and share and share and share. And this should take me back to the slide. Oops. Okay. So, oops. Okay. So again, Oqtane features, it even does multi-tenant, so you can have multiple websites in a single installation, but each one could have its own database. Again, custom themes, granular permissions, quite a few features. A couple more things. This slide is kind of showing you how Oqtane works, whereas the outside box there is the whole Oqtane site. There's the various pages. Pages have themes. There's also content panes, multiple content panes on a page, and they have containers. And there's module instances inside those containers. So for example, the survey module is just a module instance in a particular container. You can put multiple instances of the survey module on a page, each with its own survey. The index.razor page in the module is the first page to come up, and a person can navigate from, say, the edit page to the settings page by clicking links or pressing buttons, but only the pages are only changing inside that module instance. It's not refreshing the whole page. So it's kind of a hard thing to wrap your head around, but you can kind of see the power of that. Another slide here that kind of shows you the whole overview, but just something to note in the top right-hand corner, this omni-channel UI, Oqtane, will automatically resize itself for, say, smaller screens like tablets or mobile apps or a desktop, or widen out for a desktop, kind of what I'm showing you today. It will also run in either Blazor server or WebAssembly mode. You only have to change a config setting and then restart the site, and it could run, as WebAssembly or Blazor server side. So again, you've got that flexibility. So now I kind of touched on custom modules, but the rest of this presentation is about how would you create your own custom modules. So again, the reason why you'd want to use Oqtane and create custom modules is that by using custom modules, you only have to write the functionality specific code for your business needs. You don't have to write the rest of the website. So the way that you create modules in Oqtane is to, well, you can start from scratch completely, or you can use the module creator wizard. So in Oqtane, you basically go into the control panel and you simply select the module creator. You click add module to page, and it adds the module creator to a page. You fill in some information and you click create module. And then when you look on the hard drive, you'll see that a new directory for your module was created. And when you go into that directory, you'll see that it's a full Visual Studio solution. So you can just double click on that, open it up in Visual Studio, and basically start coding. So let's go into a demonstration here and stop that and go back to sharing my screen. And this time I'm going to share, maybe better to share the entire screen for this guy here. Okay, so again, I've got Oqtane running here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete these module instances of the HTML module so that I've got a nice clear screen here. And I'm going to go into the control panel and I'm going to say developer modules, module creator, and say add module to page. So this is the module creator that's been added to the page. My company name is going to be test, and my module is going to be called test module. And I'm going to use that template, and I'm going to go ahead and click create module. So what it's saying here is it's saying that they've created the module, but I need to compile it first before continuing. So when I look, and apologize that this is a little small here, but this folder was created called test module, and it's basically a Visual Studio solution. So when I double click on this, it's going to open up another instance of Visual Studio for me here. And what I have here is Oqtane has created quite a few files here to basically get me started. And let me go open up a page here. So the very first page that would show when I put this module in here is going to be this index.razor page. This is squiggly because it's actually what it wants me to do is it wants me to compile it. So let me go build, rebuild solution. And what it's doing is that there's this package project here. And what this does is it takes all the code for the module and kind of packages it up. And in this case, it's going to copy it into the Oqtane framework solution here. And it's actually going, well, and what I'll do is I'll then show you that after it's been done, then now what I can do is, let me just to be on the safe side, I'm going to stop that, and I'm going to stop, I'm going to restart Oqtane. So start without debugging. So Oqtane's going to start up here. Yes, and now I'll click activate module. Perfect. So the module that it creates for me allows me to do things like insert some records. So I'll go A, B, and C. And of course, they're editable, so I can type A1. And if I want to delete something, I can delete. So it automatically gives you, a full, CRUD module. And as far as the development experience, like I said, this is the first page that comes up. And what it's doing is it's actually getting these test modules, test module records. And there's like this pager control, and it's basically showing you the stuff here. And if you want to edit, there's a link to edit, which actually takes me to this edit page. So I'll go ahead and put a breakpoint on here. And when I hit save, so when this page comes up, there's a save button right here. So when that save button is clicked, it's going to call, see if it's an add, it calls this block, but if I'm editing existing record, it calls this block. So I'll set a breakpoint there. When I hit save, it actually goes to this controller here, and it actually does the post is a save. So it actually will do the put. So it actually should end up here. So if I wanted to, as I'm using this thing here, if I wanted to debug the module, what I can do is I can just go to debug, and I say attach to process. and I attached to the IS Express process. And good. So now if I, for example, click edit, you see it's showing me that it took me to this edit controller. And you see, for example, I know it's kind of hard to see, but there's this page state object that's supplied by Oqtane. It has a lot of information. I know, what site the person's on. I know who the user is. So this right here is showing me that this is the person, this is their email. So there's a lot of functionality. And, so here, let's see, let me go ahead and continue to let it run. Oops. So let's see, I'm going to change this to C22. Again, when I hit save, it goes to my other breakpoint here. So that, see, the page state action in this case was edit. So it went down to here. It's passing. Notice here, this module ID, the reason why it's passing this to the save method is that you want to save the data for that module instance, because this module can be on the page in multiple containers. So it tracks all that. And then, of course, I'll let it run here. So now I'm in the controller where if it's Blazor server, obviously this is running server side. But if it's Blazor WebAssembly, all the code I was showing you before would be running in the WebAssembly client mode, but then it would have communicated to the Blazor server controller. And as you see, it's passing information down here. And again, in this case, that's C22. I know it's probably kind of hard to see, but you see it's being passed here. And the database would then, well, it actually will be updated. And okay, let's see. Continue. There. And then, of course, it was updated there. So, okay, so let me go back to my, oops, stop sharing. And, oh, here we are. Okay, so let me go back to sharing my slides again real quick here. Oops, sorry, let me go current slide. And, sorry, okay. And it's this. Okay. Oops, click on the slide. Okay. So again, I covered debugging modules. Okay. So,
Michael,
okay.
sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Were you using two screens prior to the demo? Yeah.
Oh, are you not seeing my slides?
No, I'm able to see a slide, but while showing the demonstration in the before sharing this particular screen, the audience were unable to see your screen. Like the whole debug thing, they were unable to see.
Oh, I am so sorry about that. Darn it. Okay. Let me. Darn it. I apologize for that.
No issues.
Okay, so what I was hoping to do. Oh, I'm sorry. I see what happens was I should have done entire screen. I am so sorry for that, folks. So at this point, do you see the Oqtane site right now? Where it says Module Creator?
Yep.
Okay. And now do you see the Visual Studio?
Yeah, it will be great if you can just zoom in the size a bit.
Okay, I can make that a little bit bigger. Unfortunately,
Okay.
I'm not sure how to make the rest of the Visual Studio bigger.
No issues. The code part is the important one.
Okay, so what I really apologize for the fact that it didn't show up, but I'll go through it again. So what I was trying to show before was when I am using this page here, if I want to debug, all I have to do is say, actually, let me go ahead. Well, I just simply say attach to process, and I attach to the IIS process, IIS Express process, which I think I'm already attached to right now, so that when I click this edit button, it takes me to the edit Razor page. And in this page here, and I apologize because this is, I'm sure, a little too small there for you, but there's a lot of there's this object that indicates, who's logged in, and, basically what page they're on, what site they're on, which module instance they're on, and I'm just able to have a full debugging experience, so that if, for example, I change this value here, when I hit save, this edit control is going to call the server-side control, but when it calls the server-side control, it passes the module ID instance, because the instance that the module's running in is important, because you can have the module on the page in multiple instances. And this right here is the server-side controller, which is, of course, doing a put, and the debugging, of course, will show me, okay, this is the information that's being, attempted to be saved, and, I can just step through all the code, and, of course, this part here, oops, and continue there, and, of course, the page is updated. So what I was attempting to show was that you have this full debugging experience. Okay, so go back here, and I'll just share my screen again to show the slides again. So I apologize that I didn't do the sharing thing correctly there. Oh, hold on, let me just current slide here. And one more time on the sharing screen, which is that guy there. Okay, so now I'm back to the slides. Okay, so hopefully I'm back on the slides. So I just want to quickly show you that Oqtane also has these interfaces. For example, iHost resources. And basically, iHost resources allows you to register any custom JavaScript that you may need, or custom CSS files, or that sort of thing. And the way that works is, in the module, you can just create a C# class file. It doesn't matter what the name is, but what is important is it needs to inherit from the iHost resources interface. And then at that point, you can just declare whatever resources you need. So in this example, it's declaring a JavaScript file called customjavascript.js. So you would then, of course, put that JavaScript file also in the project. And for this piece of JavaScript, it simply is a show alert method where you pass a message to it, and an alert box comes up and just pops up whatever that message is. So you can, the standard practice is to use a JavaScript interop file. So in this case, this C# code using JavaScript interop basically takes a string message and then invokes that JavaScript. So then in the index Razor page, you can put a button that when you click on the button, it calls the show alert method. And then that show alert method simply invokes that JavaScript interop to pass the word test to it. So then when the person runs the code, they click the show alert button, and a JavaScript box pops up. So this is just a simple example to show you kind of how you're able to register JavaScript and CSS files. The other interface I wanted to cover quickly is how you're able to write things that would normally go into the startup.cs file, how your custom module is able to, get that information, into the startup.cs file that the entire Oqtane is running under. And the reason why you would normally need to do this is if, for example, you're using component libraries. So we're going to be using the iServer startup interface. And then Shaun Walker kind of describes roughly what this is for, but let me just quickly show you. So for example, if you wanted to use a component library such as Syncfusion or say Radzin, and this example is showing Radzin, the first thing you would normally do is install some NuGet packages. So again, you would do the same thing with Oqtane. You would install the NuGet packages. In this case, Radzin Blazor is installed. But because this is a custom DLL, you have to tell Oqtane, hey, I've got this custom DLL. So in the debug.cmd file that was created for you by the module creator wizard, you go in there and you would just add, I've got this Radzin Blazor.dll that was installed, installed by the NuGet package, but that's in there. And then the packager for the Oqtane module will automatically push this to the Oqtane installation when you're debugging, and it will also put it in the NuGet package when you're ready to distribute your module to other Oqtane installations. Now, in the directions for Radzin, they tell you in the startup file to register certain services. So services add scoped. So the way you're able to do this and make it work with Oqtane is that you, again, create a CS class file. Again, the name doesn't matter, but here you have to inherit from the iServer startup interface that's supplied by Oqtane. And at that point, you can then put things like, in configure services, your services, add scoped, all this sort of stuff. And when the module runs, actually when it starts up, Oqtane will see this and it will automatically merge all this with its startup file so that it's available and everything runs like normal. So everything that I talked about here is actually available on my website, blazorhelpwebsite.com. And so I have a number of blogs on Blazor as well as on the Oqtane. And so go there, check it out, and you can download the sample code and all that stuff there. So
that was a great presentation, Michael.
Thank you.
So there are a few questions that we have in the chat window. Let's go on with that. Okay, so let's get started with the first one. Is there a tool or a roadmap of conversion path to convert a DNN application to Oqtane application?
There's been talk of that because Shaun Walker is the one who created .NET Nuke and he created Oqtane, he really did follow a lot of the same structure. So therefore, your pages that you have in .NET Nuke, especially your HTML content pages, there should be a way to transfer it over. So a tool has not been created yet. We're hoping that someone, for example, will step forward in the community and perhaps create one. However, for the most part, you'll see that the database structure is very similar, so that if you're comfortable editing content, copying from the one database to another, that's something that you can do. The modules themselves, however, .NET Nuke is web forms, and Blazor, of course, is Blazor. The server side controllers and that sort of thing could probably be reused, but unfortunately, the user interface stuff, no, you'd have to, start over.
Okay, so we were supposed to have Shaun, earlier in the day, but somehow we were unable to have him on board due to an issue.
Oh, so, unfortunately, sorry.
True. So maybe he could have shared some roadmap if he did plan something to do later this year.
Well, I know for a fact he did plan it, and he actually kind of reached out to me to say, hey, would you be willing to do it? However, I worked on a number of other Oqtane things, as well as trying to do catch up on the documentation for the module development. So it is something that I think he is actually looking for someone in the community or someone's to actually step forward and hopefully help with that endeavor, because it's definitely doable.
So folks, if you want to, contribute to this particular project, then feel free to drop in and contact Shaun or Michael.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Go to Oqtane.org, which will have a link to take you to the GitHub site, which has a discussions tab.
Would you like to show it by sharing your screen?
Oh, yeah, sure. Let me go ahead and let's see if I can actually do this right this time. Microsoft Edge tab. Okay, so I'll actually click there, but we want to go to Oqtane. So on GitHub, so github.com/Oqtane will actually take you to this page. And this is, like I said, there's a couple of, modules and that sort of thing, but Oqtane framework is the main framework site. And this is where, you can actually click deploy to Azure to install it directly in Azure. But there's this discussions tab here. And this is very, there's a lot of activity here. So you can actually just post a thing in new discussions here and just introduce yourself and what you're trying to do. And Shaun or someone else in the community will usually jump in. So for example, Shaun and I were having a conversation just today with a gentleman who was actually asking about using Radzin in Oqtane. And you see, we were actually talking with the person just, a couple of hours ago. So that's where I would recommend doing, is to go here, introduce yourself, and this is how you can really jump in. And this is pretty active. As you see, there's 900 stars on this, 252 forks. So there's quite a bit of activity on, on Oqtane.
Right. It's quite visible over there. A lot of folks are interested to contribute over there.
Yes.
So let's move on to the next question. I think I remember that there was a blog regarding the same. I don't remember where I saw it, but sometime around I did stumble upon into an article which was mentioning something about this. So moving on to the next question, I believe still Blazor depends on JS interop for some of the UI features. When do you think Blazor can actually be independent of JS interop and have all necessary UI dev stuff native?
There's very little JavaScript which uses the JS interop. So the places that you still will see it, there's not a lot. And again, if you download modules and just consume modules, the very little part of it, you don't have to write it yourself anyway. So, but as far as getting rid of, say, all JS interop completely, for a very simplistic Blazor app, you probably can. Even big Blazor apps, and I do a lot of apps both in the community and in my day job, and I would say that the custom JavaScript is say less than 5%. In many cases, say 2%. So I don't really see it as a problem. Blazor itself uses JavaScript. So if you do a view page source on a Blazor app, you'll actually see that there is, this Blazor, for example, even Blazor server, this Blazor server JS file. So it, of course, is what's being used to communicate, to the server through SignalR, basically like WebSockets. But even Blazor needs JavaScript to communicate with the web browser. So I don't see a need, or is it practical to eliminate JavaScript completely? But when you can bring it down to say 2% or 1% of your application, I don't see it as a problem, or it hasn't been a problem for me.
True. And if somebody has a whole chunk of JavaScript written already, they can just leverage it in their existing Blazor application with the interop.
Right. Now, if you have a lot of JavaScript, the only reason why I would suggest that you try to avoid that is that the JavaScript is a lot slower. So if anything you can do, if you can not use a JavaScript, I feel that in my experience, you'll have much faster performance. So especially when you're doing Blazor server. So that is something else I would say is I only use JavaScript, custom JavaScript when I absolutely have to.
Right. And even with JavaScript, it first needs to be transpiled, then it will be executed inside the WASM environment. So, there's an additional overhead.
Yes, right.
With having it.
Yeah.
So moving on to the next question is from Nikun. So it's about module creator. Is it creating modules at runtime? How about nested entity relations like department, on selection or department? So list of employees. Is it possible to create such module?
So the first question is, it's actually not something that the module creator is actually something that you do at design time. So what I was doing, and I know part of it was lost, but it truly just created on my computer's hard drive this Visual Studio solution, and I opened it up, on my computer, and wrote code, compiled it, and then I ran it in Oqtane. So it wasn't doing it on the fly. So it wasn't like dynamic code. It truly was, coding like normal coding, which I think brings us to the second question, which is what kind of modules can I do? Essentially, anything you can normally do in Blazor, you can do as a custom module in Oqtane. Yes, there are certain limitations where, for example, because the code has to run in an instance, like a little box, not a little box, can actually be a big box, could even fill the screen, but it has to run as an instance. You have to account for, for that. But otherwise, any sort of module, for example, that has departments and people can select departments, and I want to see the employees and I want to manage the employees. Yes, you can make an Oqtane custom module for that. And the nice thing about it is that the rest of the site, let's say you want forums or you want blogs, or again, you want surveys, you don't have to write all that yourself. You can just download the Oqtane modules, place them on the pages where you want them, set the permissions so people can see and do what they should need to do, and you're done. So hopefully that answers that question.
Hopefully it does. Maybe sometime around we can have you to guide us on how to make a custom module with Oqtane.
Yes.
So the next question is from James. Will this be made available after the conference to be able to work? Yes, it will be available in the .NET Foundation YouTube channel. So what will be the next question that he asked is, what will be the best use case for Oqtane?
With .NET Nuke, again, if anyone who's familiar with .NET Nuke knows that a lot of the use cases, and I use .NET Nuke for a lot of websites over the years. It was really good for departmental websites where really a lot of things. For example, my wife has a site where she was giving wedding advice. So I had a module that I customized that allowed people to submit questions to her, and then she responded. The rest of the site, however, where she had announcements, I used an announcement module. And so it was good for things like that. I used it at my work where we would have, again, like that employee thing where people need to manage employees for a certain, say for conferences. So we wrote that module custom, but the rest of the site and the rest of the theming and all that is just, we are able to just get from the framework. So there's a lot of different scenarios. And real quick before I forget, on my site, blazorhelpwebsite.com, again, I've kind of, let me just try to see if yeah, so for example, here is just kind of showing you some custom modules. So I do have a number of things on my site, blazorhelpwebsite.com. And for example, the survey module, I do, show how, hey, if you wanted to have a survey on your site, that's something you can make a custom module for. And let's say your site was about having surveys. You want to have multiple surveys. So you can install the survey, put the survey module in a bunch of instances and have a number of surveys. So pretty much anything you would normally do for a Blazor app, I would say look at Oqtane to see if maybe you could use Oqtane and save yourself a lot of time.
Perfect. That makes it more interesting now.
Yes. So actually, to answer the question, what would be the best use case? It's a case where you want to save a lot of time by using prefab parts.
True that. That's fun. So we don't have more questions. Would you like to share any resources where folks can get started, or do you have any? Yep.
Yeah, and I'm sorry that my mic got cut off. So basically, yes, this site, blazorhelpwebsite.com. This is where I do all my blogging. And again, if you select Oqtane here, you can see all the blogs that are related to Oqtane. And of course, on the downloads page, you can download all my, all the articles. You can download the code. And the only other place that I would suggest would be github.com/Oqtane. This is where you can find all the other stuff that's related to Oqtane. And if you go to Oqtane Framework and you go to discussions, this is where you can just basically jump into the community. And again, if you had any problems, for example, this person had an issue, installing it on Windows Server. Yeah, Oqtane runs the best if you run it on Azure. That's what I usually run my ones. But again, if you had an issue, you can just post a message and you can see a bunch of people have already jumped in to help out, including Shaun Walker. So those are the two links that I would suggest.
Perfect. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for a wonderful session and your time. Okay. Hopefully we will connect later to, plan out the new session on building custom modules using Oqtane and Blazor, hopefully soon.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
So let's welcome the next speaker of the day. So welcome, Ravi.
Hi, Ashirwad. Good morning. Or I would say good afternoon, I guess.
Good morning. How are you?
Hi.
Hi.
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. So let me introduce Ravi a bit, then we'll get started with this session. So Ravi is a solution architect and a technology advisor, as well as a C# Corner MVP. So he has been working in the IT world since last 70 years. He has also given multiple trainings and has his own YouTube channel where he posts video content, really good video content, very frequently. Right, Ravi?
Yep. Thank you. And I'm expecting that all the viewers will subscribe to my channel once they finish this session.
Hopefully. They do.
I'm hoping.
Probably we can promote your channel at the end of the day, at the end of your session. Okay, so today Ravi is going to talk about building multi-platform apps using Blazor UI.
Yeah, thanks.
So earlier we discussed about the hybrid apps. Now Ravi is going to talk about the multi-platform apps on web and desktop. So over to you, Ravi.
Yeah, thanks, Ashirwad. Thanks for that awesome intro. So I am sharing my screen. I hope you guys are able to see that. Ashirwad, can you confirm, please?
No, Ravi. Actually, we are seeing a black screen. Maybe there is an internet issue from your
Okay, hold for a sec. Let me share it once again. I don't know what's happening.
Okay.
No, I'm in the show. It's a black screen coming up, right?
Right.
Hold for a sec. Stop stream. Share once again. I think I speak about this thing earlier also during my videos that can you see it now?
Yep. It's visible.
Yeah, the PPT is visible, I hope.
Yep. The screen is all yours.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ashirwad. Yeah, so first of all, I'm sorry for those glitches. It happens, especially when you have an old Mac like mine. So yeah, a little bit about myself before starting the session. As Ashirwad already tell that we will be talking about multi-platform Blazor application. I am a certified Azure solution architect with over 18 years of experience and community speaker, as this is a community event. And I also run a meetup group called .NET Cloud and Core Techies. Unfortunately, we haven't had any event since last 5-6 months. We will be scheduling some more events soon. Apart from that, I am Techie Rathor everywhere, be it my YouTube channel or GitHub or Twitter. I am Techie Rathor everywhere. So I would appreciate if anyone who is interested to know about .NET technologies and Blazor can subscribe or follow me on the social media platforms. So let's start with what is the agenda for today. So we will be talking about what is multi-platform development and what kind of decisions do we have to take during those kind of developments. Second, I will give a brief introduction about Blazor, although I know that you all know about Blazor, so I will just try to give it as summarized as possible. I'll talk about third-party Blazor libraries because I am working in Blazor since the Blazor was released since last 2-3 years, and I have built a couple of applications. So I have done some research on third-party libraries, and I contribute to a couple of libraries also. I mean, like by contribute, I promote them and use them. That's the only contribution I do. And then I'll talk about multi-platform Blazor architecture, that what approaches you should use to create a multi-platform Blazor application. And then I'll give you a code walkthrough of two multi-platform Blazor applications which I am building. It's kind of a community project, and both of them are open source. So I'll give you an walkthrough of those code, and also I'll give you some resources that how you can get started with it. Of course, I'll take some questions if the time permits. So let's talk about what is multi-platform web and desktop development. When we talk about multi-platform web and desktop development, I'm talking about when you create applications which can run on web as well as desktop interfaces. So usually when we talk about desktop interfaces, we generally talk about Windows. But here, when I'm talking about multi-platform, I am saying that it should be truly multi-platform, that your source code or your application should run on web application as a website also, and it can run as a desktop application, as a cross-platform desktop application on any operating system. So the best example of that would be Visual Studio Code, Slack, and I think Discord also. So all these three are, you can say that web as well as these three are multi-platform applications because they run on web as a website or web application, and they run on desktops as a desktop application, be it on Windows, be it on Mac, or be it on Linux. So these are, and you can say PWAs are also multi-platform application because again they run as web as well as website desktop application, and they also run as a mobile application. But you all know that PWAs has certain limitations, although they are overcoming those limitations slowly. But there are some limitation which can be taken care by this kind of application, which we develop like multi-platform, just like Slack does. So right now, when we talk about multi-platform implementations, there is the most popular framework that is called Electron. So most of the people, I hope you know about Electron. Your Visual Studio Code is written in Electron. Slack is written in Electron. So whenever you want to use web technologies to write cross-platform applications, people tend to use Electron because I think right now it is the only stable version, like stable solution available, I would say. Rest of the things are not that stable, or they don't have those functionality or community support as Electron has. And similarly, there is an Electron.net, which is basically .NET port of Electron, but it's kind of a wrapper. I haven't used it, but I think it is the one which is used by most of the .NET developers. Then there is Uno framework. So those who don't know, Uno is a framework which is used to create cross-platform mobile and web applications. So they came into web applications since the WebAssembly became standard of HTML in 2019, and then they started supporting WebAssembly. So it's kind of, you can say that it's a kind of a competitor of Blazor, but it is more focused towards creating mobile and web applications. So by mobile, I mean say that you can create cross-platform mobile applications. That is just like Xamarin, because under the hood it uses Xamarin only. It's not by Microsoft, it's by some Canadian company, and it is again open source. And the unique point is like it supports your WinUI3 syntax or UWP syntax, you can say. So it supports UWP XAML or WinUI3 XAML. You don't have to write Xamarin XAML or WPF XAML to write Uno framework application. You have to use UWP XAML or WinUI3 XAML. So that is one differentiation between Uno and like Mavi, or you can say Xamarin Mavi. But apart from that, like Uno is from some third-party company, and they also support web application and mobile development, but they don't support your desktop development as such. If you say UWP application as a desktop, then you can say that it's a desktop. They support desktop development, but they don't support cross-platform desktop development like a desktop application running on Mac. They of course support mobile and web application, again using WebAssembly, not like a Blazor server kind of scenario. So that is one. And then there is a framework called Fortino. So I will be giving one example of desktop application using Fortino. And Fortino is not that mature, but because it is written in .NET 5, and they have extended the web window version, or you can say the web window code initially written by Steve Sanderson. So it's basically managed by Code team. So if you don't know code.org, basically it's a magazine company, or I think it's a consulting company also, but they publish a magazine called Code, CODE. So they have created this Fortino framework. It is also a good framework for creating cross-platform desktop application using web technologies. So that is one. And of course, our own favorite Mavi, which is coming soon, just in a few months in November. So these are 4 implementation, and out of these 4, as you know, that Electron is the most popular one and most used one in the industry. So let's talk about Blazor now. So what is Blazor? Blazor, as you know, that Blazor is a free and open source web UI framework which enables developers to create web applications using C# and HTML. It uses Razor syntax, which is commonly used in ASP.NET MVC, and it is using the same Razor syntax. Using that, you can write Blazor application. It uses the component-based architecture, just like your Angular and your React. I think so, but it's basically it uses the component-based architecture. Right now, it has 2 ways you can run, or 2 ways you can host a Blazor application. One is a client-side Blazor, which is Blazor WebAssembly, which is being published or which is being showed everywhere. And the another one is server-side, which runs on the server, and it is faster to load. It gives you the full .NET capability, so you can utilize all the features of .NET. Whereas in case of Blazor WebAssembly, it's still using like the preview version. I don't know the preview version. I think whether they have ported it on .NET Core, .NET 6 or not. But like current stable version of Blazor WebAssembly basically uses Mono, and it has some limitations or limited capabilities as Mono has. So it's basically for those kind of things. If you want offline support and all, you can use Blazor WebAssembly. And as everyone knows that WebAssembly has now become a standard in HTML development. So if you are creating an HTML application, or every new browser will support WebAssembly, just like it supports HTML, it supports JavaScript, and it supports CSS. So as we all know that on browser we have earlier we had 3 standard, that is CSS, HTML, and JavaScript was supported. Now the 4th, which is WebAssembly, is also supported since I think November or December 2019. So I would say that when we are doing Blazor full stack development, or when we are creating a Blazor application end to end, the reason I have used Microsoft.NET is because it's best utilization of code and resources if you are using both backend as Microsoft technologies, be it like Microsoft.NET as backend for creating web APIs and everything, and as in front end you can of course use Blazor. Usually I have taken this slide from Microsoft, and they usually show here all the other server technologies, be it Node.js, be it like JSP or something, but it's best when you are using .NET technology, when you are creating a new application, it's best to use, of course, .NET everywhere. So why you should be interested to learn this thing? The best thing is, of course, C# is a fantastic language. C# is very good. People love to use C#. ASP.NET Core performance. ASP.NET Core is 10 times faster than Node.js, and it's 1.5 times faster than Java Netty server. It's 47 times faster than Django Python server. So it's like you can say that ASP.NET is pretty fast. And of course, the best reason is to share the logic of existing .NET backend. So if you are creating a complete application, you will be writing less code. For example, I would say that validation code or models which are being used as a server at the server side, the same can be used on the client side also. So those kind of benefits you get if you use Blazor. And again, it consolidates the front end and back end team inside one single framework, or you can say one single team. So there is no fight that this is the job of front-end developer or this is the job of back-end developer, like that. So how does Blazor work? It of course uses Razor syntax. It's same as .NET and MVC, C#, HTML mixed together. You have to use @ wherever you want to use C#, and conditional if, for each, everything works like you do in the Razor framework. Same, it uses the built-in components. It has input text, which is rendered as input text area, which is rendered as text areas, input select, and all those things. I have taken this from Microsoft documentation, so you can go through and you can see all the components or all the Blazor components supported by Microsoft. It gives you URI based navigation. So if you see here, this is like page and then /counter is written. So this is basically URI based navigation, where you can give every page or every component as a URI, and you can utilize that component inside the code, as well as you can call that component outside the code also with the help of the URI. So it's just a URI based navigation. The 2 ways to navigate is of course using navlink. So you use navlink on the HTML. If you are using like creating the links on the HTML side, you will use navlink, and if you are using it on the code behind or the C# code side, you will use the navigation manager, which you have to inject in the code. And startup and dependency injection, since Blazor is based on .NET Core, it gives you all the dependency injection and startup features of .NET Core. You can utilize that thing in Blazor itself, and you can use all the benefits of .NET Core. Again, as I said, that WebAssembly has slight limitations. So, but you can see that inject HTTP client. So that's how you can like resolve a constructor or with an attribute. So you can utilize all those features. Third-party Blazor components, you can use all the JavaScript libraries if you want to use in Blazor. You can use JavaScript libraries using JavaScript interop, but I won't suggest to use that if you are trying to build a multi-platform Blazor application, or I would say a cross-platform Blazor application. So it's better to use the built-in components which are developed in Blazor itself. So less wrapper of JavaScript or less JavaScript involved. It would be much more better. So there are all the packages are available in the form of NuGet packages, and all the JavaScript libraries can be consumed, as I said. Blazor specific libraries, I would say Blazorize. I always write this on number one because this is the one which I use personally in most of my application, and I'm added to this community. I talk to the developer, and it's very good library. Now I think they have a licensed version also, so it's free and open source, but for, like, you can say corporate clients or large clients, it's kind of, they give a licensed version also. But then there is Blazor. So Blazorize, the benefit of Blazorize, which I said why I support Blazorize, is by default Blazorize supports 3 CSS models. So Blazorize is kind of an wrapper. When you say about UI design, it kind of uses it creates its control as a wrapper interface, and it has 3 different implementations. So it supports Bootstrap, it supports Material, and I think it supports Bluma also. So you can see the documentation of Blazorize. There you can see what all UI CSS it supports. Whereas when we talk about Blazor is basically dependent on Material. So if you are a Material designer or Material developer, you better understand the Material CSS framework, then Blazor is for you. But if you want something which you can start with and you can move on later on, because Bootstrap is, I think, right now 90% of our web application or websites are developed in Bootstrap. They use Bootstrap CSS framework for UI development. So Bootstrap can be used. So I think you can start with Blazorize, and it has support for Material also. So if you want to move to Material, you just have to change the change the host.html or index.html, that which CSS framework to use, and then you can utilize it. The control will remain same. Whereas if you use Blazor, or if you use other Blazor libraries, you have to choose in the beginning itself. Then there is Radzan Blazor controls. So Radzan Blazor controls is again free to use, but it's not open source. And another benefit of using Radzan Blazor control, I think I have seen that this is the only one, you can say, low code development platform for Blazor. So if you want to start with low code development platform, or if you are looking for a low code development platform for creating a Blazor application, I would suggest to use Radzan Blazor. So Radzan, there is a Radzan framework, or Radzan, I think you can say this website like application. It's a cross-platform application. It runs on Mac as well as Windows, and there you can create a Blazor application by connecting to database using low-code tools. Like it gives you all the controls. You can drag and drop and design UI. So all those benefits you can get with Radzan, but again, it's paid. I think it has $600 per developer license and something like that. But it's a low-code tool for creating Blazor as well as Angular applications. So you can also create Angular application using Radzan Designer. And I think Radzan was built by one of the ex-Telerix developers. So you can see, you can try out Radzan also. Then there are vendor-specific Blazor libraries like Infragistics, Syncfusion, Telerik. Everybody has their own, you can say, controls for Blazor, which you can utilize and which you can use to create Blazor applications. And these are all supported on multi-platform. If you try to create multi-platform Blazor application, these all support that. Because I personally have used Blazorize. I can't say about Blazor or Radzan, but I think they support, because if Blazor works on all the platforms, of course, these controls will also work. So how will you architect a multi-platform Blazor application? the best way I would say, or the easiest way to utilize is you can use the MVVM or MV star architecture, which was used in Xamarin application. And when we talk about project distribution or project creation, you can create project based on the heads, as it was done in earlier Xamarin application or Xamarin Forms application. So the idea I took from Xamarin itself. Even Blazor people also uses this. So if you see the weather sample application, there also they are using this this kind of architecture, where they have created a separate shared UI project. So a shared UI project is used for creating the UI, and then you have a business logic project, which is again shared, but again that is a separate project. And the business logic itself has the data access code also. If you want, you can separate that also based on your needs. So this is kind of a microservices or modular architecture for Blazor, where you can separate everything in the form of a .NET standard or a SDK style library project, and then you can utilize that. So when we talk about shared UI, what kind of project you have to select? Basically, you have to select a Razor class library. So once you create a Razor class library, that Razor class library can be utilized in your Blazor server, as well as Blazor WebAssembly, as well as Blazor PWA, as well as any desktop framework you are going to use for Blazor. So we'll see the practical example once we see that. And then you can see here that the block on the left side in the green, the UI is the one which is your different divided into different heads. You can say Blazor head, web head, WASM head, PWA head, and desktop head. So it has all the 4 heads. So you can create this as a cross-platform application. Desktop head, right now I'm experimenting with different applications. Earlier I tried to use Chromely. Chromely is also a framework, but again, they don't have much support for Blazor. Then I found out about Fortino, and I will show you one simple example of Fortino, but Fortino has some drawbacks which I saw while implementing it. So I'll tell those drawbacks also while I go through the code. And then, of course, the final solution would be Mavi, which I haven't implemented practically in this application, but that is my future plan, that I will use Mavi to create this desktop head so that it can be utilized on your Mac as well as Windows, as well as I think Linux also. They are not supporting Linux, but yes, Fortino does support Linux. So we'll discuss about all those things as we move ahead. So this was the architecture, or you can say this is a Blazor solution architecture which you can utilize as a structure to create a Blazor application. So frameworks right now, when we talk about multi-platform Blazor applications, how we can do that. For creating the UI, we can, as I said, we can create a separate UI project which can be used in server side as well as Blazor WebAssembly. Then you will have for creating desktop application with web rendering, we can use Blazor plus Electron, Chromely, Fortino, or Mavi. All of these are in preview. Fortino is also in preview there, and Chromely is also kind of preview. So you can say you can use any of these frameworks. If you want all .NET solution, then I would say that go with Mavi. And if you want a solution like to create another framework, if you want to use instead of Blazor, if you want to use Vue.js or AngularJS, then probably you can go with Fortino. It is much you can say that it has much better support and it has much lighter exe. And then Chromely is also there, so you can try Chromely also. Then Electron and Electron.net is always there, you can say. Then there is Blazor mobile binding, which uses, you can say, Blazor style programming to create mobile application. But Microsoft itself is not putting that much focus on this thing, I would say, because and Blazor style mobile programming, you still have to write a separate UI for that. That is a challenge. So I would say rather than using this, go with Mavi, because Mavi will help you in complete using the Blazor application in mobile also. For this you will have to write a separate mobile UI using Blazor style programming. So if you want to try it. So advantages, what are the advantages of doing this kind of multi-platform development? First of all, of course, it gives you faster development cycle. You can create your application pretty fast in less amount of time. That is the first benefit, and I would say that biggest benefit, of course, because time is money. So then second, it is cheaper because we can utilize existing Blazor resources. As we are using, if we have created a web application, we can utilize the same UI in your desktop application also. And probably Mavi will support your mobile application and your desktop application also. So that is one benefit, and WebAssembly also. Then more code reusability. So since we are developing a .NET application and we have all the models and everything written in .NET earlier in the backend, so we can utilize that in our front end also. So that is one benefit. And then let's talk about disadvantages, problems. So problem is, number one, many things are in experimental or preview mode. So there is very less support for these things. You can say that when you are trying to create a desktop application, you have very less support, especially for Blazor. If you are using Blazor, so you have more support for Blazor PWA and Blazor WebAssembly than a proper desktop application. So if you are trying to create a proper desktop application using Blazor, probably you will have to wait till Mavi gets released in a stable version, or Fortino supports Blazor in a good way, because I have used Fortino, but Fortino has slight limitations, which I'll tell you in a bit of time. That is one of the biggest challenge, because experimental things have very less community support, very less people are trying it out. And especially in India, where 70% of companies are service-based companies, and they do what client says. So in that scenario, I would say that using this kind of architecture for client, if the client is non-technical and they have some issues, it will be a problematic. And then support availability. So again, as I said, that since most of the things are in preview, support will be slightly challenging if you use these frameworks to create cross-platform or multi-platform Blazor application. But of course, it's a good start, I would say. So let's go for demo now. I'll show you the project workflow. So let me know if you are not able to see my screen, or if you are able to see my screen or not. Ashirwad, please confirm. I am showing my Windows machine now, and you can see the solution here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. Sorry, Ravi, we are able to see a black screen.
Again? Oops.
Yeah.
Okay, I think this is the problem of using Keynote. Okay, let me stop sharing and share again. Yeah, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see it now.
It's a Solution Explorer, right?
Right, it's Solution Explorer.
Okay, yeah, so so this is basically a solution written in Blazor, of course, and I am using the same architecture which I was showing you earlier. So it has, you can say, I am creating in kind of a microservices kind of architecture, where we have separate microservices for doing everything. But since it is a small application, the application name I have written as Expenser. I use this application for doing live coding. So I do live streaming also on every Sunday at 5:15 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And there, usually right now, I talk about current, you can say, IT topics or solve people problems. But the future plan is to talk about .NET technologies, which I do talk. And we talk about Blazor development also. So we will be developing, or you can say we will be enhancing this Expenser application there. So this is a personal expense tracking application, you can say. And all the backend, or you can say the data access layer, everything is written in this Expenser web API, which is basically which has your business logic, we can say, and the data access part written. So data access, like it right now it's talked to MariaDB database, which is on my Mac right now, which runs as a container. So MariaDB database it connects to MariaDB database. I tend not to use SQL Server because you can say SQL Server hosting is very costly and not everyone can afford SQL Server on Azure. So although right now it is cheaper on Azure, but you can like earlier it was not that cheaper. So that's why I prefer to use MySQL or MariaDB to use for my data storage. And of course it can be hosted, it is kind of a cloud native application because it can be hosted as a Docker container into any platform. So it can be hosted on Azure App Service as a Docker container, it can be hosted on DigitalOcean, it can be hosted even on Heroku, and you can say Amazon containerized platform. So anywhere, it's kind of a complete cloud native application. So this is your the backend, which has the business logic and data access code written. It is the API project. Then this is the DB migration project. Basically, DB migration project I am using, since I'm not using entity framework for data access, I'm using Dapper, the DAPPER, not DAPR. That is different. Dapper is DAPPER. It's basically a micro ORM for data access, and it was written by Stack Overflow. So it's very fast. It's still considered to be one of the fastest, and there we can directly use SQL queries in our code, and you can utilize those. So all the scripts I have written inside this DB migration project. So again, this is, and we can set up this DB migration in CI/CD also. So in larger organizations, when you are creating, when you are using a database, people don't prefer to use entity framework. They prefer to use stored procedures and queries. So if like right now, entity framework of course supports stored procedures, so you can utilize that. Otherwise, you can use Dapper to do that. I use Dapper to do that. And then this is the expenser desk, which is basically the desktop head for the application. Models is, as I said, that models is the common. It has the common methods and models which are being used throughout the application. It's a .NET SDK, .NET 5 application. And then we have our like UI. So this is the shared UI. This same UI is being used across your web, desktop, and your WASM application. So right now, this application, I'm creating it as a web and desktop solution. Desktop is still not working because I tried to use Fortino there. As you can see here, this is Fortino Blazor I'm using. But the challenge with Fortino right now is the dependency injection library which it uses. It doesn't have support for your HTTP client. So if you see here, it doesn't have support for HTTP client. So that's why I have, you can see at the below here, I have commented the like services calling code here. So it's not loading the thing. And another thing is like the Fortino also doesn't support you to load this your shared library or shared CSS from your like your separate Razor class library project. So let me show you how it is working on web. And for Fortino, I will show you another example. So if you see here, for web, it is, if I run this thing, let me run this thing. I'll just show you the like application running. I won't log in into the system, but I'll just show you the login screen and when it runs, how it works. So it's running here. In the meantime, I will show you, this is the web head of the project. So it's taking a bit time. So it's showing me error that Docker desktop is not running because Visual Studio is trying to use see that whether Docker desktop is running or not, because I have added Docker support to both this web as well as API project. So if you see here, this is the login page, and if I log in, I know I'm using Blazorize, but I'm trying to use some custom CSS, which is not working well. So that's the reason. Okay, I hope password is correct. I think so. Okay, So it seems like the database connection is not properly there. So anyway, so let me show you the UI code here. It usually happens with me that something or else is not ready. So yeah, here you can see this one. This is the code. You can see here in the pages. Right now, this is Blazor server, which is I'm running. It has host.chtml, and in this host.chtml, if I open this thing, you can see here that I'm using the CSS and like this CSS, Blazorized CSS. You can see here I'm using Blazorized CSS, and hold for a sec. Yeah, you can see here I'm using the Blazorized CSS, and again you can see the syntax here. You can see here I am using underscore content. So basically this underscore content means that I am taking content from a library. So this here this underscore content is basically I'm taking this from the content folder of this Blazorized like Blazorized DLL or Blazorized library. And as you can see here, this Blazorized library is again a separate Razor class library. And if you see what like customized CSS I'm using, so like right now I'm using this underscore content expansor UI CSS material dashboard. So I'm using a free like library, free dashboard material style dashboard library. Again, it's material style CSS written in Bootstrap. So I'm trying to use this one, but probably I'll change this UI library, CSS frame library or CSS file in later on, so we can change use our custom CSS. So this particular syntax, that is underscore content, is not supported by Fortino as of now. It doesn't work. I will show you in another example also. So this is how I can create a full, you can see a complete like application in you can say this is a complete you can say enterprise grade application, or you can say application for businesses which you can utilize. Right now in this same architecture, I have created 2 projects which are running on production, and around 500 to 1000 people are using those applications. So both those application uses this same architecture or same, you can say, folder structure and coding structure. So all the architecture components all are right now using being used in this kind of production application. So this is kind of a you can say production application architecture when we create, and the same architecture diagram I showed. And if you want to see a simple hello world application, this is my TR Blazor, you can say TR Blazor EX, which is basically short form of Techie Rathor Blazor example, and it has the same sample architecture only for UI. I haven't created this API and all those things. And here you can see I have separate project heads, that is Blazor Desktop, Blazor PWA, Blazor WASM, and Blazor Web. So let's start with, first of all, let's start with Blazor Web. So let's set this as startup project, and if I run this thing, it will run as web application. So the only way to differentiate which application is running by differentiating the title. So if you see here, this title is coming as Blazor Web Server. And you can see here, just I have written this as common UI, about everything is same. It has the counter, checkbox list. It's kind of a checkbox list which I have created. So it gives me the checked values here. So this is Blazor and the sample Blazor sample code which you see everywhere, or which comes with your default Blazor project template. So the only difference you can see here is Blazor Web Server. Now if I stop this, and of course if you go into your developer tools here in the network tab, in the network tab, if I refresh this, you can see the files here. So it has Blazor server.js. Now let's stop this thing. Sorry. Let's stop this thing. Now let's set Blazor WASM as startup project. So if I set Blazor WASM as startup project and run this application, Again, now this time this is running as on IIS Express, but it is basically Blazor WebAssembly. So if you run this, okay, I got it. See, it is loading right now. You can see here it is loading right now. It is showing some error also. I don't know this. Usually this error comes with when you use Blazorize library or some other library, not Blazorize. I would say in this project I'm not using Blazorize, but usually this error comes if you try to use some kind of library or something. So I don't know why this is giving me this particular error. So it's still loading. Okay, I think there is some error in this. So Blazor WASM is not running right now. Let's try out Blazor PWA. So let's try to run Blazor PWA. Let's set this as startup project. And this is Blazor PWA. I think Blazor WASM was not running because of I was using IIS Express. So we will try again using the EXE mode. So yeah, here this is, got it. Again, this is, let's see what error is coming. What error is coming? Let's show this thing. More tools, developer tools, console. Let's see what's the error. Okay, system.runs a compiler I async state machine is assembly version 5.0. Okay, so earlier I used to run this thing with the so I think Blazor loaded WebAssembly. So this WebAssembly has some issues. So that's why it is not running for Blazor WASM or something. Probably we need to change the project structure because I ported this application to like .NET 5. So let's try to change this. Okay. So we'll see this later on. And this one is your Blazor desktop. So this is the one which uses Fortino. And if I run this thing, you can see here, it's coming as a Windows application and it show Hello Fortino Blazor. But you can see here that it is not utilizing the CSS library, which we have used. So this is not using the CSS library, but the code is running fine. So you can see the counter is running fine. The checkbox list code is running fine. But if you see here, but it's not running it's not using the CSS, which we are trying to use in the other application. So again, and since I changed the framework for this Blazor WASM and Blazor Web, so Blazor Web is, that's why it's running well, but I didn't tested it PWA and WASM. So, but it's giving some error related to, it's not related to basically the code, it's related to some .NET 5 framework. So if we change this to some other framework, it might work, but then our Blazor, this desktop will not work. So this is how we create our multi-platform Blazor applications, you can say. So that was a small demo. Ashirwad, can you check now whether you can see my PPT or not?
Yes, Ravi, we are able to see.
Again, black screen is coming?
No, we are able to see your screen this time around.
Okay, fine. So there was some issue with my Keynote. Anyways, so how you can get started with this thing? I hope so. If you want to get started, of course, the best example would be you can utilize Visual Studio 2019, the official documents from Blazor.net. And if you talk about web window, as I said that for creating cross-platform desktop application, you can use web window, Electron, Chromely, Fortino. So for web window, you have Steve Sanderson GitHub repository. So Steve Sanderson MS is his GitHub user ID. Then for Chromely, again, there is Chromely apps. So from Chromely apps, you can download Chromely, and or you can say Chromely is also available as a NuGet package, so you can use that. Then for Fortino, there is tryfortino.io. So using tryfortino.io, you can utilize it. One pro tip I would give, like community, these two are you can say collection of documentation or collection of resources related to Blazor, which is awesome Blazor library by Adrian Torres and Stephen T. Kramer. But the pro tip which I want to give you is that whatever technology you want to search for resources, you can just search Google as awesome and that technology. So if you search for awesome.net, you will get a library like this on all the .NET related resources, be it components, be it free code, or you can say open source books, codes, courses. These kind of all the collections are created on GitHub by many community people related to different technologies. So there is one awesome Xamarin there is one awesome Xamarin Forms, there is one awesome .NET. So you can search for other technologies also. I think there is for Python, Java also. So you can search that. So that's a small pro tip. So I think that's all from my side. Thank you. This was a small introduction to creating multi-platform Blazor applications. So you can create desktop and web applications using this. So that's all, I guess. Now I would be open for questions.
Perfect, Ravi. That was an impressive session. And it was really interesting because, making PWA's desktop application all together in Blazor is itself an interesting thing. Okay, I just had a power cut. I'm sorry. So let's get started.
It happens. It happens in India.
True that. So let's get started with the questions. So the first question is from James. Can we get the slide to this presentation, Ravi?
Slides. Okay. You want my secret out? Okay. I'll try to share the slides. No problem. I'll try to share the slides once we are done. Probably I'll try the PDF of the slides later on.
Perfect. We can share it in the website, or else you can just follow Ravi at his Twitter handle, and he can just share a link in his Twitter handle, and you can get it out. Hope that works.
That I hope that works for James. My Twitter handle is, and my I'm on social media everywhere. I'm Techie Rathore. So you can just search for Techie Rathore, TECHIERATHORE, and you will get me.
Perfect. So let's move on to the next question. How do you implement microservices with Blazor? Maybe he's interested in building micro front ends, to be specific.
Yeah, so James, for creating, before this, I think Michael also said the same thing, that when you are creating a Blazor application, it has not much to do with microservices because Blazor is kind of a UI framework. But if we talk about micro front ends, so for using micro front ends, you have to skip down with using your UI framework libraries. So be it you don't have to use, then in that scenario, you have to simply use Bootstrap and HTML to create Blazor application. Using that, you can create a micro framework. Otherwise, as I said, or the solution architecture which I showed you, Expansor application, that is kind of a microservices based architecture where we have separate services or separate heads for doing separate things. So in Expansor, if you see, there is one API project which is basically used for one whole API. But if you want to separate the API into, you can say that for login, you can use identity services. So for that, you can create a separate identity API. So you can create these kind of microservices to utilize microservices architecture. But Blazor is primarily for framework. UI framework. Blazor is primarily a UI framework. So for creating micro front end in Blazor, you will have to skip with all the UI libraries which you use. You have to simply use your simple HTML, CSS, and your C# code.
Well, that makes sense. So let's move on to the next question. It's from Manoj. So can we do bundling and minification for our JS and CSS files in a Blazor application in both client-side Blazor and in server-side Blazor?
Bundling and minification, you can use the way you do it in .NET Core. So I think in .NET Core, you have to use some tool to minify your JavaScript and CSS. So it doesn't do the bundling and minifications like we used to do in earlier ASP.NET MVC, but you have to use some tool to create a minified library, and then you can utilize the minified Blazor out of the box. I haven't seen any feature from Blazor to minify or bundling our JS libraries. You can just put it you can use some tool to minify it, and then you can put it in your CSS or www root folder of your Razor class library if you are creating a separate project. That's how I do it right now. So there is, I would say that right now there is no out-of-the-box bundling and minification tool provided by Blazor.
I hope that answers Manoj. So I think James wanted to share something. Looks like you can use Blazorize for visualizations.
Yes, James, you are pretty correct. You can use Blazorize for visualization because Blazorize it has support for charts and all the graphs and charts. It internally uses chart.js for that. So it uses your JS interoperability to give you the chart.js charts, and so whatever kind of charts you can create using chart.js, you can use that kind of code. Like you can use the similar kind of code in C# to create charts in Blazor. So yes, Blazorize do support data visualization. Oh, my light is also gone.
It just came.
But mine,
it just came
I think I have
my end.
Okay.
That's quite a timing.
Yeah, it's in India. It happens.
True.
Yeah, I'm back now.
So,
Okay.
Ravi,
Yeah.
there was one more question. In .NET Core, you use libman, which does a minification during the build process. So, can we use it in Blazor? Maybe that's the question Manoj is
See,
trying to ask.
yeah, see, as Michael and other people has said that .NET Core, whatever is available in .NET Core, that is available in Blazor. So if you are doing that if you use libman in your .NET Core application, the same libman you can utilize in your Blazor application also. I think libman is a utility which comes with Visual Studio, I guess. I'm not sure about it. I haven't used it, but yes, you can use libman with Blazor. But it I think you can use best with Blazor server. I haven't seen the use of that in Blazor WebAssembly yet.
Okay, I hope that answers. So, I think that's all the question we had. So, Ravi, would you like to add up something more, like any other resources apart from that you had shared over the slides?
I will do the self promotion here, man. Follow my YouTube channel, guys. I need subscribers. And as I said, I do live coding, or you can say live streaming every Sunday at 5:15 p.m. Indian Standard Time, and I do it in Hindi. So those of you who love our national language and you don't have any, you can say, hesitation there to talk, you can talk me with about anything. I usually respond to all the chats. I keep it pretty interactive, so you can connect me at 5:15 IST on every Sunday in my live stream. So I think that's all from my side.
Okay, by the way, congratulations for your 1,000 subscribers.
Thank you.
Okay, so the Manu just has one more query. Is libman or something like that available for Blazor? Libman is part of .NET Core.
Sorry, Manoj, I don't have any idea about that. Probably you'll have to do a Google search.
Okay, so Ravi, how do you how do you do unit testing of your Blazor components? Would you like to share something?
See, for Blazor, yeah, so for doing unit testing of Blazor components, you have two libraries. One library available. It's in community open source libraries called bunit. Usually, I don't write unit test cases. I'm sorry about that. I'm not that much. You can say I know that in corporate we have these policies that you have this much code coverage, these many unit tests. But usually, when we are creating UI, we just have to see that whether the UI looks good or UI have any problems or not. So that's why I don't use any unit, like I don't write unit test cases for my Blazor UI. But yes, there is one library called bunit. So the name is bunit, and it's written by some community person, and it is a very popular library. I think he's an MVP also. So you can search for bunit, and it's listed in that awesome Blazor GitHub list. It has been listed there. So I would suggest you to go and check the awesome Blazor GitHub list. It has too many resources and very good resources related to Blazor, and especially by the T Kramer, the awesome Blazor list is updated almost every week. So he adds new articles, new videos related to Blazor, like link to new articles and videos related to Blazor on that awesome Blazor list, which he has compiled on GitHub. So yes, you can do unit testing using bunit. Unfortunately, I don't do that. And apart from that, if you are doing API testing, so for that you can use any .NET like specific unit testing library, be it XUnit, NUnit, or any other unit testing library.
Perfect. I just wanted to know whether you were using some of the testing framework. Like we do have a session on BUnit later this day, so maybe you would like to join in. It's by Peter Hansen, who is the creator of BUnit itself. So
yes. I think that's I'm sorry, I forgot his name. I'm not very good with these.
No issues. The project actually just got into .NET Foundation supported project, so it's gonna stay there for a while. Even if it will go somewhere off, to the mountains for some years, BUnit is gonna stay there.
Yes, it will be.
Perfect. So guys, there's a quiz that's going on, which we had announced prior to the starting of all the sessions. So I can share my screen and show it to you. Hope you people have already submitted your responses for that. Just fill in your email address, your full name, and there are just 5 questions which you need to answer. So a few lucky attendees, or who have submitted this particular quiz, they are going to get a JetBrains coupon, like personal license. So that will be valid for 1 year for any of the IDEs that JetBrains provides. Like you can use it for ReSharper, or you can use for WebStorm, whatever you want. So it's valid for all the tools that they have. It's not restricted that you will only have to use ReSharper or Lion or something like that. It's for everything. So, but you still need to choose one product. You can't get everything from that particular license. So please enter this quiz. So this is the quiz 1. It is open for everyone. There is no restriction regarding the geographical location where the user is or the attendee is. But later we have another quiz where there are certain restrictions. Like we are going to give you Azure vouchers, but it will be only valid for Indian residents, or else people who are attending the exam in a testing center located in India. So that's the constraint that's there. So I would like you all folks to enter in this quiz, particularly if you're not staying in India, at least. Okay, there was a concern from Saran, like FII Hindi isn't the national language. We are sorry for that, Saran. Hindi is one of the 2 recognized official languages. Though India is a diverse country, there are so many languages. We have more than 20 languages, in India, officially recognized languages. So sorry for the offense if you felt odd with that.
Yep.
Okay. So Ravi, would you like to share your YouTube channel so we can share it in this shared window so that folks can just go to your channel, look at your content.
Yeah, sure. Give me a second. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my channel. Hold for a sec.
Perfect. In the meanwhile, James is saying something. So Blazor for client side, .NET for server side, and gRPC API is the best combination. So what do you think about this?
I would say yes, go for it. If you have resources available for that, for sure, go for it.
That's an exciting combination.
Yes. Yeah, gRPC is, and you know gRPC implementation in .NET is said to be very fast. So if you are if you are planning to use gRPC implementation, do it in .NET, because gRPC implementation of .NET is considered to be very fast. So yeah, this is my channel, YouTube. You can just write, as I said, I'm Techie Rathor everywhere. So you can just write Techie Rathor. Like this, and this is my channel. So I have, what happened? Come on. I think there is some spelling mistake.
Probably.
Or something like that.
Or else you can directly search in the text box Techie Rathor, and it will redirect you to the channel.
Yeah. See, this is my channel. and I have too many videos. You can say over 150 videos related to .NET technologies and other like IT topics. I do a usually I do a weekly question answer session. It's not live. It's basically recorded. So I pick up questions from asked to me on various social media platforms, and I publish them on every Tuesday. I call it as Techie Tuesdays. So there I answer people the questions which are asked to me by various people. Most of them are career and technology related questions, and some are of course .NET related questions also. So those are kind of basic introductory and career guidance things. And apart from that, the videos you can see here, most of them are based on technology things like you can see this. In this I have explained, it's basically TT Shorts is again Techie Tuesdays, small shorts taken from Techie Tuesdays, and I create videos which can be helpful for everyone. So these are like next big things in .NET. What are the can you become a web developer learning from YouTube? So I would say no, you can't become. You need at least some computer degree, at least to get a job in India. And then how to calculate your freelance rate. If you are thinking of working in freelance, how you can calculate your freelance rate. So those kind of videos I have created. So there are around over 150 videos which you can see here. So that's that.
Perfect. So that's all for the session from Ravi today. So we are going to go for a short lunch break now. So we'll be back at 12:50, and then we have 3 sessions. So we'll start at 12:50 from Stacy's session on debugging static web apps. So this again on using the CLI version of Azure Static Web Apps with the focus being on a Blazor example. Then I'll be hosting a session on components, forms, and validation. That will be an introductory talk for anyone who wants to get started with Blazor. Post that, we have a session on best practices for unit testing using BUnit, given by Eagle Hansen. So just a remaining
I see one
section.
question. Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Ashirwad. I see one question by Manish, I guess, Manish Bisen. He's saying how to develop mobile app by Blazor. So Manish, right now, if you might have seen my slides there, right now there are 2 ways to create mobile apps using Blazor. Both of them are unfortunately in preview and experimental mode. So if you want to use Blazor style UI, so for that you will use Blazor mobile binding, which is again experimental. Or if you want to use Blazor HTML, like the HTML part of Blazor using my architecture, then you can use Blazor Mavi. So Mavi is again in preview. So but Mavi has a Blazor web view support. And in the recent build also, Microsoft team has shown the example of how a Blazor application can be run inside a mobile as a mobile application. So I think if you want to go with that, probably go with the Blazor with Mavi, because I think that would be the long-term support, or you can say that LTS version will have this kind of support. Blazor mobile binding, again, you have to create a separate UI. So that's the thing.
Perfect. So we can also do a PWA app, if you want to run it on a mobile application, right?
Yeah, you can do PWA, but as I said, PWAs have slight limitations. So that's the reason. And initial load of PWAs is also slow. So that's the thing. Because of that, I think Mavi web window has some internal implementation, because Mavi web window is basically extension of Steve Sanderson web window. So I think they have extended the web window of Steve Sanderson. Steve Sanderson has initially written, I have given the link also that in my PPT. Steve Sanderson has initially written a web window framework which supports creating cross-platform desktop application, and it uses the latest browser which is installed on your system. So you must have a latest either Chromium, you can say Edge with Chromium, or you must have Chrome browser installed, latest Chrome browser installed. Then you will be able to run that web window application. So that is there. So probably Mavi is extending that, as far as I know.
Probably that may be the case, and most probably I think Maui will go into GA this year November, right, at .NET Conf.
Yes, Mavi will go in GA in this November. That's for sure.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Ravi. Do you like to add something else, or should we call it a day for your session?
Yeah, it's I just saw the question, so that's why I answered it. Anyway,
No,
yeah, we
that's
can
great.
call it for that. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Meet you all again at 12:50 p.m. IST. So that would be 15 minutes from now. So we'll be back again with another session. And till then, meet you people. Give the give the quiz, and stand a chance to win some of those JetBrains licenses for any other product that you want. So let's take a break, catch up some lunch, or have some cup of coffee, tea, wherever you are. Enjoy a break, and let's join in. We have 3 more sessions up in the lineup. So meet you after some time. Hello, everyone. We are back live again, and we're back with another session. I hope you had, some time to refresh yourself and, make a concentration enough to attend a few more sessions for the day. So let's get started with our next session. So let's invite our next speaker for the day, Stacy Cashmore.
Hello there.
Hi, Stacy. Hi, Stacy. How are you?
I'm not doing too bad, thank you. It's afternoon for you. It's kind of early on a Saturday morning here for me, so it's a bit of a change from my normal routine.
I can understand. Thank you for taking out time on a weekend to host the session.
Thank you for having me. I'm really looking forward to this.
Perfect. So probably I didn't butcher your name this time around. Okay, so let me just give a brief introduction about Stacy. So she's a Microsoft MVP, and she has been into software development since 1990s. So she has been developing software since a very long time, and she often blogs. Would you like to add something, Stacy?
Sorry?
Would you like to add something?
No, I think it's that's a nice one. It's I like to blog. I like to blog about technical stuff. I like to also blog about mental health things because I think that's something that we don't talk about enough in our industry. So if you have a look at the blogs that I've done over the last few weeks, it's been quite sort of focused on that. Working through a few things for myself, but also putting it out there. It's a conversation that we need to start having more.
True, that's an important thing. And especially when, there's lockdown everywhere around. Probably there's no lockdown at your place, I guess.
We're still in lockdown. It's starting to be loosened up a bit. We're starting to get our vaccinations through, but it's still pretty locked down. I think we can only go outside. We're not allowed inside doing things yet. Sports schools might be starting to open up next week, I think, but it's still we are far from normal life here.
Hopefully we do get back to pre-pandemic life very soon. So and Stacy is also a co-organizer of ServerlessDays Amsterdam. So I forgot to mention that. Sorry for that.
Yeah, so first Wednesday of every month after the summer break. We're taking July and August off, but yeah.
So if you want to ever host a session or talk at ServerlessDays Amsterdam, Stacy is the person you should reach out to.
Absolutely. Please, we're always on the lookout for speakers. So if you've got something you want to say, if you're a new speaker, please get in contact. We'll give you a hand getting started. And yeah, look forward to it.
Perfect. So today, Stacy is going to talk about debugging static web apps. So it's basically about the static web app CLI, just, still not in GA, I guess. It's not in GA.
No, it's still in preview. It's still changing constantly. Actually, it's still changing to the point where a couple of my demos broke 2 days ago when I upgraded to the latest version, which was slight panic stations, but that's what you get for coding against a preview thing. But it's a really cool technology to use for static web apps. I'm really enjoying it.
True that. And there aren't much examples available for, which are based on Blazor, to be honest. So this is going to be an interesting session. Looking out for it.
I hope so. There's a lot of cool stuff in here, and the way that I code my own website, which is hosted in a static web app, is actually going to change based on what I've learned in writing this talk and playing with the static web app CLI, especially with the latest release, because there's a new flag that you can now use when you run a static web app, which I'll come to later on in the course. I'm going to leave that as a surprise for later.
Perfect. Looking out for it. So over to you, Stacy. So the stage is all yours.
Thank you very much. And hello, everybody. Most of you, I guess. Good morning, good evening, if you're watching from outside of India. Thanks for spending the next 45 minutes with me. So, as we're saying, the static web app. There's been some amazing new technologies released in the last year or so that really help us deploying these static web applications. And it has some really cool advantages to us. It means that we no longer need to provision that full-size web server in order to serve our code. We can serve static pages. We no longer need to provision a second full-size web server in order to host our API for the dynamic content. We can use functions there, of course. Now, for the first of these things, since the last couple of years, we've been able to do this using Blazor, more specifically, of course, the client-side Blazor, hosted using WASM inside the browser. And I like this because as much as in my day-to-day work, our front end is built in Angular, I'm a C# developer by experience, and being able to build the front end and the same as the back end is something that I really appreciate. And then because it runs in the browser using WASM, using that WASM compiled .NET runtime, it means that we can get rid of that front-end server. Previously, to host this, we would have done it maybe using an Azure storage account, uploading the files, turning it into a static web app, and then pushing it forward. But that does have some interesting side effects, because the whole idea of a simple static web app, just pushing it up and running it, suddenly becomes your storage account for your web app, your app service, whether that's a serverless, a standard web app, or a premium for your Azure Function. Your Azure Function app, maybe a CDN in front of it to handle all of the DNS requests and the caching and that kind of things. The Function app, of course, also needs a storage account. So in order to get our simple application live, we are running 5 different Azure services, which we need to, keep clean. Suddenly, it's not as simple as it first seemed. There has to be something better. And there is. As of last year, I believe, and as of May, it moved into GA, we have Azure Static Web Apps. That is one Azure resource, which gives you a place to upload your static web app globally available. It gives you Azure Functions out of the box, only HTTP, but it gives you Azure Functions out of the box. It gives you authentication possibilities also built in out of the box. And it is, as I say, one Azure resource. This just makes our life so much easier, just looking after that one thing. It also means that we only have one URL, of course, which is another complexity if you're running as a storage account to an API, because then you have to do cross-origin requests. So you have to set up calls and get all that working. All of that disappears with these static web apps. Put everything together, you end up with a really simple way to get your website live. And as I was saying, this is how I actually host my personal website now. So who am I? I'm Stacy Cashmore. I'm Tech Explorer DevOps for Omniplan in the Netherlands. We build financial planning software. And as we said, I'm a Microsoft MVP and developer technologist since last year. I had been developing since the mid-1990s. I feel so old when I say that these days. And for the last few years, I've been playing around with Azure, learning new things. And as I say, for about a year or so now, this has involved static web apps to really see what I can build and get out as a hobby in the simplest possible time. So when I first read this, it all seems too good to be true. Easy hosting, client and API in the same place. If we deploy from GitHub, then we get a CI/CD pipeline out of the box, free of charge. The only thing that we have to do is write them. And that's kind of where the problem is, I suppose, because when you have such a well put together Azure resource which hides all the complexity from you, how are you supposed to do that locally? Because we don't have all of that hidden behind the scenes goodness running on our local machines. Plus the fact we have the issue, of course, with client-side Blazor is not the easiest thing in the world to debug. Now, there's some possibilities there. It isn't fantastic, but I'm going to go through the obvious ones with you today. It's what I've used in order to develop my site, and it has worked for me. And if I change my workflow, I can get a nice, fast inner loop going here. Now, this is supposed to improve with .NET 6, but that's still in preview, and I haven't played around with it that much yet. So I'm not going to be covering that today. We're just going to be looking at .NET 5. So the first thing that I want to do today is just build something inside of Visual Studio. Now, this is, I'm not going to say the simplest way that you can get started, but it's a way you can get started just inside of Visual Studio, not using any external tools, and have it working for you. So what we're going to do is just build out of the box a Blazor application with an Azure Function API and just have some simple interaction between the two just to show what we can do. So the first thing that we need to do here is start a new project. And this is a point where we hope that the computer's not getting too hot in this weather. We want a Blazor WebAssembly app. We're going to call the project client, and let's call this debugging. And I don't want this here. I want this in C code playground, I believe. So like I said, we're going to be running in .NET 5. We're not putting authentication on this for this first demo. We are configuring for HTTPS, something good always to do, of course. We're not going to run it ASP core hosted because we want that static site that we can just deploy just the files themselves. And we're not doing anything with a progressive web app. We're going to leave that off for now. So let's create this up and let it scaffold. And the next thing that we're going to add to this is that Azure Function API as soon as it appears in my Solution Explorer. Come on, computer. I know it's Saturday morning, but you can do this. So let's add another new project here. And let's say we want an Azure function. And we're going to call this API. And we want a HTTP trigger. It's the only trigger you can have in an Azure static web app. Just enough so that you can get that dynamic content into your site. And there we have it. Now, you can deploy this straight away. It will work, but obviously there's nothing talking to the API yet. So let's make a bit of a change here. Now, what we're going to do, just to show you this working, is change this fetch data page. And this is scaffolded for you out of the box whenever you create a new Blazor app. And the way that this works is it gets its data just from a sample data JSON file. We're going to change that. We're just going to get this data from our API. So first thing we're going to do is change the name of this to something that makes more sense, where the forecast looks good. I don't care too much about changing the name because you don't want to see me do lots of typos. And you don't want to wait for me to type out lots of stuff. So I've got some code snippets to bring across. So all we're going to do is just add an Azure function just on a get, and it's just going to return some weather forecast information. And all this does, it's just a dynamic object that replicates what is in that JSON file. The contents isn't important now. What's important is it looks the same as that JSON file because we don't want to change our front-end code too much. We need to make a change to make sure that we get the data from the right place, of course. So let's come back to our fetch data page. And we want to change this sample data to be API weather forecast. Now, this is where the static web apps get really cool and kind of annoying. It's really cool because if I was to push this up to GitHub and create a static web app, this would deploy and it would run. I don't need to do anything else. It really is that simple to get started. But if I try and run this locally, let's quickly try and spin this up. You'll see that we have issues. You'll see we have real issues because our computer's not doing anything. There we go. Let's have a look at our network tab. And there we go. It's loading all of the .NET Blazor things. And yeah, the first request for Blazor can take some time because you've got to download everything. But what I want to show you is if we go to this fetch data, we get this unhandled error has occurred. We don't want that. And it happens because we're trying to get it from localhost 44363. Like I say, that works in our static web app, but that's got a load of goodness on the inside. We don't have that locally. So let's make some changes to make this work for us. Now, the first one that we need to do is we need to make a development settings file inside of our Blazor app. So I want a new item here. We're looking for a JSON file. And then we just need to put some very simple settings in place. We're just going to say we have an API prefix, and that is localhost 7071. And then the second thing that we need to do is go to our program CS file, where we set up that injected HTTP client that we have available throughout our app. And we're going to change this so that it looks for this API prefix in the configuration. If it finds it, it uses it. That works locally. If it doesn't find it, it uses the base address, which is what it's going to do inside of our static web app. Now that's all well and good. This will now look for the right thing, but it's going to get it from the wrong place. Or at least it's going to try and get it from the right place, and then we're going to hit a cause issue. For that, we need to turn cause on for our API. So again, we're going to make another JSON file. We're not going to call it JSON1 because that's not what we need at all. We're going to call it launch settings.json. And we're just going to bring in a command line here that says when we run it locally, when we launch it from Visual Studio, start cause, allow everything to connect to this. And that way we can run it, debug it locally, and see what happens. Now, one last thing we need to do is make sure everything starts, of course. So let's go to our solution properties. Let's change our multiple startup projects to be everything. And let's try running this again. Hopefully this spins up quicker this time because it's already ran and restored the packages once. Starting the storage emulator, this we need for the function API, of course. And then we get our browser. Let's open our network tab again. Load all of our DLLs. Get our page. Let's clear this. Click fetch data. And now we get data appearing on the page. That error has gone. And if we have a look at the header for our weather forecast, we can see it's coming from our API that we're running locally. Now, if you're getting started, this is a really nice way just to get into it. It's how I started developing my app before the static web app CLI was available. And you know what? It's a pain, but if you're doing nothing with authentication or anything like that, this does work as well. And it's not that complex to set up. Yeah, there's a few JSON files that you've got to get organized, but it does what it's supposed to do. Now, the other thing that we can do here is we can start to do some debugging. So, like I say, this isn't fantastic. It's not a great experience yet, but let's just debug our counter page. So when we click on the counter, we stop inside Visual Studio. We can inspect what's happening. We can do our step throughs and step overs. What we can't do is make changes and see what happens if we change this, for example. See, I can't change this. When I'm running a web API, if I want to say, okay, so that's like 1, but if that was 10, which is what I was kind of expecting, would it work? Is this where my error is? Can't do that here. I can't make changes to anything. The other issue that we have is this runs fine when you are running it in Visual Studio Preview. When I run it in not preview version of Visual Studio, it's kind of hit and miss for me. Sometimes it works, sometimes it completely kills my entire Visual Studio, and I have to kill the task. But that is a way that we can run this inside of Visual Studio and get started. That's not what you came to hear me talk about. What you came to hear me talk about was the static web app CLI, another way of running our application to make sure that we can have our app exactly the same as we deploy it without all of those extra files and still run it and see what's happening. So let's delete the few things that we first set up here. So let's get rid of this launch settings. Let's get rid of this app development app settings development. And let's change our startup back so we just run normally. So if I start this up, as you can imagine, as I've showed you, if we go to that fetch data, it's going to break on us. It's not going to work. So let's get this loaded up. Just to make sure that I have actually broken it again. There we are. An unhandled error has occurred. So what can we do here? Well, we can use this SWA, this SWA CLI, and that replicates what we have inside of Azure. It provides that proxy layer between the call coming in, your running front end, your API, and lots of other options alongside that. We're going to go through an amount of them in the next 28 minutes or so. So first things first, let's just get our app running. Now, I've still got this app running inside of Visual Studio. So what I can do is, let's just get to the place I want to get to. We are going to run SWA start the static web app. And we're going to say that our app is located at HTTPS localhost 5001. So let's paste that and start it up. This should do something, honestly. There we go. So now we have the dev server is looking for content at this address, and we have this address where we can access the data. Let's go back to our browser. Let's go back to our, did I close my browser? I closed my browser. So we have our web app loading. We can go to our counter. This still works. We can go to fetch data, and this works. Even though we said nothing about the API, this works out of the box, which is one of the things that I think is so cool. If we have a look at the calls that have been made to our static web app, we can see every call that comes in, so you can check how it's working. But it's these last two which are important. When we get a call to API weather forecast, it is automatically being proxied to our API on the back end. And because functions run by default at 7071, that's where it gets directed to by default. So without doing anything for the API, as long as it's running, it will work for us. And because we're still running actually inside of Visual Studio here, now this is where it gets interesting, because half the time I've had this work and half the time it has annoyed me. But in theory, if I put a breakpoint here and I come back to my app, I should be able to click on this, and it's not going to work this time. I don't know why this works sometimes and why it doesn't work sometimes. This is the wonderful stuff about debugging Blazor. Sometimes you can debug here and it works nicely. Sometimes you can't. What we can do, of course, if you can't actually hold it on the debugging, is just do our standard JavaScript framework front-end debugging, which I'm sure you've all seen before. We can do our console.writeLine, and you know what? We're just going to pass in current count. Interesting one, if you want to get this to work, you do need to use WriteLine, not write. That doesn't get flushed out to the console in the browser. So let's go back to our browser. Let's bring up our debug window, refresh this page, go to the console, and we get our counter coming through. This is not a fantastic get experience, but at least it's something. So that's one way that we can run our app. But it's not the actual way that I want to show you today, because there's far better ways of doing this and really improving your inner loop. So we run it inside of Visual Studio. Let's run it outside of Visual Studio. Let's come back to our terminal here. not the place I want to be. I want to be on the playground version of this for now. So if we do a .NET watch run and we want to set our project to be client. So we now start this up. Our static web app is still running. Let's go back to our browser. And when we refresh, dun, 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 it still works. Of course, what's not going to work is this fetch data because we're no longer running our API. Now, I can run this in a separate window. CD playground, debugging API, func start. If we run this here and we come back, obviously we can refresh this page and we will get our data because we're now running that function in the background. But I'm also now got 3 different command lines that I have to do before I can start debugging. This isn't perfect. What you can do, let's kill this one. Come back to our SWA. And what we can do, as well as saying, look for this HTTP and pass our request through, you can also say, my API is in this location. And as long as your API is suitable to be ran from the command line easily, I've got one app where that doesn't work. I don't know why. And if we give the right command line, then we can start this up. It will run the Azure functions for us, get everything started, and again. Even though we're not running that function ourselves, this works for us. There's one last parameter that I want to show you here, and that is API port. And this allows you to override that standard port. As you can see, without doing anything, it always goes to 7071, as we have here on the screen. But say you're running multiple function apps. Say you're running 2 different static web apps. You might not always have access to port 7071. So instead of that, we can start it up using a different port number. And this allows us just to run more things than we could before. So again, it starts up on 7073. Again, let's go back to our web app and reload the page. Hopefully we are still going to see data coming back. Yes. And if we have a look at our application, we can see we're now forwarding to 7073. This is doing what we expected it to do. So this is how we can get started, again, really simply from the command line. The nice one here is we're now doing this .NET Watch. We're doing .NET Watch. It means we can make changes to our code, save the file, it automatically recompiles, and we can continue. So if you're not needing to put breakpoints in your code, this allows you a lot faster feedback loop to get working. How am I doing for time? 20 minutes left. So let's have a look at another option, and that is the host and the port options. Now, I just said we use this port number because if we're running multiple function apps, you're going to need a different number. I also said if you're running multiple static web apps at the same time. The second issue there with running the static web apps, by default, it just runs at 4280 on your own machine, which means if you run it twice, it's going to try and get access to 4280 and it's going to fail on you. It's not going to give you what you need. Thankfully, we can change that. We can override it. You know what? It helps if you press the right key. So we have a different command here. We can do the start. Again, HTTPS localhost 5001. So we're still going to that, the .NET Watch instance of our site that we've been running. Our API is still being ran automatically. I am still using that different port number, 7073. but I now have these two options, the port and the host. So when I run this, it's going to start up. And you're going to see that we have a different URL here, 127.100.80.80. So if we copy this one now, go back to our app, this one will no longer work because it won't be able to find anything. It's not running. We can go to the new IP and it will work for us. Now, there's a proviso here, of course. The IP and the port number have to be available. If they're not available, then when the SWA CLI tries to grab it, it's going to give us an error. It's going to crash. It's not going to run. So you need to make sure you know which one you're going to be running on, but it gives us a lot of flexibility. So that is the host and the port. Then we have running using SSL. Now, this is one that kind of took me by surprise because I'm not used to just running things with .NET Watch or Hit and Play in Visual Studio and just getting HTTPS out of the box. Everything we've run so far just runs on HTTP. Now, this is fine for a quick run through of your app, making sure that the functionality is kind of doing what you expect it to do. But of course, we should be running everything in HTTPS. And if you run everything in HTTP locally, you might find issues when you go to production if you're accessing something which is insecure that you don't realize is insecure because you've never been running HTTPS locally. So what we can do, we have yet another command line that we can bring across. Let's kill this one. And this brings in three options. We still have our start. We're still running at localhost 5001. We are still putting that API location to API. You may notice some of my examples I use API location. Some examples I use API. There's not a difference between the two. But I've now got this SSL is true. Now this is default as false. If you set it to true, there's a few things you have to do extra. You have to provide it with a certificate, and you have to provide it with an SSL key, which are the next two parameters. So here I'm getting my certificate just from my temp folder. I'm getting my key just from my temp folder. This is a little bit of work that we have to do, unfortunately. Getting the certificate, it's not my daily work. It's not something I play with very often. I'm quite happy in my job that somebody else deals with that and lets me concentrate on other things. In order to get this working locally, I exported a certificate from my machine. I used OpenSSL running on WSL2 just to get into the Unix app where OpenSSL was installed by default. I used that to extract the certificate and extract the server key. It allows me to do the example I'm about to show you. It allows me to do some testing. The certificate is also obviously very, very, very wrong. And so it still gives me that security warnings, which you are about to see. But if you spend time on making sure you've got a certificate key for the IP that you want to run against, make sure that you import that into your machine so that it is accepted by the browsers, that it's trusted. And then you can get this running really well. So let's start this up. And the really cool thing about this is whilst it takes a little bit longer to start because it has to start playing about with the certificates, that is it in its entirety. We now have a HTTPS application running. So again, let's get back to our browser. Now we need to make a change here because we're no longer running on HTTP, but we're running on HTTPS. So we need to make sure that we do that specifically. We get this not secure warning because it is not the certificate that it's supposed to be used, but we do have access to our SSL application. We're getting our data also via the SSL connection. If we come and have a look here, we can see everything's now calling across HTTPS. We can check our site is going to work as we want it to work in production when we are using the real production environment with the full security. Next on the list, and this is probably my favorite, and I believe it's really new. I only saw this in the last week or so, and actually I found it by looking into pull requests before I saw it in the documentation. SWA, by the way, it is completely open source. I am going to give the link at the end of the talk so you can take a look yourself. And it allows you to dive into the code and kind of see, is there anything there which I can use which isn't documented yet? And I use this, and then it appeared in the documentation. The flag is --run. I love this because this second page, although we got rid of the third one with the functions, we're still having to do that .NET watch. And then we're having to run our SWA CLI, and it's still one more page than I want to run. So let's kill this one. I don't want to run this remotely. What I want to run instead is this. SWA start, localhost 5000, and then --run, and then we give the command that we want. So when I start my static web app, I also want to run .NET watch run -p, because I want to go to a specific project, /client. So let's paste that and run it. It's going to start up. It starts up our .NET. It runs localhost 5000. And here, again, that is going to be not HTTPS because I didn't include that here. So let's get rid of the S. And we have our application running with one command line, making our feedback loop great again. Now you see the fetch data has died again, but that's just because I didn't put the API in here yet. Now, this also comes with a proviso, I'm afraid. You may notice that I pointed that to localhost 5000, not to the localhost 5001, which is running as HTTPS. Unfortunately, there is a reason for that. Because if we try and run against 5001, static web apps CLI doesn't work yet. I'm assuming they're going to change this at some point. It waits for localhost 5001 to be ready. It starts up our .NET watch run. So we can go to 5001. Let's put that straight in the browser. And we can go, yay, my website is working once it loads. However, it doesn't work. It never sees that localhost 5001 is available. I've not been able to get this to work for HTTPS sites. So that's why for this one, I always run as localhost 5000 and not the SSL version. So let's have a look at the complete solution from the command line. So this is running the API, and it's going to start .NET watch run at the same time. And this is where it starts to get quite cool, because we now have our app available. It's all running. We can come into our browser. We can refresh this page. We'll get our data all from one command. And now we can open up the code editor of our choice. And we can start to get that really fast feedback loop. I love this new feature in Visual Studio Code, by the way. If you open a folder that you've never opened before, it gives you the option not to trust the folder, and it will stop execution of certain things. It will stop certain extensions from running, and just tries to keep you that little bit safe and tries to teach you a little bit about not trusting other people's code. You know what? I am the author here, so I don't trust the author, but I'll say trust anyway. And here, I'm in the wrong place. Let's close this one. Sorry about that. This should, of course, been in Playground Debugging Static Web Apps. Let's try that one again. Let's open code. It's going to tell us it doesn't trust us again. Or not, because I've already trusted the previous folder, I guess. So here we have our client. Now, the reason why I love running with this one URL and then opening it up just in something like Visual Studio Code is I can now get that really fast feedback loop to get my client working as I want. If we change this to counter page is here, because obviously that's what we want our counter page to be. We can see because we're running .NET Watch, it picks this up. It rebuilds the application and it waits for us to do something. So now if I come to counter, and of course, static web app, you need to refresh it because it doesn't get pushed from the back end. We have this counter pages here. We can have a truly fast feedback loop. So we can say that we want this to be strong, not string, but strong. And again, come back here, refresh page. And current count is now in bold. And we can have that quick, snappy, fast inner loop that really allows us to work our way through our code the way that we want to. We can still do the console log debugging here, of course. I know that that's nasty, but it can help us for some things. And we can just develop our application along this way. Now, the last thing that I want to talk to you about, because I think I'm going to run out of time, is authentication. Because that is something that is... It is really cool in static web apps that we have this authentication out of the box, but it's really bad that because it's built into that SWA, it's really hard to debug locally. So I just want to show you the authentication working. So I have it set up here in an external site. I have this login button, and this takes me to a login page where I can sign in with GitHub, with Twitter, with Facebook. So we're signing with GitHub. I've already done the signing in previously, so it remembers. And we have hello, Stacy Cash. And it's like, you know what? I'm not going to log in with GitHub. I'm going to log in with Twitter. And then we have... Okay, apparently I don't have Twitter set up on this browser. Never mind. But you see that we can get direct access to these third parties to authenticate ourselves and get working. Well, running that locally is a little bit more difficult, I suppose, because it is that black box system that we don't have any insight into. But what we can do is go to the actual repo for this. We can run exactly the same command. I don't need to do anything to get authentication working out of the box. We can make sure that I actually have parameters set correctly, because, you know, that kind of helps us, doesn't it? And now, if I come back to my application, let's restart it, and we have this login button at the end. Same page as before, sign in with GitHub. Click on this, and we have this awesome page. You can see that we go to this location, which is what it does out of the box inside of Azure, and it gives us the opportunity to fake a credential that we get back from an external provider. So here I'm logging into GitHub. I've got a user ID that will be returned to me, a username. This username is connected with various different roles that I set up inside of my static web app inside of Azure. And if I log in, then we come back to the page and I am logged in with our awesome username. And we have all of those roles available for us to allow us to test what we need to do, make sure that our authentication is working as well as we want to, make sure that the authorization for pages and things is working as we want it to. And again, I don't have to do anything to make this work. The static web app CLI just takes care of this for me. There's one last thing that I want to show you, and that is static content. Let's have a look. I've got 4 minutes left. This is going to be tight, but let's give it a try. when we run everything so far, we've ran it inside of our development environment. Now, this is fine, but our development environment actually hides some complexity from us. We don't notice that complexity until we hit production. So let's publish some code here. While that's publishing, let's go back to where we were. I want to go cd playground debugging inside of the client. Is it here? Cd client, cd publish. Okay, my publish hasn't worked yet. Damn. I was hoping this was going to be a bit quicker than this. Come on, you can do it, little machine. I have faith in you. There we go. Now, where did I publish to? I published to client publish. So let's... So I want to run my SWA start command here, and I'm going to run it against this published code. Now, I'm not running the API because I don't care about the API here. All I want to do is publish the static content with no .NET server running in the background. So let's bring this across back into our browser. And at the page, this all looks exactly the same as it did before. We can come to fetch data. That's going to break, of course. Come back to counter. And then when we refresh, we get a 404 not found. That's because our .NET server takes care of routing for us, which we don't have in a static web app. There is, however, something that we can do to fix this. So if we come back into here, let's start up code again. Inside of a static web app, in order to help us cope with this, we can have a special file. Now, obviously, you're going to put this in your solution. You're not going to put it directly into the published app, but I'm kind of running short on time. And this static web app, you can set up your routes. You can set up your authorization. There's all sorts of options here that's worth looking at. The one that we're interested in right now is this navigation fallback. This is going to allow us to say, if you can't find what you're looking for, then just go back to index and let the Blazor app take care of the routing itself. So let's come back into our app, refresh the page, and we now go directly to that counter page, and it's working as we expect. Running like this is super important because you want to make sure that without the safety net of your .NET development server, your app is still going to run as you want it to run. This one is super important to try before you go to production. So that is a very fast run through of what we have. My development workflow, I've got 1 minute left. Let's see if I can do this in a minute. My development workflow these days to make sure that I can produce my web apps as efficiently as possible. Number one, the API. That doesn't hot reload. So I make sure my API produces what I want it to produce, and I do that as a separate entity. I do that using unit testing. I use that using Postman or the HTTP extension inside of Visual Studio Code to make sure I'm getting what I need before I move on to my front end. My front end, I've stopped using the F5 in Visual Studio. I very rarely use breakpoints in Blazor client-side apps for the reasons given. And so having this running where it rebuilds on the fly as we need it, it just allows me that really fast inner loop, and I can get stuff working quicker than I could if I'm constantly having to stop running, change stuff, restart everything, and repeat that loop. It takes me out of my workflow too much. This just allows me to go through. I also always use the PR workflow inside of static web apps. And if you're using GitHub, it's generated out of the box for you. So I make a branch, I push it, I make a pull request, and then the Azure Static Web App workflow will create you a separate site so that you can actually see your app really running in a proper static web app environment in production, and check that things are doing what they're supposed to do before you complete your pull request and update the actual production. I also don't really care about cleaning up these environments because, again, the workflow takes care of that automatically for us. It allows us a really easy way to just constantly make fast, quick updates and do really tiny changes to our site on the fly continuously and make sure everything's working as we expect. So that, in a little over 45 minutes, a very fast run through of some of the features we have available to us in the SWA CLI. There is a QR code on the screen right now. If you take a picture of that, that will take you to the GitHub repo where you can read about this, look at the code, and try it out for yourself. I apologize for the speed of going through this. I am going to be writing a blog post in order to explain it in a little more detail than I've just done now. But seriously, taking a look at that GitHub page is going to get you so far anyway. So I hope that this has triggered you to give this a try, see what you can build with it, see how you can use that static web app to improve your own inner flow. I've been Stacy Cashmore. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, I was on mute. That was an amazing session, Stacy. I would definitely like to explore more about the static web apps thing. And I really feel it's pretty good, if you wanted to host a blog, then it's quite inexpensive to do this thing, cost effective in a way, right?
Sorry, let me just close my window a second. Someone's just started using an angle grinder in their front garden outside the house. 2 seconds.
No issues.
Okay, sorry, what did you say?
So the static web apps things is really good to deploy your hobby projects and other stuff because it's quite cost effective in a way and provides you free SSL certificate. You don't even need to worry about renewing them after they expire, right?
No, it runs out of the box. You can point it to, if you use a free tier, you can still point it to, I believe, 2 different URLs, which is nice because it means you can do www and you can do the root.
Right.
Like I say, it is how my personal website, stacyclouds.net, is published. The nice one is you've also got that paid layer, which is only like €7 a month, but it just gives you those security features and the extra enterprise features that allow you to use it for something more serious. And it's something that we're going to start to investigate in the office to actually host our client front end to get rid of that rather expensive app service that we have just to serve an Angular page. So it's something that we want to take a look at now. It's in general availability. And yeah, I mean, if we can get this working, then it's going to save us somewhere in the region of like €50 a month just for this one thing and give us probably a better performing solution as well. It's really fantastic technology.
There's this question that I had, Stacy, about static web apps because suppose our API is running on an app service and our Angular application or else a Blazor application was supposed to be running on an app service, then it totally makes sense. But what if we just wanted to move this static web app to an CDN? It would be cost effective, right? Instead of an Azure static web app.
Well, you don't need to run the static web app API. You can just run the front end and just stay talking to your standard backend. You don't need to make that change. Okay,
that makes sense.
So and then you don't need to set up that CDN, and it's still just your one. Is it $9 a month, I believe, for a static web app in production for the paid layer? But yeah, you can ignore the API. It's not something that you have to use. It will talk to a standard API if you want it to. Obviously, then you still have to sort out your cores, or you need to make sure it's behind an app gateway to sort out the URLs. The other thing you can do, of course, is you can just use that function app as a proxy to your APIs so that your APIs can still run on whatever you want them to run on. But your app is just run in the static web app itself and just forwards it on to the right place.
Perfect. That makes sense. So I was looking at the chat window. There were not much questions. There's this one question, like just to know about popularity of Blazor. Any popular live web application deployed by using Blazor so far?
I would have to say ClipTalk. C# Fritz, he streams several times during the week. He's built ClipTalk, where you can share different clips from Twitch. And that is all built using static web apps and Blazor.
Okay, that makes sense.
And I believe he has millions of clips which are indexed on that. It integrates with the Twitch authentication. It is, yeah, it's quite a serious website, I think.
But even I think that one of Microsoft's site is actually built on Blazor, like the one on the learning paths on Microsoft Learn. I'm not quite sure, but I think it is built on top of Blazor.
That one I don't know. It would be interesting if they do. It's I'd hope they do. I know that Microsoft uses just all sorts of technology for all of their different websites. So it's who knows what they're using there. But I'd hope that they're using their own app somewhere.
Right. Even I'm not quite sure. I just read it somewhere sometime around. Hopefully they do. There was one more question. So it's more on debugging tool works good. Maybe it is out of concern that it's still on preview. There are many changes happening around. So maybe it's the concern here. Would you like to address it?
To be honest, it doesn't work fantastically. If you are not deploying to a static web app, then there are ways around this. So I know lots of people who they have their Blazor client-side app, and that's what they deploy. But actually, they link it to a server-side Blazor app, and that server-side Blazor app is what they debug. Now, I don't think you can do this that easily for a client-side. I don't think you can do this for a non-hosted client-side app. I've had a few attempts doing what they do for the normal hosted client-side apps, and I just really cannot get this to run in a satisfactory way. And it also changes the way that you need to code. So things that you would normally do in a client-side app, you can't do if you connect it to that server-side app on the back end. But it is a way that you can add debugging to it. It is a bit of extra rigmarole that you have to go through. I say so far for what I've been doing, I've not hit the point yet where I have really had to scream at the app that much that it has made me want to investigate this further. So no, the debugging tools, they are not good at all right now. They're very simple. They are prone to failing. Like I say, it is supposed to be getting better in .NET 6, but I've not looked at it in detail yet.
Most probably it will, or else it's going to be a big concern.
Yeah, it is a concern. Absolutely, I can see that.
Okay. So, Stacy, would you like to share any resources for the audience, which they can refer to get started with static web apps with Blazor?
Yeah, I don't have anything just yet, but give me 4 weeks, and I'm going to try and get something out there, and I will share it on Twitter. I'm also going to share an amount of links on Twitter this morning when I finished and cooled down a bit from being stuck in my my attic right now. So I'll put links to the Microsoft Learn for the static web apps, Microsoft Learn for the Blazor, and again, I will put that GitHub link so that you can have a look at the SWA CLI.
Perfect. So, folks, you can follow Stacy on Twitter, and you can just get posted about all the updates he gives about the static web apps. He also posted many great content, so you can also have a look at that. Okay. So that's all from our end, Stacy. So would you like to add something else, or?
I'm going to do a little bit of a shameless plug here and just say that for anybody out there that enjoys Lego, every Sunday afternoon at 1300 CET, I do a live stream building Lego on on Twitch at twitch.tv/StacyClouds. Yeah, come join me. It's fun. And at some point, I'm also going to be building Blazor apps on that Twitch stream as well.
Perfect. I hope you people do tune in. So one thing you can do is that you can share the link. I'll share it in the chat box here in the comment section, and people can just refer it and go over there.
Yeah, I'll put that in the link in a second. It's I'll also make sure when I put the links on Twitter, I'll also put them in the chat for the stream on YouTube.
Perfect. So thank you, Stacy, for making some time out on a weekend and hosting a session on Azure Static Web Apps, debugging static web apps. Again, you don't get much content on this particular area. So thank you.
It's still fairly new. It's I think it's going to get quite big though. And you're welcome. Thank you very much for having me this morning. Good luck with the rest of the conference. Have fun, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good day. Take care.
Yeah, bye.
So guys, that was Stacy, and let's get ready for the next session. So it's going to be hosted by your host for the day, Ashirwad. So I'm going to host a session. I'm going to host a talk on components, forms, and validations. So just give me a moment, and I'm just sharing my screen. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to turn off my spam. Having a low bandwidth today. Hopefully it doesn't crash us in between. Okay, so let's get started. So about me, I work as a software engineer at and leading IT firm at Bhubaneswar, Mindfast Solutions. Most of my work is related to ASP.NET Core. I primarily develop backend APIs using ASP.NET Core web APIs, and on the rest part of my job, I usually build cloud solutions using Azure. I'm an Azure certified developer, and these are the ways where you can connect. This is my GitHub profile. You can find all the code snippets or code samples that I give throughout my talks over there. This is my blog, www.codewithashirwad.com, and this is my LinkedIn profile. If you wanted to, just drop me a message or connect with me, you can connect with me using these means. So what's the agenda for the talk today? So the agenda for the talk is something like this. So we are going to start with what is Blazor. Throughout the day, we had so many sessions that was revolving around Blazor. Some were covering really advanced topics, somewhere from beginner to intermediate. So I wanted to host a talk that was, pretty much beginner friendly. It will help someone get started with Blazor. So the agenda is like, we'll start with what is Blazor, then we'll look at components in Blazor, then we'll see about the lifecycle methods. There are a few lifecycle methods in a Blazor component. We are going to explore that. Then we are going to have a brief look at routing and navigation. Then we'll see about form and validation. Obviously, we're not covering custom validations yet in this talk, but maybe some fine day we will do. Then we are going to look at a way to deploy an Blazor WebAssembly app in a storage account inside a block container. How do we deploy our Blazor app? So then we are going to have a Q&A. So let's get started. So how are applications built today? Normally, we have a backend API that is made using made using .NET Core Web APIs or your Spring Boot for Java. And if you are a Python guy, you can use Django or Flash, something like that to do it. Then you have your client application. I'm sorry, I'm pretty new with this. You have your client application, which are normally built using Angular, React, or Vue. So these are the ways. But as a .NET guy, wouldn't it have been helpful? Like, you can just you can leverage your existing knowledge base of .NET, building ASP.NET or web application using Rails syntaxes to build your front-end application as well. Build the client side using .NET as well as the backend, just like JavaScript developers do, right? They use Node.js or Express.js as to build their APIs and write their client-side application using Angular, React, or Vue. So it gives them an easy way to leverage their existing JavaScript knowledge to build full-stack web applications. So that really helps them. It actually complements their skills and helps them build. So but for .NET guys or Java folks like us, like some of us, we had to learn a new JavaScript framework along with our .NET, C# and ASP.NET stuff. So can't we just make client-side applications using .NET? That was the thing everybody decided. So with Blazor, we can do that. So what is Blazor? So Blazor is a combination of an application that runs on a browser using Razor syntaxes. So Blazor plus Razor is equal to Blazor. That's how the name came. So Blazor uses WebAssembly to run .NET code on a browser. So this is the brainchild of Steve Sanderson. So as the previous speakers have already mentioned it, I'm not going to dive deeper into it. So what is Blazor? So Blazor is a component-based UI framework which lets you build web UIs using C#, HTML, CSS instead of JavaScript with the help of WebAssembly. Though that doesn't take JavaScript completely out of the picture yet, because you may have existing applications or you may have some modules which you reuse in your applications. So you may have some big JavaScript libraries that you have already written. There are so many functionalities that may take a lot of time and effort and cost as well to rewrite them using Blazor or using Razor syntaxes to recreate them. So the thing is, you can reuse those JavaScript libraries of yours, those functions, and all those features over there by using an JS interop, and add all those features in your in your Blazor application. So Blazor comes in two flavors as of now. One is Blazor Server, and the other is Blazor WebAssembly. So both of them are in GA. Both of them are not in preview. So let's discuss about both of them briefly. What is Blazor Server? As the name suggests, Blazor Server is a flavor which in which the whole Blazor application runs on the server. It's and what happens is that whenever your app is executed on the server from within an .NET Core, whenever it runs inside the .NET Core server, it downloads a few set of files. So one of those files is blazorserver.js. So what this file does is that it sets up the whole render tree and establishes a connection with your Blazor app. So every time a change in the UI has been done and the render tree is modified, the differences are sent to the server app, the Blazor server app that's running on your ASP.NET Core server, and the changes that needs to be made again is being sent back again through a SignalR connection to the Blazor server.js, which I can modify the render tree and makes all those UI modifications. So that's how Blazor server app works. So why do we need two flavors of Blazor? This can be one question that can be arising in your mind. So the thing is, Blazor uses WebAssembly to run .NET code inside and browser. But prior to 2015, WebAssembly, something like WebAssembly wasn't there. So many browsers didn't support it back then. So of late, a lot of browsers have started supporting WebAssembly. So it's getting popular. A lot of supports are there. So now it's easy to build application using Blazor WASM and run your whole application inside your client is inside your client's browser. But what if your client is using a browser that is not supporting WebAssembly, like an Internet Explorer? Though Internet Explorer retired, it didn't support WASM till its retirement. So if one of your client is actually using Internet Explorer for his work, then you cannot actually, he cannot work with your application that is built using Blazor WASM. So to overcome these issues, this particular flavor comes handy. And secondly, it's pretty lightweight. It doesn't expose any of your code to your client's applications. So we are going to see about the advantages and disadvantages of Blazor Server in the next slide. So these are some of the advantages and disadvantages of Blazor Server. So with Blazor Server, the application loads much faster because it doesn't download all the DLLs and the other files that are specific to your code, to your application, to the client's browser. But what it does is that it depends upon the render tree and works and makes changes depending upon the changes happening in the render tree itself. So and the whole code runs in the server itself instead of the client browser. So it can take full advantage of the server capabilities. And secondly, the clients what the client needs is only a browser to use your application. You don't need to worry about whether the browser is compatible with WebAssembly or not. And since you are not sending a DLS to the client's browser, it's bound to be more secure. But why would you ever write any secrets or confidential code that you don't want to expose to anyone in your client-side application? You don't want to do that, right? You can do it in the backend API or somewhere else, right? So there are some disadvantages, like an ASP.NET Core server is required. So that's the tough part. Even though it is a client-side application, you need to deploy it inside and server ASP.NET Core server, like an IIS or as an app service with an host of ASP.NET Core 3.1 or above. So you also need an active internet connection. Normally, you would expect and client-side application to run without an internet too. Like if you have sent a request once and all the files are loaded in your client's browser, you expect the app to work well, unless or until it needs some server interaction with the API or something like that. But with Blazor server, you need an active internet connection, because the whole application is dependent upon those signal connections to reflect UI changes or work on any event that is happening on the whole UI. If you want to do any DOM manipulation, it is sent to the server via signaler, then it just works around the code, generates some outcome, it sends back the results and the signaler connection back to the Blazor server.js. Then it again modifies the whole render tree, and the whole UI is modified in the DOM. So that's some concern. So since there's a lot of round trip happening between the server and the client-side app, so some latency is bound to happen, and scalability can be a concern, but it can be overcome by using Azure Signaler service. But still, again, using the additional services can be an overhead which you want to avoid. So to avoid all these things, we have another flavor of Blazor, that is Blazor WebAssembly. So what is Blazor WebAssembly and how does it work? So the Blazor server, what it does is that it runs on the inside a server. But this Blazor WebAssembly app can run inside an client's browser without without needing a constant connection with the server. It doesn't need a constant internet connectivity to do all the tasks that can be done on the client side. So if it wanted to make a call to an API that's hosted somewhere in a different server, then obviously internet connection is required. But if you want to do some simple operation, like if you want to add the numbers that are entered between two text fields by clicking a button, then it can be done. You don't need an internet connection for that. But with Blazor server, you need that. So how does Blazor's WebAssembly works? So what happens is that, unlike Blazor server, the Blazor WebAssembly starts the program execution in the web browser itself. So when the browser sends a request to our application server for the first time, the Blazor WebAssembly.js gets executed, and it downloads all the resources along with the Mono.NET runtime. So this runtime converts our whole this Mono.wasm runtime is actually responsible for converting all of our .NET DLLs into the WASM format, which again gets executed inside the browser's runtime environment. So this is how your .NET application is actually understood by the browser. So what happens is that after downloading all the required resources, the Blazor.WebAssembly.js sets up the DOM by binding all the JavaScript between our application DLLs and the UI components. So if we had any dependency of using any existing JavaScript code, then we can use JS interop as well, or else it will just bind up all the DOM elements for us. So once all of this is done, the Blazor WebAssembly.js will initialize the runtime to get the program execution. So once it binds all the elements to the DOM and it downloads all our static files as well as the DLLs along with the mono.wasm file, it will start the program execution. So this is how Blazor WebAssembly works. So what are the advantages of Blazor WebAssembly and disadvantages, obviously? So some of the advantages is that you don't need an active server connection. Client resources and capabilities are used. So you're not dependent on your server's capability, like how much RAM or memory that your server has. Instead, you're dependent on your client's resource capability. Like if you're using a mobile device, the application performance depends upon the mobile application's hardware. So you don't need a full-blown ASP.NET Core web server, but you can always deploy your WebAssembly inside an ASP.NET Core web server. So it can also be hosted in our own servers, or else in cloud. Like you can deploy your WebAssembly app inside an app service, as well as deploy it inside a storage account using an Azure CDN, or else like in the previous session we saw, we can also deploy it inside an Azure Static Web App. So there are certain disadvantages with it. So the very first request that you make to our, you make to our Blazor WebAssembly application, it usually takes longer because it downloads a .NET Mono WASM file, then it downloads all our static content, it downloads all our DLLs. So I hope you understand why it's taking a lot of time, but it's pretty less. It's getting better day by day, I would say. And secondly, you're restricted to the capabilities of the browser, and you need capable client hardware and software. So why I mentioned that is that earlier I mentioned that WebAssembly wasn't supported in browsers before 2015. So what if your client is actually using a browser that dates back before 2015 and yet doesn't support yet doesn't support WebAssembly? That Blazor WASM application wouldn't run in there. So Blazor server would be a better option over there. So this is one disadvantage that Blazor WebAssembly has. So what are components in Blazor? So component is a self-contained portion of UI with processing logic to enable dynamic behavior. It's rather simple. It's like in layman's term, if you ask me, components are like Ajax panels. It's more of like a page and a panel kind of a thing, because you have some of your UI logics, UI components, you have some buttons, or else you have some text or whatever you want to show. So you can just show it over here, and sometimes and if some event happened and you want to modify that, you can modify it without making a full-blown request. So that's about components and Blazor. So what's the difference between a page and a component? So this is one thing that a lot of beginners can have some problem with. So a page can be a component, but a component cannot be a page. So let me tell you how this happens. So basically, in Blazor, a page is something which has a route. You can directly route to that particular page using the URL. But components are not like that. You cannot. A component doesn't has a route to just go over there directly. But the thing is, this component can be nested inside some parent components, or else they can be routed. Okay, they cannot be routed, so they can only be nested. So this is one primary difference. Like a page has an @page directive to define the route, but a component doesn't need it. So that's the only difference. So what are component lifecycle methods? So these are a few component lifecycle methods that are there in Blazor. So let's go through one by one. So when your component is loaded for the first time, what happens is that this onInitialize method is called. So this is a virtual method. You can override it. So just imagine every time your component reloads, you have a component in which you want to display all your employee information, and the employee information you're getting after making a REST API call to your to your server where your API is deployed. So you want to initialize your variable with all the list of employees that are there. So where would you make a request? Like the component is loading now, but it doesn't have any value. Where would you just click it? The first time it loads, the value of your employee would be null because it didn't execute. So what would happen? You'll get an error, right? So every time you want to initialize something, or else you want to set a few values before the component is actually rendered or is showing on the screen, you should do all the stuff inside your onInitialize method. So there are for all these methods, actually, apart from should render, you have an async version as well. So post synchronous and asynchronous versions are available. So every time a component is loaded, onInitialize method is the first to be loaded. So after that, there's onParameter set. So like onInitialize, onParameter set also has an asynchronous method. So what work this does is that it's after setting the parameter, when the component is after the parameter is set, suppose one of the component is taking parameters from its parent. So every time the parent sets the parameter, when the component receives a parameter from its parents, it sets or initializes the whole thing. Like on initialize, we have initially we are trying to initialize the values that we are trying to get from an API, or else we just want to initialize it. But here we are not passing anything in the component itself. But what if we are passing some of the we want to pass some variables in the component to our child component from a parent component? Where would you initialize it? So on parameter set comes into picture over there. So it's normally called after the on initialize method. So after after every time your component is modified or is being called, this method is also called. So what is on after render? So what this does is that it the on after render methods are called after each render of the component. After the whole component is rendered, like you want to display some UI and you want to initialize some of the variables, all the stuff are done. After that, what happens if you want to do some operation, like you want to count the number of times this particular component has been called, or else has been run, you want to keep a count of that, you can do that over here. Or else after the whole component has been rendered, you want to do something, or else you want to dispose of all the resources, you can do that over here. So this is how it's done, and there's one more, the should render. So what does this should render does? So this method actually returns a Boolean value. So if it returns true, it means that the UI has been refreshed, but if it returns false, the changes are not sent to the UI, they are yet to be done. The should render method always does the initial rendering despite its return value. So every time a component is what we say is rendered for the first time, you will it will definitely return a value, and it will return a value. Thus about should render. So let's have a demo on components, routing, and navigation. So let me share my screen. I'm sorry. Let me go to Visual Studio. So here I already have a solution that is built for this demo. So first we'll start by looking at the demos for components. So this is a typical Blazor WASM project. So I've created a Blazor WebAssembly project prior to this talk. So as you can see, the program starts over here. Here you are defining the URI and creating the whole build and stuff happens. And here you're configuring your app. So this is going to be the root component. So what is the app? So app. So this app.razor file is a Blazor component which routes all our requests. So the first time you're making a request in index.html, so this component is present inside our index.html. So this is a container where we are initializing our CSS, and if you wanted to add some JavaScript JavaScript scripts, then you can also do it over here. So what it does is that it first makes a call to this app component. So what this app component does is that it depending on the route that is passed in the route value that is present inside the assembly. So in this assembly, this Blazor Conf demo assembly, we have multiple components, and each component has a route. So what it does is that for each of this component, it creates a table in which it will map each component with this route. So every time a route matches with the component, then this particular method will work, like found context route data. If the route data is matched, it will route to the particular data with the layout type. And if it doesn't, then it will show you, sorry, there's nothing at this address. So let's start this project and see how this project actually looks. So I have just started it. Let's wait for a while. In the meanwhile, I'll show you a few things. Just copy this and go back to the browser. Add it. So I'm making a call. Let's click on inspect element and see the number of files that are coming in the network side. Okay. So let's click on refresh and see all the files that are coming up. So here you can see that we are getting 532 kilobytes. So this is pretty low. So what are the files that were loaded over here? So we have this. Okay. Give me a moment. Okay, so so this blazor.webassembly.js is the one which is actually what we say, starting the whole runtime of our application, and it's running it over here. So here, if you see, right now the route is slash. So this slash means that we want to go to the index page. So I'll go back to my Visual Studio and show you what's there in the index razor component. So in the index razor component, the route is defined as only the slash. So that means that this is the index page. So what if I wanted to add another route to this component? So I can just add page director index. So it will just make a call to that now. So over here, click on index, and let's see whether it works or not. See, now we are able to go to index page. So as you can see, I didn't have to restart the whole server. Hot reload is actually on over here. So that's an interesting part. So I hope you people are excited about it. So how do we create a component in Blazor? To create a component, right click over all the folder where you want to create it, click on add, click on razor component, and you can create a component. So I'm going to create a demo component. So I didn't add this component, demo component. So I want to add some content over here. This keep it as, every time I click on save, it it reloads the whole project, hot reload kind of a stuff now. So every time I click on save, I shouldn't click on save now because it will start the whole application again. So okay, so I'm gonna say, hi, this is the demo component. I'm clicking on save. Now let's see. Now let's go to index and nest this particular component. As I told you that we can nest our components, one component can be nested or put inside another component. So I'm gonna put my component over here. So this is very simple. It's similar to how you add HTML tags, right? I created a component. You just open the angle brackets. Between that, you write your component name and just create. So this is how you add or nest a component inside one component. So I have nested this my custom component one inside our index component. So now if I go back to the browser, I don't need to reload because hot reload is on, so it has already loaded my component over here. But what if I wanted to take a parameter? I wanted to assign a parameter value from the parent component to the child component. How can I accept parameter values inside a component? So to do that, inside the code section, let's create a variable. Let's keep it a type string. I'm going to say it as a message. Then I need to decorate with an attribute called parameter. Once I do that, okay. So I need to see the message that I pass in the in the parameter message from the parent component to this child, right? So I'll see the message by signing by being over here. So I'll see it like this. So every time I pass a value from there, I'll see the value over here. So it has loaded again. So right now, since I haven't passed any value, I'm not going to see anything. But what if I want to add some conditions? Like suppose I want to see like if there is any message or not. If there is no message over there, then I don't want to show the message. If there is just give me a moment. If the message is empty or null, then I don't want to see any message over there. I want to see display a simple information that just a moment. I want to see this particular text that no value was assigned in the parameters. No values passed. But if some value was passed. I want to see the value. Just a minute. I want to see the message if some value is passed and it's not null and empty. So I'm going to do that like this. So it's plain Razor syntaxes. Let's go back to my index page. And here you will see that this is parameter called message. So if I try it as hello, this is Ashirwad, it will take this parameter value over there. Oh, I accidentally started the server. My bad. So let's refresh it and see like whether we got any value or not. So you got the message here. Hello, this is Ashirwad. Perfect. So what else do we need? So we need to check on routing. So how do you pass values from the route? So suppose I wanted to pass a value from the route, and I want to establish a route constraint. So what I can do is that I can simply add a variable over here, like I'll sell message over here. And I'll just create a code section over here. You can always have a code behind file by creating a partial class that is same as that of this particular component. I create component name.razor.cs, create a partial class and do it. So what I'm going to do is that here I'm going to pass a message. I'm going to put it inside this brackets, and I'm going to create a property. Sorry, I'm going to create a property of type string. Let's keep it as int and type it as message, and decorate this particular property with the attribute parameter, and add a constraint over here int. So what will happen is that okay, there was an issue. Okay, so there's no, since we didn't have anything like this. So if we had something like this, the route as index slash message.int, we would have gotten proper response over here. But since we don't have something like this, that's why we got this error. But what? Okay, I'm not seeing this value anyway, right? So what I'll do is that I'm going to assign the value of message over here. I'm going to see the message value over here. Whatever I send in the function, whatever I send in the route. So let's go back to browser. Instead of making a call to index, I'm going to make it as 1. So whenever I'm making a call with this route, you can see the value of 1. But what if I'm not sending anything? It's going to tell me that, sorry, there is nothing at this address. But previously, if you didn't pass anything over there, you can see that the value was there. But since we have removed that, and we have asked the user to at least, mention at least one particular, pass one particular value over here. That's why it is asking us to, provide a value, or else it is saying that there are no components whose route matches with the route that you have provided in the browser. So this is one thing. So you can make it optional by adding a question mark at the last. So now, if you see, if I reload it, you'll be able to go back to the index component. So since I'm getting over time, I'm going to quickly go through the forms and validation part because it was there. So we achieve forms and validation in a Blazor app by using edit form and data annotations. So here you can see that I have I have a class called persons, and there are some validations over here. I have added an attribute that is required, and for the age, I'm saying that the range of the age should be between 18 and 80. If it's out of the range, then age must be between. I'm showing an error message over here, and here I'm not specified an error message, but it will ask you that it's a required field. You need to mention it. So how is it done? You create an edit form, you bind it with this particular person model. Then you can also intercept between the events. Like every time you submit this particular form, Blazor can intercept the submissions and can actually write custom code inside, which are written inside your Razor components. Like here, I'm explicitly specified that if the submission is valid, then do this particular task. Like specify that the last submit status was actually executed on valid submit. But if it was not valid, then it won't be executed. On valid submit was executed. So this is how you do that. If you want to display the whole summary of your validation a summary of all the validation errors that you got, then you can add this particular component. It will do it for you. But you need to add this particular component too inside your edit model component. These are built-in components provided by Blazor. So this will actually do the whole do all the validation stuff. So if you want to display the validation message below your text boxes, and you can just do it and just mention it like this, then it will do it for you. Let's have a quick demo for that. And yes, what was the route? If that's form. If you see over here, I'm going to quickly say, since I didn't pass anything, it said on invalid submit, since the submission was not valid and it had some errors. It showed this. But if I type in something and specify the age as 18, validation and submit. So that's the demo on what do you say on forms and validation. I would recommend you to look into Blazor University. They offer some really good content on this, as well as Microsoft Docs to refer that. Now moving on to the last demo for today. How do you deploy an Blazor WebAssembly inside an Azure storage account? So I'm going to click on publish. I'm going to quickly do stuff. Sorry, I'm going a bit overboard. So let's select on folder, click on next, and perfect. Click on you can specify the folder location as per your needs. I'm going to click on finish. It will create the build, the release folder for me. In the meanwhile, what we'll do is that we'll go back to Azure portal. We'll go back to Azure portal and create a storage account. So I have a few storage account already. I'm going to create a new storage account. In the meanwhile, I'll open my storage explorer. Perfect. So let these things be happening on the background. So I'm going to give it a name as Blazor Conf demo. Click on review plus create. Because we are in a hurry, I'm doing it a very fast way. It's going to make a validation check now. Once the validation is done, let's click on create to create the storage account. In the meanwhile, let's check the status. I didn't click on publish. Okay, I did. Okay, build started. The storage account deployment is on way. So once the storage account is deployed, we need to enable static website hosting over there. So the publish is still going on in Visual Studio. Let's go back and refresh whether our storage account is provisioned or not. It'll take a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes to complete this demo, and then we are done with today's talk. Just give me a minute. Perfect. So our storage account has been provisioned. Let's go to the storage account. Then find static website from the sidebar over here. You can see static website is present inside data management. So let's click on enable over here. Then you need to specify the index page of your application. So for us, it's index.html. So this is like the fallback route. If the route doesn't match, if you manually try to enter something, go to a specific route, or else the route that you explicitly mentioned wasn't there, then where do you want to go? So since all of our components are running inside this index.html container, so let's keep the fallback route as index.html and click on save. So this will generate a primary endpoint and secondary endpoint. So the publish process is still going on. Let's wait a bit. In the meanwhile, let's open our storage account and see all the storage accounts that are there. So it's loading. So once it loads, we'll see our storage account over there. So let's wait a while everything is getting done. Let's wait for a minute. Perfect. So it's deployed. Let's go to this folder. So I'll go open this folder in File Explorer. In the meanwhile, you can see that my storage account has already been created. I'm going to click over there. Then in here inside our blob, there would be two containers. One would be $log and the other would be $web. So we need to paste all the content that are there inside our published folder to there. So let's go inside bin. We need to go into release, .NET, wasm, publish, root. So we need to copy all of these things and paste it inside our container. So you can always do that, upload all of these things from Azure portal itself. But for ease, I'm going to upload all of these things using the Storage Explorer container. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to select all of these and I'm going to paste it over here. So it will, paste all of these resources in a while. It will take a minute, probably. Okay. So it is transferring all my files from, my published folder to this blob storage. So it will take 2 to 3 minutes. So let's wait a bit. So once all these files are actually are pasted over in the storage account, and they're up and running, we can just copy this primary endpoint and paste it over here to actually view it. Right now you won't get it because this process is still going on. So let's wait a bit while the whole process is going on. Should be done in a minute. Shouldn't take longer. So it did. So it transferred all our files over there. So once the files are there, let's go back and refresh it. Should be able to see our application over here. Prior to this demo, I have already deployed an app inside a storage account. I'll show it to you in a moment. Yep. So there it is, our application that is deployed in Blazor. And here, if you see, all our components are there. Since I didn't pass anything in the route, it didn't say. It says the value as 0. But if I put it as 1, it shows a 1. Let's click on forms, and we will redirect to the forms. And here you will see all the validations. Okay, so it was form. So this form, you will see the form component. You'll see all the validations getting done. The age number, if you click on save, okay, it's 123 out of range taken. The validation works. Perfect. So that's all for the demo. So let's go back to the presentation. So I just wanted to give a shout out about my upcoming book that I've been authoring. It's on hands-on Azure functions with C#. So it's still on editing. Actually, it hasn't been published yet. It will be published soon. So you can get the update over here. So, or else you can pre-order it over here. So that's all from my session. Thank you. So let's move on to the next session, and let's add Egil here. So let's wait a bit. I'm sorry, Eagle, for making you wait for such a long time. We were going on a delay, so we are really sorry for this. So let's invite our next speaker for the session, this Eagle Hansen. Welcome, Eagle. I'm really sorry for the delay. That we were running out a bit late. So.
No problem at all. No problem at all. I appreciate everybody sticking around till the very end, hopefully. And yeah, let's just get into it. 1 second. Let me get my screen sharing up and going correctly here. Getting all windows aligned up here. Let's see. Share. Share screen. And I believe that is it. Okay. So,
Perfect.
Yeah.
Let me give a brief introduction about yourself.
Please do that.
Okay, perfect. So, in the previous talk, we did talk about this particular framework about called BUnit, using which you can test your Blazor components. So, Eagle is the person who actually made this possible for us to, test our Blazor components. And congratulations, Eagle, for for getting BUnit in .NET Foundations projects.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So he's also in Microsoft MVP. So he regularly blogs and makes content, and he has been working on this particular project on BUnit. So today he's going to talk about best practices, unit testing, Blazor components with BUnit. So the stage is all yours, Eagle.
Thank you very much. So yes, like you said, I was gonna do a best practice on testing Blazor components, but while I was writing the slides, it turned out that these are just the practice we're going to talk about. They translate very well into just regular unit testing of plain old C# objects. So you might be able to take some of the stuff we have here and use that as well in your just everyday testing. So a little bit about me. I guess we lost one of the presenters. Anyway, a little bit about me. I'm Egil Hansen, and you can tweet at me at Egil Hansen if you like. This is going to go quite fast through a bunch of slides here. So if there's any questions along the way, feel free to just add me on Twitter and chat at me. And if you're watching this in the future, you can do that as well. I always love answering questions and talking about testing. So, I'm there. Besides that, I am a principal developer at Delegate. Delegate is a Danish consultancy that specializes in Microsoft technologies and in particular in Asia, among other things. And we actually won the Microsoft Denmark Partner of the Year award this year, so we're doing really good. So if you need any help with your Microsoft software application stuff, then please reach out to me. As my host mentioned before, I'm also Microsoft MVP. I've been that since 2020, and I am the creator of BUnit. And you can learn more about BUnit on bunit.dev. And if you like what you see here today, you can watch me live on Twitch. Little less prepared than today, but you can watch me live code twice a week on Twitch on that URL there. So with that out of the way, I just throw this disclaimer in just to make sure that everybody is on the same page. If you find this and you don't know anything about Blazor, this talk kind of assumes you know something about Blazor. Otherwise, you're not going to get them. It's going to be hard to follow. And also, general testing experience is a good help as well. But yeah, you can watch the previous talk, for example, and you should get you up to speed with what Blazor is. So what is BUnit and why do we need it? That's the first question we need to answer. And well, BUnit, my clicker stopped working. Here we go again. BUnit is a library for testing Blazor components. What it is not is BUnit is not a general purpose testing framework. So you need to add BUnit to an existing testing project, like an XUnit project, NUnit or MS test, whatever you like. So in that sense, BUnit is just a library we add on top of, whatever testing project you have going already. So that also means that BUnit test feels and looks like regular unit tests written in C#, which is a good thing, because that also means that we can reuse all the good unit testing practices we've been building up, all the patterns and practices you have around unit testing that you will get from me and you'll get from other people. Lots of great content on that online. And all those patterns, they work more or less the same with BUnit tests. So there's one thing that tends to trip people up when they think about BUnit is that they think BUnit maybe runs a browser in the background and then loads your Blazor component up in the browser and instrument the browser and sort of runs everything. BUnit doesn't do that. BUnit is entirely C#. It runs like unit tests. there's no browser involved, which means there's also no JavaScript. So if you have JavaScript in your components, well, then that JavaScript is not being tested. That you need to test in a different way, and you need to sort of abstract away that communication and maybe treat it a bit like a web service call that you would in normal unit testing. You wouldn't do like a unit test that calls a web service and gets back to you. That doesn't really work. So just be aware, BUnit doesn't do anything with the browser, it just runs in C#. But that has the big advantage of making BUnit tests very fast, like unit test fast, and also predictable. Easy to create stable and predictable unit tests. So how does it look when we, for example, if we have an executed project and we want to add BUnit to it? Well, what we usually do is we change the project type to SDK, the SDK type to .razor, because that enables us, that gives us access to the Razor compiler, which we need to compile the Razor testing components that we will be writing. And besides that, all you need to do is add a reference to the latest BUnit package. So let's answer the next question. Why is BUnit necessary? Why do we even need BUnit? Well, components have lifecycle methods that must be invoked in the order Blazor in the same order that the Blazor runtime does it. Otherwise, we are not really exercising our components in the same way they will be exercised in the real world, in the real Blazor runtime. Similarly, they have parameters and services and cascading parameters that must be passed to them, like the Blazor runtime does it. And components also have event handlers that we can invoke. But we must invoke them again in the same way the Blazor runtime does it. And maybe most importantly, a component actually can't produce markup, can't produce HTML itself. That is something that the Blazor runtime and the Blazor renderer does for us when we run our Blazor applications. So we need to have something that turns that component render tree into that HTML DOM tree. And that is what BUnit does. BUnit is a Blazor runtime that's specifically designed with testing in mind and sort of to enable that. Sorry, I just need to see. Okay, sorry, I just got a message on the private chat here for the presenters. It seems like we are good to go. Okay, so let's look at an example. Everybody has seen this component millions of times. If you created a new Blazor application, you'll see the counter component. And if for some reason you don't know what I'm talking about, it's the one where you click on the click me button and the counter increments. So how would we test something like this? Well, to test that, we start by creating a counter test.razor file in our inside our testing project. And then we create just a regular testing, a regular test method. In this case, I'm using XUnit. That's my go-to testing framework, but NUnit and MSTest works equally well. So we have a fact here. We say counter should increment when clicked. Then we start by newing up the BUnit test context, which is what allows us to render the component, and we tell the context to render the counter component. And now we need to do something. We need to click that button. We need to find the button and click it. So we use the find method to find the button, and then we call the event trigger click. That clicks the button, and finally we go ahead and find the P element in our counter component and asks it and verifies that its markup matches the current count is of 1, which means that the counter was correctly incremented. So what you might notice here is these two kind of weird syntax. So the advantage of using BUnit in Razor files like we do here is that we can write something called an inline render template syntax. And that allows us to, if we add that @ sign in front of the markup, to have markup directly in C# code. So it's a good mix. You can also write BUnit test in C# files, but then you have to work a bit with strings, for example, when you have to work with markup. So running a unit test in BUnit is as simple as running any other .NET unit tests. You simply type .NET test. I've added a bit of logger information here so we get a pretty output, and then you click enter, and then you get the output, and the test runs. And that means you can run BUnit test everywhere. You can run .NET test, basically. So the next question we need to ask, well, what do we actually want to test with BUnit? Do we want to verify the markup, or do we not want to verify the markup? Or do we want to do something in between? So let's look at an example to sort of get into and understand the difference between the two. So we can do something called maybe like functionality testing. And in this case, I have just a small example from the Blazing Pizza workshop, excellent workshop if you want to get into Blazor to go through that. There's a link at the bottom of the slide. But in here we have the configure pizza dialog where the user has selected a pizza, and we want to maybe write a test for that basically says that when the user goes and select an extra topping from the dropdown, that extra topping is added to the pizza's toppings list. So how would we write that test if we're just interested in the functionality of this, or I guess you could also call it acceptance testing? Well, that could look a bit like this. So again, we start with a test, and then we new up a pizza that we pass in here. We pass in here to the configure pizza dialog. So we're just testing the configure pizza dialog. Then we go ahead and find the drop-down list we saw before, the select element, and we change its selected value to 1. That causes the pizza we had up here passed in. That means that its toppings now, the toppings array should not be empty anymore. So this test is just focusing on functionality. It doesn't really care about how the component looks, how the markup is structured. And the only real dependency we have on how the markup is that we expect there to be a drop-down list under a toppings groups element. So that's sort of that's the only binding we really have. So we sort of kind of taking a lot of the markup out of it. But if it actually is important to us what the markup looks like, maybe it's important because we need to have a certain structure in the HTML markup has to have a certain structure to actually look right, which I think is a big part of a UI thing. It also has to maybe work correctly with CSS and other parts of the application, for example JavaScript. Well, then we have to verify the markup right, but we have to be smart about it, so we do it semantically. And what does that mean? So a semantic comparison means that two HTML markup snippets are equal if they render and behave the same in a web browser. So if you contrast that to just string-based comparison, like with assert equals, for example, well, string-based comparison will break when you have an insignificant change. For example, if you change indentation or white space, which easily results in unstable tests and tests that break when they don't really need to. Remember, insignificant white space, for example, doesn't matter to how the markup is rendered in the browser. Let's look at an example. So here we just render, we're just rendering some simple markup here that is stolen a bit from the pizza dialog, but it's not exactly. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We have a button inside a div tag. If we want to compare that to something else, if we use the markup matches method, which is the primary way to access the semantic comparer feature in BUnit, well, then it'll do a semantic comparison. Right now, these two markup HTML snippets are the same. But for example, if we would go ahead and add some white space in our component, well, they would still pass. This test will still pass. It will still be the same because that white space we added is insignificant. It doesn't change the way the component looks in the browser. So that works well for us. Also, we could also change something. We could change the order of the ID and class attributes. Still doesn't matter. Still doesn't change how the component is rendered in the browser. So the unit test still passes, still green. We could also go ahead and change the order of the classes in the class attribute. Still doesn't break anything, still works fine. It's still semantically the same from an HTML, from a browser point of view. So all of these things you can change in your component without breaking your test. And it's quite common that you go and refactor or reorder your components and maybe just do a control KD where you realign everything in your component, and you don't want your test breaking because you haven't actually broken anything, right? Another thing we can do is, for example, let's look at a different example. We can also modify how the semantic comparer works to make it more specific to our use case. So, for example, in this case, let's imagine that the ID here, the ID attribute, that's actually something that's generated. So it's hard for us to predict. So what we can do instead is, we can add the regex modifier, which tells the semantic comparer to actually take what is in here and treat that as a regular expression that we want to verify against the source, the component we want to test. So that allows us quite a bit of flexibility. If we don't really care about the ID attribute, maybe it's not important for us, well, we can simply add the :ignore modifier to it, and then we won't look at that attribute. We won't deal with that. And if the entire button element itself is not important for the test we're doing, we can simply ignore the whole element and any child element it has in it. So that gives you a lot of flexibility to create very stable tests that only break when they actually need to break. And that's super important if you want a good test suite that you can trust. So, testable components and maintainable tests. So, I guess which come first depends on if you are sort of a test-driven development kind of a guy or if you're not. BUnit doesn't care either way. But what we have to think about, we're not doing testing for testing's sake. BUnit doesn't exist because I like to write tests just to have tests. Well, we create tests for a reason, and that is to give us better and easier to maintain software in the long run. Software we can more easily evolve, software we can more easily refactor. So, with that in mind, I think I'll start by looking at what does it mean to create testable and maintainable components. So in my mind, a good component in general, even if it's not being tested, it should do one thing well. And let's talk a bit more about how to define what that thing is. How do we scope that one thing? So one thing we can look at to sort of understand if they're actually doing one thing and doing that well is to look at if they have a mix of sort of conceptual abstraction levels in them. Are they working on different abstraction levels? We can also make sure that they exhibit a high level of cohesion. So cohesion is a computer science term meaning that everything in the component is sort of very tightly being used by, like there's a strong cohesion in the component. That's important, and this is especially important for testing. Is that they don't really depend on infrastructure stuff; they depend on abstractions. So, for example, don't inject HTTP client directly into your components. I know the Blazor file new project Blazor project does that in the fetch data component. Don't do that. Create an abstraction around your data needs or your other services needs so that you can easily test, mock and fake that abstraction out if you need to, but also so you have the ability to maybe do something smarter with that communication later on because maybe you want to add some caching or something. Then you can keep that separate from your component. So like, just regular software design, keep abstractions, keep infrastructure out of your business logic. So to sort of show an example of what I mean by this, let's start by creating something like just a simple dynamic data table component that we can refactor a bit to get it into a good testable state. So this data table component can be used from, in this case, would be a movies page, and all we need to do to get the data table component to spit out a pretty table for us is to pass in a enumerable of movies in this case, and we just pass it in, and the data table is so fancy and dynamic, so it should just figure out everything for us. It should create the right columns and the right rows, and nothing else is needed. Let's see. So how does the data table look when it's rendered out? Just to see. So this is what we expect it to do. We expect it to create a table header with a sort of a TR column here with each of the properties as its what's the word I'm looking for columns, yeah. And then we have a body with 2 rows because we passed into 2 movie items. So how does the implementation, like a direct, I'm not going to call it naive, but just a direct implementation of the table component look? Well, if we start here at the top, we have obviously the parameter where we pass in the items that we want to have rent out. Then we have a helper method, or a property in this case, that is able to go and just grab the public properties of that type, in this case T item, which is going to be movie in our case, and they have to be instance properties, and it has to be properties we can read. So now we have some information about the component. Then we have a helper method here that allows us to get the column names, and it simply does this by iterating over all the property infos we get from the type we have and just getting the names out. So that'll allow us to render the column names, the header of the table. And we have another method here that allows us to call that and pass in an item, and that will give us the items belonging to each of the properties of the component. So if we scroll down a little bit, we see we have the header here, and the header is a simple t head with a ti in it, and here we have a for each, where we for each over the get column names, the output from the get column names method we saw above, and just create the header. And below we have another for each, where we for each over items, and we get for each item we do another for each, where we get the call the get items data method we see here up at the top of the screen, and that will give us a list of column data that we output as TDs. So quite simple components, and it works. But how does that hold up to the rules we set out before? So if you look at the thing about we don't want to mix abstraction levels. So let's just talk about what do I mean by that? So this component logically has it works on a multiple level. It works on multiple items. It works on the component itself is something that deals with more than one item. It's like an items thing. That's sort of a high abstraction level where we talk about we work with items. But this component actually also deals in a lower level where we're just working with the individual item. So that is clearly, to me, a mix of abstraction levels here. And that is sort of an indication that this component might be doing more than one thing. It's even though it's doing that one thing, it might be doing more than one thing. Another thing we could look at is the thing about high cohesion. So what does high cohesion mean? I've zoomed out a bit because it's not really important, the code. I think you can remember the structure. But we have stuff in the component that is only used by other stuff. And then, for example, we have the get column names. That method is only used to render out the column names and nothing else. And we have another method. We have the get item data that is only used to render out the body of the table, our data table. So these two things, and this is a very simple component. You can see we can fit it on a single slide here, more or less. And already at this stage, we sort of have a little bit of loose cohesion. We have stuff that actually don't really need to be in the same component, and they can easily be moved out. And so let's try to do that. Let's try to refactor our component and see what it gains us. So we can start by moving that helper method we had to get basically the C# reflection helper method that would pull out the information about what public properties is available on this type. We can move that into a test class, and then we can go ahead and refactor our data table header logic into its own component called data table header, and we just need to pass in the type information to it because that's all it needs to really render out stuff. And then finally, we can go ahead and replace our data table row logic with its own component. And now we have a component that, well, let me clean up the white space a bit. So now we can see the component is much more succinct. We're dealing with one abstraction level. There's a high cohesion. Everything is related, So this makes it easier to evolve the component over time and focus in on what it does. If we just take a quick look at, data table header component will now look like this. Also a very succinct component that does this one thing and does that well, by the way. And if we need to add more features to stuff that should be in the header, maybe we would want to add a command button or something, an extra column in some cases, or we want to change stuff around it, well, then we only need to worry about that in this component. And similarly, the data table row, that looks like this now. Also very simple, also very focused component, easy to understand, easy to comprehend, easy to maintain over time. So with that, let's talk about what it means to create maintainable tests. So the basics of it for me is in general, and this is the same for all unit tests, is that you want to avoid duplicated code, maybe not like the plague, that maybe is a bit harsh, but avoid duplicated code, especially within a single test class. Sometimes you might want to have some duplicated code between between test classes, if you want to, if they're not really, maybe you have some test data or something like that. That could be advantageous. You want to be able to change stuff and not have one test break and the other test not breaking. Also, make sure you don't have any, like duplication could also mean, for example, remove common arrange code from your constructor into constructor or into the setup method, depending on how your framework does it. Let me loop my my throat a bit so I don't lose my voice before we're done here. And also maybe use creational patterns to create input data using real business language, because that makes your test easy to write. If you're testing something that is business centric or uses a business language, also create the test data for it using the same business language. That's going to make it easy to understand the test. Only verify markup that belongs to the component under test. So we'll get back to that. But that really is important. Stick to one logical assertion per test. And that doesn't mean one assert method. You can have multiple assert methods as long as you only have a test that focuses on one logical assert. But if you get into a habit of writing 3 or 4 or 5 assert statements that sort of group together is one logical assert, maybe consider creating custom assertion methods using business language again, so that you make your test easier to read or easier to understand when you have to look at it in maybe a couple of months or one of your colleagues have to. So let's look at an example. So if we want to test the data table component, well, we create a new Razor component, Razor testing component called data table test. And the first thing we'll do is we'll actually make things a bit easier on ourselves. Instead of newing up the BUnit test context in every test, duplicated code, well, we just inherit from it, so we have access to all the features it has directly in our tests. So in this test, we'll start by rendering this test will be about just testing that the data table renders a basic table with a header body. So that is us verifying that the basic structure of the test, the basic data table structure is the correct markup we expect. So we render the data table and we just set the T item to an object because we don't really care about what type of data we have right now. And then we do a markup matches. And here we are saying, well, I expect that my component under test, the data table, should just render out an empty table with a header and a body. And because we're not passing any data, we don't expect to have any data out. So what you might notice here is that I have this tr diff ignore. And it's because that the table, data table header component will try to add some columns, although there is no columns here. So it'll add just an empty tr if we don't say to ignore it. And this is getting back to the point about only test markup in like doing verification of markup that belongs to the component you're testing, and try to isolate away the markup from other components that your component might be using. So you can do that with the diff ignore attribute like we do here, and this is something that is in preview still, and it's coming in the next release of BUnit. You can use something, BUnit will get something called component factories, which is a way for us to control how components are instantiated when we test them. So in this case, we can use this method called use dummy for, and we just say to BUnit, whenever you see a data table header component, replace that with a dummy component, which means that we can instead just have our markup matches look like that, and then we are completely cut off from whatever that might actually spit out the data table header component. This is still a preview feature. I hope to get that done during the summer, but hopefully it'll be out in a couple of weeks. So the next test we want to write is we want to write a test that verifies that the data table actually uses the data table header to render the table header out. And so now we are not testing the rendered markup from the data table header, but we are verifying that the composition of the data table and the data table header is done correctly. Like we are linking them up together. We're doing the right thing. So the expectation is that when we render a data table with a T item of type object, well, then we expect to be able to find a component in the render tree using the find component method of data table header. And we also expect that whatever that data table header component rendered out, that markup matches whatever we have underneath the T-head element in the data table in our component runner test. So that we don't have any markup verification in here, but this sort of is a very strict way of saying I want there to be a data table header in my render tree underneath my component runner test, and I want whatever markup that produced to match whatever markup I find underneath my table head, T-head element in my component runner test. So the next thing we could look at is, well, how do we do with the data table row? We also want to verify that our data table uses data table row to render the data table row we pass to it. And here, what I am doing is I am using something called autofixture. So I don't like to generate test data manually if I can avoid it, especially if that test data isn't significant, if it isn't important if it's not important to the test itself as such. So with another testing library called autofixture, you get access to the auto data attribute, and what that does is it will automatically generate whatever you add here as an argument to the test method. So in this case, we are asking it to generate for us an enumerable of weather forecast, and the weather forecast is, as you probably remember, a way to the standard weather forecast thing we have in the Blazor Hello World application. By default, autofixture will generate 3 items for us when we ask for something that is an enumerable. So we get 3 items, but it's not really important to the test. We just need 1 or more, basically. So with that, we can just ask a bunit to render, again, the data table, and we pass in the items. So this actually might look like it's just a string, but this actually is a reference. This items here is a reference up to this element up there. And, well, what we do now is that we go and ask our component on test, give me all the components you have in your render tree of type data table row, which has with subtype weather forecast. So that gives us all the data table rows that have been added to the render tree by the data table. And now we can go ahead and use just some link here. And I'm going to go ahead and say, what I want to verify now is I want to verify that our data table actually passed the items on to each of the data table rows, and it passed them in the same order we have the data table rows, it passed them in the same order here. So if we go ahead and have a look here, we say, well, what we actually go and do, we say for each of the data table rows, I'm going to go into the instance of that data table row, and in the instance is the actual instance of the data table row component, and I'm going to go to the items property, and remember the items property is the property that that was assigned whatever item should be passed, it should render out. And then we're going to go and say, and here I'm using, by the way, I'm using another assertion library when the default one that comes with Techies. I'm using fluent assertions, which is also very nice of giving us those kind of fluent assertions that are more easy to understand. Perhaps it's easier for me at least. And we say, well, when we have this, we have this list of items selected out, and that list of items should actually match the items we were passing into our data table component originally. So that is a way for us to verify that the data table component did two things. The first thing is that it actually created data table row components in its render tree, and that it passed each of these data table rows one of the items in the original items list in the same order that the items list is in. That's just going to be the same order we have down here. So that kind of sort of approach allows us again to verify that our data table component is using things, using its dependencies, the composition it has with data table row correctly, and we're passing in the right parameters to it. But it also allows us to, for example, go ahead and change. If we go ahead and if we wanted to go ahead and change the data table row, or if we want to change the data table header, well, we can change that, and these tests wouldn't break because we are just asserting against the public surface of the data table row and the data table header, and we've only verified the markup of the data table that is produced by it and not by the nested component. So we can look at another example here just to sort of clarify what's going on. If we want to test the data table row, which we can do now, that's obviously now we're going to one step further down. So we again start by inheriting from the test context, and the first test we usually write when you do unit testing. And in general, when I do unit testing, I always start with the most simple test I can write for whatever my subject on the test, or in this case my component on the test is. And that seems to be just a data table row renders no columns when T item has no public properties. So that's the most simple test I could come up with to verify the data table row component. So we render the data table row and we just set it to object because that doesn't have any public properties. And what we expect to get out of that is an empty table row. You could argue that maybe that should just have been nothing because there wasn't any header to write out, but here we are. The next thing we want to render out, the next test we want to write, obviously, is that the data table row renders columns based on public instance properties of items. So, again, we are using autofixer here, creating with the autodata proper attribute, and we are asking it to generate a forecast, a weather forecast item for us. And the weather forecast item will have some random data assigned to it. The data itself is not important. So by doing it like this, then we're not really hard coding any data values in our test, which again helps with stability of our testing. So what we end up doing here is, well, we render the data table row component and we pass in the item. And then we can use markup matches again to actually verify that we get the expected markup. And here we just say, well, we're building up the markup and we're saying, well, I want to have the first thing should be a TD that reference the date, and then the temperature and in Celsius and in Fahrenheit, and then the summary. And so this markup matches here we have in here. This is actually a render fragment we are building. That's what the inline render fragment template syntax, I believe is the official word for this kind of notation. And that also allows us to, you can see, basically build up just Razor code inside C#. So that's super awesome. And that allows us again to make a very succinct test assertion here. So that again, if we want to change the data table row, what it outputs, maybe we want to add some classes or something to these things. Well, we only have to go in and change this test because that's the only thing that really deals with the markup from the data table row. The data table test doesn't do that. So we've decoupled that thing that is more likely to break when we want to change our components. And usually when we want to change things, well, we want a test to break. Otherwise, the test shouldn't be there, but it should only break when we actually change things that are significant. So to sort of sum up what we did here with data table is that you verify the component markup in isolation and you verify the component composition. So super important to be aware of this if you want to have a good, stable test suite, I think. Like I said before, BUnit is just a library that you can add to your unit test project. I've shown a few of the other ones I use daily in the slides before, but let me point to some others that I really like. There is something called Verify BUnit, and Verify itself is a snapshot testing library that is very general purpose, and it can snapshot test many different types of things, but it can also snapshot test along with BUnit. So you can add that to your BUnit test suite if you like to do snapshot testing. Snapshot testing is super useful if you for example have some complex component already written and you want to just have some basically take a snapshot of the current state of what those components are before you maybe start refactoring, or just to know if you have any regressions in the future. Then using Verify BUnit is a great option. And another good option is to use autofix, as we already saw. That allows you to easily add and generate test data, so you don't have all that random hard-coded test data in your tests. Currently, the go-to we use at work for mocking, if we need to do that, mocking or faking or stopping or whatever you would call that, we use nsubstitute. But there's also many other great mocking libraries, and BUnit doesn't really care what you use. BUnit is just another library that you add to your test suite. So if you can use Telerik Just Mock, or you could use MOQ, which is also a popular one. But yeah, I just want to throw one out there, and that's nsubstitute. That's the one we use at work for these days, and my go-to right now for having a sort of a nice fluent assertions written in my tests are fluent assertions library. And what I especially like about that is it has good documentation, and it's quite easy to create your own custom assertions that mix in well with the standard assertion vocabulary that comes with fluent assertion. So you can add your own assertions off top of that are more domain specific to the project you're building. So that's a really good thing. So I believe that is it for me. I'm gonna say thank you very much for listening and tuning in. And if you have any questions, now's a good time. Otherwise, if you can't come up with anything right now, you can always find me on all of these URLs here. We have bunit.dev that has a lot of documentation, lots of guides to different things, so you can go there if you need to get started. That's both get started and lots of details on how to pass parameters and so on and so forth. You can always find me on Twitter. There's a Gitter chat where you can go and ask questions about BUnit. Like I said, I have that Twitch show. I try to do that bi-weekly, 2 times a week, and you can come also there and ask questions if you have any questions. I'll be happy to sort of ask me anything stream, and you can find me on GitHub as well. I also want to give a shout out to 2 companies in particular who's been sponsoring BUnit. Telerik started almost a year ago. I had been helping out and supporting BUnit, and Fusion joined the ranks recently, so that's super awesome, and I really commend companies stepping up and supporting open source like they are doing, so big shout out to them. So yeah, any questions?
That was an amazing session, Ego, and
Thank you.
thank you for joining in. So let's wait for some time and see if there are any questions that are coming up from the audience. In the meanwhile, I would like to ask your experience, like what made you start, build BUnit at the first place?
Sorry, can you say that again? I had to drop out.
What made you actually create BUnit at the first place?
What made me create the BUnit in the first place? Well, I'm a bit of I really like the phrase I've heard somebody else say, that I'm not really smart enough to write code if I don't write my test first, because I end up, tripping myself up, and so doing test-driven development is sort of a process I have that makes me more effective and makes me reach the goal I need to reach faster. So when I started looking at Blazor back in 2019, obviously inspired by Steve Sanderson's great NDC talk on introducing Blazor there, I sort of started looking around for ways to write unit tests, to test my components, because that's sort of that's just how my workflow is. And when I didn't find anything, then I started creating something that wasn't called BUnit at the time. It was called the Razor Testing Component Library. So very Microsofty product name. But a little bit later on, I realized that maybe a shorter, more succinct name would be better and also more searchable.
That sounds up. That's an interesting story. So I don't think there are much questions, but there was this one that was remaining. So it's from Manik. Is it possible to obfuscate Blazor apps? If so, how to achieve it?
So yes and no. So we have to remember that Blazor, if you're talking about Blazor WebAssembly, that runs in the browser. So you can obfuscate your DLLs if you like, but the DLLs is still going to go to the browser, and people, if they are smart enough, will be able to pull those DLLs out of the browser cache and decompile those and see your secret source. And that's actually the same for all front-end frameworks, JavaScript, other frameworks that use WebAssembly to run the application. That's just how it is. We run when you run code on the client machines, then clients have access to your DLLs or to your assemblies. So there's no way around that. What you can do with Blazor, which I think is sort of a cool thing, if that is a big concern to you, is you can use Blazor Server. That way you're only sending down markup to the client, and maybe a little bit of your JavaScript if you have some of that in your application. And all your business logic, you keep that on the server in your C# based Blazor components there. If you have some serious business logic and you want to use Blazor WebAssembly, I think the go-to approach is to use keep that business logic behind an API that you have host on the server. So it's just the, if somebody sufficiently smart enough wants to get at your code and you actually give them the assembly, then there's no way around it. You can obfuscate as much as you want, but they will be able to decompile it anyway and figure it out over time if they're smart enough.
I hope it does answer, Manik. So I don't see any more questions over here. So,
that's fine. That's fine. And people are, like I said, welcome to just tweet at me if you have any questions now or in the future. I love talking testing, so or Blazor in general. So just hit me up on Twitter if you like to learn more.
Perfect. So there are a few quizzes that are still going on. So Eagle actually helped us with some of the questions for this particular quiz. So we have stopped accepting any more submissions for quiz 1. So the quiz 2 is live, and anyone who submits here, so the top 5 performers from this particular quiz will be getting some role-based Microsoft certification vouchers, which you can just use and give any of the role-based Azure certifications free of cost. So 5 persons would be able to give it. So these are few of the questions. So please don't submit multiple submissions, because if you do that, we are going to discard your eligibility for this quiz, and you won't get anything, even if you're bound to get one. So these are a few set of questions. I hope you folks do send the answers, do submit some responses. So, and there's one more thing, even if the quiz doesn't go your way, there's one more feedback, there's one more feedback form that we are sharing. Just give me a moment, I'll share it on the screen. So there's one more feedback form. So even if you don't get any of those JetBrains licenses or else these role-based certification vouchers in this particular quiz, you can again get this role-based certification vouchers by filling up the feedback form. So we love your feedback. We would love to work more, get our event better, plan better, and get more sessions which you people want more. So any random 5 attendees who submit their feedbacks will be given these vouchers as well. So don't miss out on these opportunities. So okay, there's some concern. Feedback link in the chat is incorrect. Okay, I'm going to share it with you again. Just given.
Can I just say thank you to you and the organizers for putting this together? I really enjoy coming out and connecting a bit with the Indian Blazor community as well as the rest of the world. I guess there's more than Indian watching today. So yeah, very well done.
Thank you, Igor. And it was an honor to have you on board.
My pleasure.
Thank you for appreciate your effort. Joining on a weekend and hosting a session.
No problem at all.
So I would like to give a shout out to one of our producers for the stream. So he's a volunteer from .NET Foundation, as I am. So I would like to invite Miroslav to join in the stream. So Miroslav, would you be open to join in?
Hi, sure. Yeah, thanks for having me, and yeah, great conference, great talks.
Thank you for joining in the broadcast and helping me out to produce the stream, and thank you, mate.
Yeah, of course.
And folks, if any of you are actually interested to volunteer for .NET Foundation and help us with organizing these streams for other meetups and events that most of the developer communities are making, and they need support with this stream, with handling the stream, we are open to have you on board. So do let us know if you are interested, and we appreciate your efforts and to be a part of .NET Foundation as a volunteer. So this is one thing. And guys, these feedback forms are active till evening 5 o'clock. So 5 o'clock in Indian Standard Time. So that would be 90 minutes more till this link would be active. So we'll be accepting your forms and submissions. So we'll be announcing all this, the winners and everything in our website. So just give me a moment, I'm going to share it. So this is our website for Blazor Conf Bhubaneswar. So here you don't see a particular tab as of now. Okay, it's taking a lot of time today. Okay, perfect. So here we are going to add one more tab for the events, where you can see all the winners and the mail. We are not going to share the mail IDs, obviously. So we are going to share their names over here, and all the winners will be communicated by the email IDs that they have shared. So do give the valid email address, because even if you win a product license or else a voucher, we would be unable to share it with you because your email address is not right. So do enter proper credentials over there. So I would like to thank our sponsors again. So JetBrains, who has sponsored us with 3 product licenses, which would be valid for any of their products that they have, any of the IDs that they have in the suits. Then we'd like to thank Microsoft Azure for the support, providing us with these exam vouchers and streaming. And we'd like to thank .NET Foundation for the streaming support that they have provided us with. And finally, the community partners, ServerlessDays Foundation and Utkal Techies Forum. And guys, this website is also made using Blazor, so everything Blazor. So I hope you people are as excited as I am and EOS. So I hope you do come up with your own sessions, and content on Blazor. And looking forward for more Blazor adaptation in the near future. So that's all from our end. Thank you for your time, and have a great weekend. Stay safe and take care. Bye-bye.